Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Members, I've received a letter from Irina Williams seeking to debate under Standing Order 399, the government's response to the lack of competition in the supermarket sector. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. An application for an urgent debate on this issue was sought and declined last year because the matter had not reached the level of urgency required to set aside the business of the House to debate it. The most recent government announcement was that it would make a request for information to support a supermarket competitor. While the issue is an important one, the government's announcements to date also do not reach the threshold for an urgent debate. The application is declined. Lawrence Sunan.
I seek leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to express our condolences to those affected by the Myanmar earthquake.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There appears to be none.
I move that this House sends its condolences to all those who have lost loved ones and livelihoods in Myanmar, Thailand and other adjacent nations as a result of the Myanmar earthquake on the 28th of March. And note that the Government of New Zealand stands ready to consider and respond to any requests for assistance from affected countries to aid recovery efforts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Free Fares NZ, requesting that the House urge the Government to not implement the new private share funding targets for public transport. That
petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered two papers.
2025 to 29 Statement of Intent for National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Limited. Amendment to the 2024-25 Statement of Performance Expectations for National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Limited.
Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 37 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation.
Reports of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of New Zealand Post Limited and the Annual Review of the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. Reports of the Education and Workforce Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Reviews of the Accident Compensation Corporation and WorkSafe New Zealand Limited and on the education sector. Reports of the Environment Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Climate Change Commission, of Predator Free 2050 Limited, of the Climate Change Chief Executives Board, the Department of Conservation, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, Environmental Protection Authority, Ministry for the Environment and Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Reports of the Justice Committee on the Disputes Tribunal Amendment Bill and the Police Vetting Amendment Bill. Reports of the Primary Production Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Animal Control Products Limited, Assure Quality Limited, Crown Irrigation Investments Limited, Land Information New Zealand Limited, Landcorp Farming Limited, Quotable Value Limited, the Ministry for Primary Industries and New Zealand Walking Access Commission. Report of the Regulations Review Committee on the Complaint about Electricity Safety Regulations 2010. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Arts Council of New Zealand, Toi Aotearoa, and the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Broadcasting Commission. Reports of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Reviews of Air New Zealand Limited, City Rail Link Limited, Crown Infrastructure Partners Limited, Kiwi Rail Holdings Limited, Te Manatu Waka, Ministry of Transport, Airways Corporation of New Zealand Limited, Civil Aviation Authority of New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, Transpower New Zealand Limited, Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, and annual reviews of the energy sector.
The bills are set down for second reading. The report of the Regulations Review Committee is set down for consideration. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of 4 bills.
Medicines Amendment Bill, introduction. Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill, introduction. Financial Service Providers Registration and Disputes Regulation Resolution Amendment Bill introduction, and Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The House comes now to questions for oral answer. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Supplementary question. Does he agree with Christopher Luxon, quote, "What's mattering most to New Zealanders out there is what we are doing to reduce the cost of living," end quote? If so, why is his government increasing Kiwi household power bills by up to $25 a month through increased transmission charges during a cost of living crisis?
Just a reminder that questions are heard in silence. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm very proud of the efforts of our government to help New Zealanders with the cost of living. That's why we're getting control of government spending. That's why inflation's coming down. That's why interest rates are coming down. I just note that member didn't support tax relief for the first time in 14 years for low and middle income workers. We're doing everything we can to put money back in Kiwis' pockets.
Supplementary question. Is his government's decision to increase car registration fees by $50 a year, increase taxes on parking fines, and more than double the insurance levies on motor vehicles increasing or decreasing cost of living for Kiwi households?
What is improving the situation for Kiwis households is making sure that inflation is coming down, interest rates are coming down, the economy is starting to grow. It was fantastic to see the economy grow at 0.7% in Q4 last year. And importantly, Labor didn't vote for tax relief, Labor didn't vote for working for families credits, Labor didn't vote for family boost.
Thank you.
Supplementary. Will his government's plan to increase annual household insurance bills by between $400 and $948 a year increase or decrease the cost of living for Kiwi households?
We don't set insurance premiums, but what we can control is the environment, which is an economy that's incredibly well managed, to make sure that we're bringing spending down, to make sure that we're bringing inflation down, interest rates down, the economy's growing, so people have more money in their pocket, they can access higher income jobs.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris.
Prime Minister might have misheard the question when he said the government doesn't set insurance levies, given that the question was specifically about the part of household insurance that the government does set. The government is currently consulting on a proposal to increase household insurance costs by $400 to $948 per year per household.
The question is that the government or a government agency?
It's a government agency. But that is the government.
Well, if it has a separate board, then the board would make a decision. But Prime Minister might want to make that distinction.
It's a government agency, they have a separate board, they can make their own decision.
Supplementary question. Did his government's decision to reintroduce charges for pharmacy prescriptions, slash public transport subsidies, and increase the cost of rubbish disposal increase or decrease the cost of living for New Zealand families?
I'll just say to that member, I am incredibly proud of what this government is doing to help New Zealanders with the cost of living crisis. That member and his party did not vote for tax relief. They did not support the things that are helping New Zealanders improve their cost of living.
Supplementary question. Does his government's decision to increase the minimum wage by less than inflation for 2 years in a row, meaning those earning the minimum wage earn less now in real terms than 2 years ago, increase or decrease the cost of living crisis for low-income New Zealanders?
I'm proud of the fact that we are increasing entitlements by roughly the amount of inflation. But what I'm also proud about is the fact that real wage growth has grown for 5 quarters in a row, after declining for 13 quarters in a row under that government.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that levies issued by NHC, formerly EQC, are driven by risk and global reinsurance costs, and if indeed the levy does have to increase, it will be because Labor left them at an unsustainable rate?
He can't speculate on that. But he can answer the question, the body of the question. Right Honourable Prime Minister. The body of the question.
Oh, right. I agree. Insurance levies are set based off risk profiles of New Zealand.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his statement that, quote, there might be just regular annual increments in some fees and levies across the piece, but that's not a major focus, end quote, And if so, does he acknowledge that increased costs for prescription charges, electricity lines charges, car registrations, car insurance levies, survey and title fees, insurance levies, and in fact fuel excise indicate that his priority isn't fees and levies that impact everyday New Zealanders, but rather delivering tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies?
I don't talk crap.
My focus, in answering part of that question, my focus is on making sure we run a great economy so New Zealanders can get ahead. We inherited a situation where the economy was run into the ground. We are making sure that we do everything we can to get growth back into New Zealand, so we get money back into Kiwis' pockets, so they can get out of the mess that we've inherited thanks to that last government.
Question 2, Joseph Mooney.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. What recent announcements has she made regarding supermarket competition?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr. Speaker, on Sunday I outlined the government's next steps to drive more competition in the supermarket sector and deliver better grocery prices for Kiwi shoppers. I announced two things. First, a formal request for information process to identify what is needed to support a significant national-scale competitor to enter our grocery market. Second, I announced that I have commissioned specialist external advice on ways in which the existing supermarket duopoly could be restructured to improve competition. Mr. Speaker, I would note that this approach is similar to that recommended by the last Cabinet in June 2023, when Minister Duncan Webb said that it would make sense to consider the need for more detailed policy work on divestment to occur after the Commission makes its first report into the state of the grocery sector. Mr. Speaker, that report was delivered in September.
Supplementary. What response has she seen to the announcement?
Well, Mr. Speaker, there have been a range of responses welcoming the government's announcement, including from Grocery Action Group's Chair Sue Chetwin, who said the announcements were, quote, terrific news for Kiwi shoppers. Ms Chetwin said that, quote, while the many recent regulatory reforms of the supermarket sector have been worthwhile, none has effectively curbed the duopoly's market power. Well-known grocery commentator Ernie Newman said the announcements were, quote, a significant move and, quote, the good news is the sense of urgency. He added, that said, this is necessarily a long-term project. I hope that all parties in Parliament will endorse the direction of travel. Mr. Speaker, of course, the government's announcement build on our coalition commitment with New Zealand First to ensure that there is greater competition in the supermarket sector, and there are many other responses which reinforce the sentiment that change is needed, and I agree with them.
Supplementary. What other work is underway to address supermarket competition?
Mr. Speaker, the Commerce Commission is working to complete its wholesale inquiry, its analysis into land banking issues and its second grocery report. My officials are also working to get as much involvement as possible in the RFI from market players, potential entrants and investors. On that note, I was pleased to see on Sunday that Foodstuffs said in response to my announcements that it will, quote, constructively participate in the government's RFI process. I welcome their involvement.
Supplementary. When will we see the next steps towards better competition in the grocery market?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the RFI is proceeding at pace and will close after 6 weeks. In mid-2025, once I've considered the evidence from the RFI and the Commerce Commission's additional work, I will bring further recommendations to Cabinet. Depending on what I hear, I may seek Cabinet's mandate to progress further design work on structural options to improve competition in the grocery sector. If legislation is needed, I would want to introduce it before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, we need to move fast and also with due care to ensure Kiwi shoppers get the benefits of stronger competition in our supermarket sector.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I wonder if I could ask the Minister the origin of this brilliant, thoughtful, considerate policy.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the number one driver of this is the fact that all the evidence points to a lack of competition in the New Zealand supermarket sector, and in particular the fact that New Zealanders are paying more for their groceries than counterparts in other countries. This was recognised in the coalition agreement between the National Party and the New Zealand First Party, which identified this as a priority area for work. Mr Speaker, the attempts by the last government have, in the review of the Grocery Commissioner, not improved competition in this area.
The Honourable Marama Davidson, question 3.
Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by the statement of the Minister of Housing who, when asked whether his government's emergency housing policies were a success, replied, "Yes, we're very proud of it. And if so, what is he more proud of? Homelessness services across the country reporting increased homelessness, or siphoning money out of services that our most vulnerable people in Aotearoa need to survive?"
What did you do?
Well, I'm incredibly proud that in a very short period of time, this government has ended what I think is one of the blight on New Zealand's social policies. The fact that we have taken 2,000 children out of squalid motel rooms and we have put them into proper dry homes. The fact that we have taken 5,000 people off the social state housing wait list who are desperate to get a home. That is fantastic. And so we should be very proud about that, and I think the House would want to join with me on that.
Will he accept that it is his government's decisions that are resulting in reports of increasing homelessness, with less people being able to access basic supports that were available even this time last year?
No, government support is still available to people who need housing assistance and will continue to be so. But what I'm incredibly proud about is emergency motel, emergency housing has been a major challenge in New Zealand for a decade or so. We've talked about it all the time, and this government has finally done something about it through good, active management and getting the job done.
Does he understand that being denied housing support from MSD, resulting in even just one night sleeping on the street, can have lifelong consequences for our rangatahi?
There will always be government support for people in need of housing. That has not changed.
So does he stand by the statement of his Minister of Housing that, quote, "there is always support available for people who are sleeping on the streets"? And if so, why are community-based homelessness organisations saying that they are unable to get support for people who urgently need housing?
In answer to the first part of the question, yes.
Will he commit to properly resourcing community-based providers who are already supporting those doing it tough, or will our rangatahi continue to be abandoned to sleep on our streets?
I just, the member's line of questioning is not acknowledging that we had 3,141 families and households in motel accommodation in New Zealand. Completely, utterly unacceptable. This government, a government that cares about outcomes, cares about people, making sure they find housing, has reduced that to 591 families. We now have 2,000 kids out of motels in proper houses, whether that is state housing, social housing, transition housing, or the private rental market. That is a great outcome, and we are very, very proud of it.
There were at least 5 people on my right, my left, who were talking almost constantly through that answer. That is a barrage that has to stop. And the people who were part of that group of 5 will know who they are. The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr.
Question
Speaker.
4.
To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement, quote, "The government is focusing on the things that make a difference to the quality of people's lives," unquote? If so, do the changes coming in today reflect that?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, yes and yes, because the annual general adjustment changes coming into effect today help New Zealanders who are with greater increases to payments including those who are receiving superannuation, veterans' pensions and benefits, which will help them with the cost of living. Mr Speaker, I note that for those that are adjusted according to after-tax average wage, the increases are larger than they would have been otherwise because of the tax adjustments delivered by this government in its first budget.
Supplementary. Does a 35 cent per hour increase in the minimum wage, less than the rate of inflation, make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Well, Mr Speaker, the first thing I would note is that our Cabinet is mindful of the fact that the minimum wage is paid by employers, small businesses, medium businesses up and down the country. And we are conscious that in recent years they have undertaken a very difficult period in which they have faced significant inflation and rising interest rates. And we want to ensure they are now in a context where, given the choice between letting a worker go or hiring a new worker, we minimise the costs that they face and ensure that we do not put New Zealanders' jobs at risk.
Supplementary. How does the planned removal of the living wage for government contracted cleaners, caterers and security guards make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Mr Speaker, the member is referring to the procurement changes which the government is consulting on, which intend to improve the quality of New Zealanders' lives by ensuring that when government is choosing who to contract with, instead of ticking a lot of boxes, small businesses and medium businesses in New Zealand are invited to submit on the impact their business will have on New Zealand as a whole, including the jobs they create, the training they create and the positive impact they have in their community. We think this New Zealand interest test, this economic impact test is an important way to ensure we make the most of government procurement.
Supplementary. Does removing free public transport fares for under 25s and reducing public transport subsidies make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Well, Mr Speaker, in our first budget, what we did was we ensured that we were able to offer tax relief to millions of New Zealanders, fully funded by savings across government. And what we can say is that that has allowed many New Zealanders to have more money in their bank accounts than would otherwise be the case. At the same time, we have ensured that inflation is back in the target range, minimising the price increases that New Zealanders face across the general economy, which has allowed interest rates to reduce, again improving the cost of living for many families.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement she is focusing on the things that make a difference to the quality of people's lives when public transport costs and car registration fees are up, power prices, insurance levies and rates are up, but our lowest paid workers only get 35 cents an hour raise or won't receive the living wage?
Well, Mr Speaker, picking up on the last part of that question, it's important to note that minimum wage workers are in families with a range of different household circumstances, and what we have been advised is that in many cases those workers will be eligible for additional working for families and accommodation supplement support, such that in some cases a minimum wage increase will actually be eroded by the abatement in those payments that would occur otherwise. The significance of this, Mr Speaker, is that actually what New Zealand families want is pretty simple. They actually want jobs, and we're ensuring our policies support that. They want a cost of living that's under control, and we've ensured that a lower inflation rate delivers that. And they want to be part of an economy that's growing, so there are more and better paid jobs, and so that their cost of living is controlled in the medium term. The alternative approach, Mr Speaker, is that of the last government, where they sprayed the money hose around, crossed their fingers and hoped, and what it delivered was a cost of living crisis that made many New Zealanders worse off.
Question 5, Andy Foster.
Mr Speaker, thank you. My question is to the Minister for Rail and asks, is the Cook Strait Ferry replacement program on track?
The Right Honourable Winston.
Yes, by Christmas 2029, 2 brand new ferries will have rail on them, and it will save the taxpayer billions. This has met with positive reactions. Carl Findlay, Maritime Union, said, and I quote, particularly happy for the workers, quotes, who now know that they have a future. Nadine Taylor, Marlborough Mayor, said this, it's the certainty the port needs to move forward. Anthony Delaney, Senate Port, said this gives surety to all the people who rely on the provision of a safe, reliable and affordable ferry service. And Don Braid of Main Freight said this: it's a pragmatic, logical, sensible decision. And he went on to say this very important note: there's a good number of people, politicians included, who are a little naive as to how much freight actually moves by rail. And then this self-appointed economist said this: rail-enabled ferries are a no-brainer. That's Julie Ann Genter.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. How does this government's plan compare to previous plans?
Well, the greatest maritime fiction since Moby Dick was delivered by Chris Hipkinson, who said this, quotes, mega ferries wasn't the wisest decision, end of quotes. How was that? It landed big time. That's how it was.
That's enough. You can't use a question to abuse the opposition. You can talk about factual matters. Well, you didn't present it that way. Started out like we were reading a novel.
He said, how did the question, excuse me, point of order. Yeah. The question, how does the government's plan compare to 2020?
Yeah.
That's them in power. That's their decision.
That's good.
You didn't stop that, did you? So here comes the answer.
I said, the question's in order. The answer has to be as well. And so,
okay. Right.
Let's see how you go. You're a very experienced man.
He need only ask Todd Vassler from the Rail Union for an education. He said this. Well, he used to work for MC. He said, it was the infrastructure and the terminals that blew out and just kept blowing out.
Supplementary. How will the road and rail marshalling yards be different compared to Project IREX?
Well, under IREX, both yards were proposed to lift by a metre at huge expense. There's a lot of stone and concrete with new buildings, roads and a rail on top. It was far beyond the modest alterations we had planned in 2020. They said lifting yards would mean extreme weather events would not disturb the ferry operations. That would have cost hundreds and millions of dollars alone. Here's the point. Why build a halo around a car yard when you could increase the culverts to stop the build-up of water in the first place? This can be done at a fraction of the cost and means we can keep using existing yards. It's blindingly obvious to some of us, but not to those in charge between 21 and 2023. Or Mr. Hipkins.
Yeah. Supplementary. How have the terminal buildings been considered in the Minister's thinking?
We are retaining the existing terminal buildings. They are simple structures that can battle weather and earthquakes. Petition as a new concrete foundation, a steel structure, and we have been told it has a long future. Wellington's building is in the right location beside the wharf, and so certain was KiwiRail and Senate Port about the terminal's future that they started building a new baggage area months ago. The previous government's plan included unbelievably multi-storey new terminals with concrete so thick there was barely any room for the passengers and fixtures so flash even Louis XIV would have been embarrassed. While some may regret the absence of a Taj Mahal in Picton and the Sydney Opera House in Wellington, the people paying their taxes will not, and that's why over there it hurts so much. It hurts.
Labor terminal.
Question 6. Question 6, Rauri Waititi.
Kia ora, te pika. Does the Prime Minister stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Right, Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
What is he doing to address systemic violence against Māori by the police in light of 3 incidents in the past months alone where an 11-year-old autistic child was misidentified by police and forcibly medicated at the Henry Bennett Centre, a 15-year-old boy had his jaw broken by police in Napier, and Sam Matue, who was tasered, pepper sprayed by police, then died on the scene while being arrested at Oranga Point?
I won't comment on individual cases, as that member will understand, given investigations that are ongoing, but I just say that I am very, very proud of the police and I back our police.
Will he support the Māori Party policy requiring police officers to wear mandatory body cameras for their own safety and for the safety of the public? And if not, why not?
Well, I'll take my advice from the police, and if that is a tool that they wish to have, I back them with any tools that they need to do their job. But I'm very proud that our police are out there on the beat. They've increased the beat police by 30%, and the public are feeling safer in their businesses, in their homes, in their community, and that's a good thing.
Will his government implement the recommendations of the Understanding Police Delivery Report? in which the New Zealand Police found that structural racism within the policies is the reason Māori are more likely to be stopped, tasered and prosecuted than any other group? If not, why not?
I back our police. Our police are out there making sure that they catch criminals, that they keep the community safe. They do a great job. There are obviously processes where that people can have investigations or can make complaints around. But our police, each and every day, are out there protecting and serving this community, and I'm proud of them.
Does he accept any discrimination in the police?
I don't agree with statements that I have said that there is structural racial discrimination in the police at all.
Why is his government considering giving a further $1.2 billion in corporate tax cuts on top of the $3 billion he has already given to landlords, when 46% of retail trade companies paid no income tax at all in the last year?
Sorry, I don't understand the question that the member is asking. Can you repeat it?
Why is his government considering giving a further $1.2 billion in corporate tax cuts on top of the $3 billion he has already given to landlords, when 46% of retail trade companies paid no income tax at all in the last year?
Yeah. Look, well, there's no decisions that have been made, but I just say to that member, we want to make sure we get our tax and regulatory settings as good and as competitive as they can be so that we can unleash growth in this economy. We want growth, growth, growth. We want that above everything else. It's so important. It's how Kiwis get ahead, and that's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Point of order, sir.
Point of order.
The first portion of that question, why did you not intervene? It's a long-established tradition in this House, consistent with the standing orders. Any police matter that may involve investigations should not be traversed in question time.
Well, that was that's a good point. I'll have to take that on board and consider it further. I think the question was satisfactorily answered, though, in that regard. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development, are her policies working, and if not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, yes, we have been working hard to create a more proactive welfare system to support more job seekers into work. In the year to February 2025, there were 67,281 exits from the job seeker benefit into work, an increase of 11% from the year before, despite the challenging economic conditions. We also know our policies are working because 98.1% are green under the traffic light system, which means they are meeting their work obligations. Mr Speaker, our government is relentlessly focused on growing the economy because when businesses have the confidence to grow and succeed, it's good for jobs, it's good for people, and it's good for the incomes of New Zealand families.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, does she agree with the Salvation Army that, quote, says benefit sections had little to nothing to do with them finding a job? And if so, why is she pursuing a program that doesn't work?
Well, Mr Speaker, I disagree with that member because, as I said, 98.1% of those who are on benefit are complying with their work obligations. They're taking the steps they need to. The economic conditions we inherited mean it's a very challenging labour market, but despite that, there's been an 11% increase on last year of people leaving the job seeker benefit and going to a job.
Mr Speaker, point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr Speaker, the question was about the Salvation Army, not about myself, so I can put the question again if you like, there's no problem.
We'll change the answer.
Yeah, okay.
Put it again?
Yeah.
Okay. To the Minister, does she agree with the Salvation Army that, quote, said benefit sections had little to nothing to do with them finding a job? And if so, why is she pursuing a program that doesn't work?
Mr Speaker, I disagree with the Salvation Army, just like I disagree with that member.
Speaker, Mr Speaker, is the Minister comfortable with 22,000 more people on a job seeker benefit, a jump of 12% in 12 months, who are potentially made homeless as a result of her punitive sanction policies?
Mr Speaker, I'm proud of the result that our government has in terms of an 11% increase in the number of people leaving the job seeker benefit into a job. I'd love to be in a position where we didn't inherit the economic environment that we have, where high levels of inflation and interest rates mean that we're now dealing with higher levels of unemployment than we'd like. But we're dealing with the problem. We're getting people into work. We're taking the steps that are necessary. And our government is ensuring that more New Zealanders have the opportunities to be in a job.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, does she expect that more students will be arrested at the border as a result of her policy to increase interest rates on overseas borrowers?
Well, Mr Speaker, that is an operational matter, but what we are focused on our side of the government, whether it's in welfare or student loans, we want to see people fulfil their obligations. There are rights and responsibilities that they owe to other taxpayers. We expect them to fulfil them.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, how can the community have confidence in her policies when under her leadership there are 22,000 more people on the job seekers benefit? She said that she would support the workers of Kinleith. It's shut down and more people are unemployed than compared to this time last year.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, it would be great for this side of the House if we didn't inherit the unfortunate economic climate that we did. We always knew, and Treasury forecasts from the previous government as well as from our government expected unemployment rates to rise. That is indisputable. What is on record, though, is our success in actually getting people off the job seeker benefit into work. We're still ambitious. We have a target. 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker is a target that's worth working for.
Question 8, Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police and asks, what recent reports has he seen on trust and confidence in the police?
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
The New Zealand Crime and Victims Survey Cycle 7, taken from October 2023 to October 2024, showed that for the first time since the introduction of the police module to the survey, the proportion of people with high trust and confidence in police increased from 67 to 69%. This coincided with the proportion of people with no trust and confidence in police dropping to its lowest level at 2%. This research confirms that a visible presence of police and community engagement, such as the community beat teams, impact positively on trust and confidence in the police and reverse a trend of declining confidence in police.
Supplementary. What other good results for police were reported in the survey?
In Cycle 7, 74% of people who had contact with police were satisfied with that contact. The number of people who were dissatisfied decreased significantly from 16% the year prior to 12% last year.
Supplementary. Why does he think trust and confidence in police went up?
The initiative of the community beat teams has played an important role in having police visible in cities, reassuring the public. I know that police are doing outstanding work to respond to crime. The targeting of boy racers in the Hawke's Bay and Wairarapa over the last month that resulted in infringements, impoundments, or responding quickly to reports of a sighting of a person holding a firearm outside an Auckland address yesterday and seizing 2 pistols, a shotgun and a rifle. It's critical in letting communities know that police have their backs.
Supplementary. How have communities responded to the increased presence of police out and about?
Mr Speaker, I've seen a recent media query to police that asked them to comment on a poll run by the Star newspaper in Christchurch, which shows 82% of respondents feel safer as a result of beat patrols. The Canterbury Metro Area Commander responded, noting that the poll aligned with the feedback that police have been receiving and a 5.8% reduction in victimisations in his area. On this side of the House, we back our police. That stands in stark contrast to some people who now think that the Green Party has raised some legitimate issues with regards to our police.
Question 9, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Question is to the Minister of Education. Does she stand by all her statements and actions?
Mr. Speaker. Honourable Eric Stanford.
Yes, Mr Speaker, in the context they were given. In particular, my commitment to delivering a knowledge-rich year-by-year, world-leading and internationally comparable curriculum. Yesterday, the Ministry of Education released the draft Year 7 to 13 English curriculum for consultation. It is underpinned by the science of learning and designed to support teaching the basics brilliantly. It can be found there are clear progression outcomes in spelling, grammar, sentence structure, oral language, reading, writing, comprehension and oral language. The draft also proposes a new requirement for Year 12 and 13 students to consider at least one work by Shakespeare, one 19th century text and text by New Zealand authors as part of their studies. Mr Speaker, we believe in setting all Kiwi kids up for success, and this is just another step we're taking to do just that.
Supplementary. Why did she tell the House that she is, quote, kept up to date, unquote, about school lunches when she wasn't informed by Labelle's liquidation by David Seymour when he knew a week earlier and had told the Prime Minister?
Mr Speaker, because the Associate Minister and I had a conversation twice around these issues where he kept me up to date with their supply issues.
Supplementary. Why was she, as the Minister of Education, the last to know about Labelle's liquidation?
Mr Speaker, my expectation of the Associate Minister is that he was solely focused on the continuation of supply of school lunches during that period, which he was.
Stuff there, didn't he?
Does she have confidence in her Associate Minister, given he did not inform her about Labelle's liquidation when he knew 5 days earlier?
Mr Speaker, I have confidence in the Associate Minister to ensure continuation of supply during that time, which he did.
Supplementary.
Well,
why won't she step in and fix the school lunches program when research shows students are getting meals that fail nutrition standards and give them around half the energy they used to get under the old model, given the overwhelming evidence that underfed kids fall behind at school?
Mr Speaker, this delegation for school lunches is the responsibility of the Associate Minister, and any decisions around that are the decision for the Prime Minister.
True. The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that the school lunch program has been contracted to deliver meals at the same nutritional level as last year and the years prior, when nonetheless up to 40% of meals were found not to meet the contracted standard? And can she confirm, or at least tell the House, what yesterday's on-time delivery numbers were?
Mr Speaker, in response to the second part of the question, I understand that yesterday I think around 112,000 meals were delivered and the on-time delivery rate was 99.5%.
Question 10. Clay Swarbrick.
Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia e nā kōrero me nā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Does the Prime Minister think, quote, profit is a good thing, as he said in question time last week, in the context of supermarkets making $1 million in excess profits a day?
We think profit is a good thing. Excessive profits is a bad thing.
Does the Prime Minister accept that a fixation on profit at all costs leads to a rising cost of living for New Zealanders, as found in analysis through the COVID period, that rising profits contributed to more than half of domestic inflationary pressure?
Well, the member seems to have a challenge or a problem with organisations making a profit. My point is that is a good thing. They are investing, they're taking risk, they're investing capital in order to drive growth, and we support that.
Does the Prime Minister accept that the prioritisation of profit at all costs without any government intervention results in concentration of market power and higher costs of living for New Zealanders?
What I accept is that we want to tap into as much investment from overseas, domestically, in order to get more roads built, to do more mining, to do more housing, to do more schools, so that we can actually get the economy growing with great infrastructure.
Supplementary. Are there any circumstances, such as in, say, healthcare, education, or when we see it so clearly driving the cost of living, where the Prime Minister might agree that corporate profiteering is not, quote, a good thing?
Well, I just reject totally the way the member is characterising profits. The reality is that corporates and businesses, people out there, 97% of our businesses in New Zealand are small businesses. They're people who take a risk, they invest their capital, they build a business, they employ people, they grow an economy, they create opportunity and choices for families. They should be celebrated, and it's right that they make a return.
Supplementary.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could the Prime Minister please explain that if a business does not make a profit, it goes broke, and the employer and the employee, the staff and everybody loses their work?
That is exactly right. That's how it works. If you don't make money, as we saw because of a short-sighted energy policy that led to mills laying off workers because they couldn't be profitable, they couldn't make a return to cover the investments that they've got in their capital and their assets, that's exactly what happens. If you care about low and middle income working New Zealanders, you run and manage the economy as a fiscal conservative. That's what we're doing on this government.
Supplementary.
The close book.
Can the Prime Minister see, understand and articulate a difference between excessive corporate profiteering and the profits of the likes of small New Zealand-owned businesses?
Changing your tune now.
We're like your one.
Wait on, sorry. Once you've asked the question, let someone answer it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, could you repeat the question? I want this on the record.
When the House is
To the Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister understand and articulate for the public of this country the difference between excessive corporate profiteering and the likes of profits from small New Zealand-owned businesses?
I understand business and commerce well, and I just say to that member that businesses making profits is a good thing. Where there are market failures, where there is excessive profits, why we have a Commerce Commission, some guidelines, some rules around all of that, that continues under this government. But I just reject the member's degrowth mindset from her party. Yeah, that is not what New Zealand needs right now. If you are a working New Zealander and you want to create a future for your kids or your grandkids, you need growth. And for that to happen, we need free enterprise and we need companies and businesses to be able to make profits. That's not a bad thing.
Poverty mentality.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, does the Prime Minister agree that the profit motive is a key principle of a capitalist market economy? And would he advocate other forms of economic philosophy, such as, for example, Marxism?
I don't know. I'm sorry. That was asking the Prime Minister. It's asking the Prime Minister to answer a question for which he has no responsibility. He may have an opinion, but not as a Prime Minister. Those sort of questions are going to be dealt with very severely from this point.
Supplementary question.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Prime Minister or any member of his cabinet tend to take the views of someone who started a small business which went bust in about 5 weeks and then come to this Parliament and start preaching to the rest of us?
I doubt he has any particular responsibility for that. The Honourable Shane Jones.
Supplementary question. Can the Prime Minister confirm there is not only great value in Shakespeare, but there's value in a book called The Wealth of Nations, although the former has a famous saying, "We are the stuff upon which dreams are made of"?
I think there's a lot of merits in Adam Smith. Yep.
Question 11. Tangi Utakiri. I tell you what, just wait. There's a whole lot of people seem to want to have a bit of a say while you're about to speak.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. When will New Zealanders know the cost of their new Interislander ferries and how the requisite portside infrastructure will be funded?
Later this year, we will not approach this like Wellington Water, by which we mean revealing our budget while negotiating the price. That turns a buyer's market into a seller's market. When this ship and port agreements, when they are signed, the member will know the total cost and the shares between the government and the ports.
Supplementary. is he then simply kicking the costs for required portside infrastructure upgrades onto ratepayers?
Could you repeat that? Too much noise.
Repeat the question.
Is he simply then kicking the costs for required portside infrastructure upgrades onto ratepayers?
The reality is that the landside infrastructure costs and funding will be included in our ferries update, and this was the ferries update which was sent to Cabinet. As we said yesterday, today, and no doubt again tomorrow, until the lesson sinks in, we do not show the budget to the contractor. We have set aside sufficient funding, and it is in billions less than the previous government planned on spending, and Ferry Holdings will now negotiate with shipyards and ports on those matters.
Supplementary. How much disruption will New Zealanders face with fewer inter-islander sailings over the next 4.5 years until his ferries arrive, given operating the Aotearoa until 2029 is, quote, simply not possible, end quote?
Speculation.
All the advice that we have had from KiwiRail is that the requisite cargo and passenger movements will be up to scratch, and that was support by somebody from Main Freight who would know more about this than anybody in this House when he said it was just plain common sense to go forward in this way. We are going to be ahead of the market when we get these new ships as well.
Supplementary. Is the plan that he has announced after 3 months better than the deal Nicola Willis couldn't deliver in 1 year?
The reality was that Nicola Willis, as Minister of Finance, inherited a nightmare. She was facing a blowout which Treasury forecast to go to $4 billion and beyond when she was going to be... I know it's rubbish, that's your specialty. That's why I'm talking about it. It's total rubbish. And we stopped that rubbish, and the Minister then had to make a decision which became a decision weighed against other options. Was not the right decision, but she did make the right decision to look at other options. That's 2 right decisions, which is 2 right decisions unique to a Minister of Finance in the last 9 years.
Supplementary. Why is his government willing to spend more than 15 months and over $1 billion only to leave Kiwis adrift, waiting 3 years longer for new inter-islander ferries and still with no idea of how much they will cost?
Because the option was to buy 2 massive ferries for which there was no infrastructure, and repeat what's happening in Tasmania right now. They've got 2 new ferries and no infrastructure. They can't even use the ships. What's wrong with that? Well, it's not moron time over here.
Just before I call on question 12, in response to the point of order raised by the Honourable Shane Jones, police inquiries are not sub judice. And members can raise matters relating to those cases. The prohibitions through Standing Orders 116, where a prosecution or where a court is hearing a case, or if there's a question of an independent prosecution, which is Speaker's ruling 1824. Now, while members can't always know whether or not a matter is before the courts, but ministers most certainly would be expected to know that and respond accordingly. So the question, in short, was in order. Question 12, Nancy Lou.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Building and Construction. What is the government doing for lower building costs and make it easier to build?
Mr Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As I've commented before in this House in response to a similarly searching line of question previously, we want to make it more affordable and also to enable people to build more on time. So for that reason, we are working on the building costs, which have increased by 40% since 2019, and we're taking decisive action this week with what we anticipate will, with all going well, the passage of the Overseas Building Products legislation.
Supplementary. What does the Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill do?
Mr Speaker, this bill will make it easier to use high-quality building products in construction sites all across New Zealand. Currently, each of the 67 different building consent authorities approves building products, And because the councils currently have joint and several liability, they can be on the hook for as much as 100% of the total cost of a failure, and therefore they're extremely risk averse and only approve familiar products. For this reason, sir, there's often little competition, and we see the establishment of effective near monopolies. We're determined to do something about that and improve competition.
Supplementary. Will this mean a drop in building standards?
Mr. Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to address this question. The answer is, of course, absolutely not. We have designed the legislation in such a way as will ensure that only equal or higher standards from overseas are to be met in New Zealand in order for the scheme to qualify. In passing, I note that I'm pleased that across the House this point has been recognised, and we've enjoyed the support of various different political parties so far in the passage of the legislation. And I commit that we will continue to consider whether the jurisdictions overseas that we will be leaning into are comparable and credible.
Supplementary. What else is the government doing to lower building prices?
Mr. Speaker, last month we published the first annual set of data across the nation for building consent processing timeframes that takes into account the real time involved in issuing of consents. In other words, sir, we were able to highlight that in 2 out of every 3 cases, councils have been pausing the issuing of building consents. Now, whatever the reason for those pauses having been made, nevertheless, the effect is that the real-world productivity gap has not been highlighted so clearly before. And for this reason, in terms of the overseas building products, but also the other major work that we're taking on, sir, streamlining inspections, making trusted builders accountable for their work, and structural reform of the building consent authorities will continue.
That concludes oral questions. I call on Government Order Day number 1.
Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill, second reading.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Appropriation 2023-2024 Confirmation and Validation Bill be now read a second time.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is called for. The clerk will conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 102, the noes are 21. The motion is agreed.
Appropriation 2023-24 Confirmation and Validation Bill, second reading.
This bill is set down for committee stage next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 2.
Second reading of the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill.
Good. Maramino Kapakingi.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Speaker. Tēnā tātou te whare. So, any bill or act that places mokopuna and tamariki at the centre of the discussion, in our view, is worthy of debate. Pāti Māori supports the idea of improving the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register, the clarification in the Act, and making it more applicable, I guess, and workable. The proposed amendments are designed to protect, make safer places for children and young people, preventing the recurrence of abuse. 70% of children in state care are tamariki Māori. 80% of those face abuse within the system are Māori. In 2017, it was revealed that 37% of victims of sexual violence within child, youth and family care services are Māori. The recent abuse and care report delivered in this House showed up over the years how badly we have done, and I would say still poorly. The only way, Mr. Speaker, these numbers will decrease for Māori is when healthy, nutritious food is available, when warm homes and strong communities surround our mokopuna, when te reo Māori is the norm, when whānau, hapu and iwi systems are flourishing, and when cultural imperatives and cultural qualities are appreciated, understood in the systemic of public services. By the way, whānau ora is a perfect expression of all of those things, but no surprises, this has also been taken away by the government. Why? Because it works. Later this evening, we will continue the debate on the repeal of Section 7AA. How ironic it is that we're prepared to care and protect and for the most vulnerable, and this bill does that, but what we're prepared to remove in terms of the care, protection, understanding of what it means for mokopuna Māori. On the basis of these reminders, Mr. Speaker, and the points of fact reflected in this, we tautoko this next step in this bill. Tēnā tātou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Green Party in support of this bill. As we heard from my colleague Kakurangi Carter and also from our previous speaker, Mariana Meno Kapakingi, that this is an important step because at the end of the day, child sexual abuse has a devastating and lifelong impact not only on individual survivors but also on their whānau and communities. Mr. Speaker, we must also thank those people who submitted as part of the select committee process because again, this is something that is nuanced, it is complex, and it is emotional. We would like to thank the submitters who submitted on this bill and spoke on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I think broadly speaking, when we are looking at this bill, we understand the impact from those submitters that it has to their well-being and to the well-being of Tamariki in Aotearoa. We also want to acknowledge the fact that there are preliminary evidence around this by the New Zealand Police and by some of the work that has been done on looking into the evidential basis, because our understanding, and I'll come to that around the Section 7 report by the Attorney General, is that domestically and internationally, the evidence on the registry is inconclusive. However, despite that, what we can see internationally is when we have registries which are restricted to law enforcement use and are coupled with comprehensive supervision and treatment programs, including what we're seeing in Aotearoa, New Zealand, that does suggest a degree that may contribute to reduce recidivism rates. Mr. Speaker, I think for this particular scenario and for this particular bill, I really want to echo the previous speaker on the fact that we are having conversations around child protection, which is incredibly important on the same day as we are looking to repeal, and as the government is looking to repeal Section 7AA from Oranga Tamariki Act. I think in those sense, we do wonder if the child protection is at the heart of the government's decision making. And I think, and also in terms of the cultural needs that we are seeing, because we must recognize also that Māori are disproportionately harmed, both as perpetrators, offenders, but also themselves as victims of abuse, and which we come out incredibly clear and incredibly prominently in the report on state abuse and faith-based care abuse that we've seen last year. But Mr. Speaker, we must also address some of the tensions to do with this bill, and I would like to note both in terms of the Section 7 report by the Attorney General as well as the submission done by the New Zealand Law Society. Mr. Speaker, what we are seeing is this bill, there are elements of this bill that fundamentally challenge our understanding and our interpretation of the Bill of Rights Act 1990. And for us to have a section report is not something that we take lightly. I think in this case, we are looking at, particularly in the Law Society's submission on this, opposes the retrospective element of the bill. And I think this is something that is significant that we must address during the committee stage. We're also seeing there to be inconsistency around the idea of double jeopardy, but as well as in terms of other elements such as Section 25G, I believe, of the Bill of Rights Act. So, Mr. Speaker, we will be putting forward amendment papers during the committee stage to consider that will ensure that this bill follows the purpose and the intent around child protection, at the same time is done in a way that is most consistent with our Bill of Rights Act. And we would request the government to consider these amendments seriously. So with that, like I said in the beginning, that the Green Party is supportive of the bill, and we look forward to the discussion during committee stage.
Mr. Speaker.
Carl Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill enables government agencies to better manage the risk posed by child sex offenders in our community. It enhances the options, Mr. Speaker, and the effectiveness and the operation of the Child Sex Offender Register. Mr. Speaker, the harm caused by child sexual offending is significant, and it is something that we need to look to protect it and improve the protections for through this amendment bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about improving the effectiveness of the register and in turn supporting police and other agencies to make our communities safer. It requires offenders to provide additional information, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the registration around things like their locations and their activities. And I thought, for the benefit of the House and for those listening, Mr. Speaker, in a moment I'll go through some of those key changes, some of the most substantive amendments that enable that to happen. Other amendments, Mr. Speaker, will make it easier for offenders to comply with their reporting obligations, such as enabling offenders to provide some of their reporting via phone. Mr. Speaker, there are 8 substantive amendments to the bill or to the primary legislation rather, and the operation of the Child Sex Offender Register through this amendment bill. First of all, it requires offenders to report if a child is going to be living at the same address as them 48 hours prior to it happening, rather than currently it being up to 72 hours after that child moves into the location that they're at, or vice versa. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it requires offenders to report if they're attending education or training courses, and clarifies that voluntary work does require reporting. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it clarifies how locality is defined for offenders who do not have a permanent address in New Zealand. Fourthly, it enables notices to be served to offenders by electronic means, as well as a continuation of the postal option. 6, Mr. Speaker, is it requires offenders travelling out of the country to report this information at least 7 days in advance of their overseas travel, rather than the current 48 hours prior. 7, Mr. Speaker, it clarifies that where a successful application against registration happens, that information contained in the register that relates to the offender must be removed. And number 8, Mr. Speaker, it requires that a application for review, Mr. Speaker, has to be made within 28 days of registration. It removes that requirement. Indeed, I think I may have missed one of my 8 there, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to make sure I've covered all.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, ultimately this bill is another example of the national-led coalition government's focus on law and order, and, Mr. Speaker, I commend it to the House.
Speaker.
The Honourable Jenny Anderson.
Tēnā koe e te mangai o te whare. We speak in support of this bill today. It's a crucial step towards strengthening our child protection laws and also ensuring the safety of our tamariki. We stand firmly in support of this bill because fundamentally it is about safeguarding our children and providing a framework that enables that to keep occurring in New Zealand. We want to make sure that not only the police but other agencies within New Zealand have the appropriate tools to make sure our children and young people are kept as safe as they possibly can, and particularly if there are known sex offenders. It is important to be clear that this bill is not about creating a new offence. It is about ensuring that individuals who have already been convicted of sex offences to make sure, or serious crimes against children, that those people are appropriately monitored to prevent any further harm occurring within our communities. It tightens registration requirements, it increases reporting obligations, and it introduces necessary amendment to the Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Act, which was passed back in 2016. These changes, we think, will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register and enhance the ability of both police and corrections to track and manage the risks that are proposed, the risks that exist around known sex offenders. The bill introduces a series of important changes, and I'll quickly run through those. First of all, it expands the range of personal information that registered sex offenders must report. It now includes things like attending education or training courses, also ensuring that authorities can assess whether a registered offender may pose any risk to children or young people in those settings. Secondly, it requires earlier notice for a change in residence. This is an important one, Mr. Speaker. Offenders will now be required to report that a child will be residing at the same address at least 48 hours before that in fact occurs, rather than 72 hours previously. This is a really important shift as it provides the ability for earlier intervention, risk assessment, and also notification to caregivers. The third, Mr. Speaker, is enhancing the reporting requirements for travel, and I'd like to note that Labour member Greg O'Connor already had a member's bill in this space. Registered offenders must now go and report their intended travel overseas at least 7 days in advance, and instead of the 48-hour requirement. They will also be required to report their return to New Zealand within 72 hours electronically, or either they're able to do this by telephone as well. And that was opposed to the previous 10-day in-person requirement. So this ensures that authorities remain informed and can act swiftly if required to. This bill also clarifies definitions and improves the administration of the register. It includes defining what constitutes a locality of offenders without a fixed address, and allowing notices to be served electronically, not just by post, which can cause unnecessary and needless delay. These changes improve efficiency and eliminate unnecessary delays in managing registered sex offenders. The removing of the 28-day time limit for appealing registration decisions. There appeared to be no valid justification for limiting the ability of a person to challenge an error in their registration status. This amendment ensures that individuals have a right to a fair review, improving the integrity of the register. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note there has been some discussion around this on the retrospective application and human rights considerations that we also considered at committee. We noted that the majority of these amendments do in fact have a retrospective effect, and that means they will not just apply to new people on the sex offender register, but they will apply, these changes will apply to all of those people already on the sex offender register. We know that some argue that this raises concerns under the New Zealand Bill of Rights, particularly regarding freedom from double jeopardy and the right to benefit from a lesser penalty. Parliament did examine similar concerns in previous amendments to the Act and found that when balancing public interest and protecting children outweighed these considerations. The Ministry of Justice has noted the bill may also engage the right to freedom of expression under Section 14 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act due to the requirement for offenders to report certain types of information. However, these are necessary and proportionate if we want to put in adequate protections for children. We support this bill, Mr. Speaker, primarily because we want to put our children first and foremost, and we want to prevent them from incurring any harm at all. We initiated this bill, and it's good to see that it's proceeded under this government. The government has made some minor tweaks, but fundamentally it is a continuation of the same work that we started. While we acknowledge there will always be room for further improvements, we want to make sure that individuals who propose a risk to children are kept under a framework that this provides to reduce those risks as much as possible. This strengthens the existing framework that's been working well. It identifies gaps that are existing there, and it also moves with modern times to make sure that we are using electronic notifications to make sure that when a risk is being flagged, that it's being acted on as quickly as possible. We support this bill because it prioritises the well-being of our most vulnerable, our children. It is our duty as MPs and legislators to do everything in our power to prevent harm from children and young people, and we're definitely making a step in the right direction with this bill. We must always remember while we're here, Mr. Speaker, we're here to serve and protect the people of New Zealand, especially our children. While it's great to see this bill here, it will be great to see other great things provided to our children as well, like a hot, healthy lunch, like a warm, dry home, and making sure that their mum and dads earn enough money to be able to pay for the bills. Those things are also very important for tamariki growing up in New Zealand. Just as well, to grow up in a home that's free from violence. We still have a long way to go in all of those areas, Mr. Speaker, but I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill. We're in the second reading, Mr. Speaker, and the principal act with which this bill has been drafted upon is the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Act, which was formed in 2016. Mr. Speaker, essentially, if we were to just summarise what the purpose of this bill is, we're trying to reduce sexual reoffending against children, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to do that by establishing and maintaining a register of child sex offenders in a way that, as I said, reaches that goal of ours to reduce reoffending. And Mr. Speaker, as I listen to commentary across the House, particularly from our Green MPs, there's korero which they usually bring up about they question the effectiveness and the legitimacy of the Child Sex Offender Register. And I do find that quite curious, because to me, whatever avenues, whatever means we can put in place to protect our tamariki, we should be going full force with that. And also our Green member previously kind of complained about the fact that there's BORA issues, the Bill of Rights Act issues here. And if we think about it, what is the complaint? That the bill in one aspect has a retrospective effect. And for this, I thought about one of the submissions, Mr. Speaker. One of the submissions was a very short submission by Josephine Edmonds. And what she said, Mr. Speaker, which really tugged at my heartstrings: please protect all children who are harmed. Personally, Mr. Speaker, my view is I don't really care if a few rights are breached, if our children are protected. If people have done something to put our children in harm, I'm sorry, but personally, I don't care if a few rights are breached in our pursuit of keeping children protected. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Split call, Tracy McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as has been said, Labor supports this bill for very good reasons. I think it's really important to start a contribution by acknowledging the incredible harm that can be done to children, and the incredible responsibility that we have as lawmakers to make sure that whilst we're here, we are putting in place anything we can do to minimise that harm and to create good legislation. So looking at the 4 key points and the reasons why Labor will be supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, as has been said, certainly the improved information for risk assessment rates very highly. Expanding the information that offenders must report, like whether they attend education attendances or education forums, will help authorities identify situations where children could be at risk and help them certainly to respond earlier rather than after the fact, and that is incredibly important. Also, as has been noted, that earlier means by which to accommodate an earlier notification of when a child is in co-residence, moving from a post-arrival to a pre-arrival notification system, provides agencies with that requisite time that is required to do a much more robust and a much more proper risk assessment process, and take into account and take the necessary steps to protect children. As my colleague, the Honourable Ginny Anderson said, strengthening the overseas the travel requirements, and as we remember only too well, the members' bill that was in the name of our colleague Greg O'Connor, who sought something very similar to this, but this has been assumed by this bill, requiring earlier and more flexible reporting of international travel, ensures offenders are monitored appropriately, both when entering and leaving a country, because that's really important. If within one jurisdiction there is an awareness of someone on a register or someone that should have an alert, the fact that they may travel for various reasons and therefore place children overseas in harm is something that we should most definitely have a responsibility for, and including, I think, also those new qualifying offences such as exploitation for commercial sex or creation of intimate visual recordings. And that's really important, Mr. Speaker, because it ensures that the register captures that really serious risk behaviours that previously weren't explicitly specified, so it's important that we do so. The submission process was, the committee received 22 submissions to the Justice Committee and heard oral evidence from 5 submitters. The effectiveness of the register was questioned. Some called for a review of the register's overall effectiveness, but the committee did note that in 2019 there had been an evaluation, and it did show that the register was working as intended, but certainly further research is underway, with a notable study being done by the University of Waikato, expected to report back in 2027, and a PhD researcher is doing a body of work which is expected to report back next year, but certainly which preliminary results show that something as robust as 40 to 70% reduction in likelihood of reoffending when they look at the effectiveness and the efficacy of that register. So that is something that absolutely we should be building on through this process of strengthening this legislation. As has been mentioned, the retrospective application raised some concerns, as all retrospective elements do. In this case, it just simply wouldn't make sense not to include those 4,000 people that are already on that register, and expect that there be some retrospectivity in terms of monitoring that future behaviour. And Mr. Speaker, there was also some suggestions about changes of wording, and particularly in relation to those qualifying offences. But in this case, the committee suggested, or certainly found, that those particular suggestions were out of scope and emphasised, I I think quite correctly, the need to remain as consistent as we possibly can with the original legislation. So Labor supports the bill as a continuation of the earlier work and our earlier efforts to enhance child protection laws. The amendments we find are targeted. We think it is evidence-based, which is incredibly important, and ultimately it helps ensure that the register remains exactly what it should be, and that is an effective tool for the management of risk of reoffending. Thank you.
Greg Fleming.
Oku te maringa nui ia wā, te tū ki tēnei I roto tēnei whari, tēnei wā kia tautoko ai tēnei piri. The bill is the Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill, and Mr Speaker, it's a good and a very thoughtful piece of legislation and a step forward. Can I acknowledge the detailed and excellent contributions of members across the House to this bill? Can I also acknowledge the broad support that the bill has at this stage? It's always a pleasure to be part of a thoughtful and largely bipartisan legislative process. Can I acknowledge my good friend and the chair of the Petition Select Committee, Greg O'Connor, for the advocacy work that he has done in this space, and it's pleasing to see that work incorporated here. Can I also acknowledge the hard work of the Justice Committee, all the members therein who have listened carefully to, I understand there were 22 submissions with oral evidence provided by 5 submitters, and there were a number of very thoughtful contributions made there that have clearly made their way through to shaping the legislation, and I very much look forward to the committee of the whole House where we can consider the legislation in even more detail. But at this point, Mr Speaker, it is my pleasure to end my short call there and commend the bill to the House.
Call on Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. Look, it's a pleasure to rise and take what will be, I'm sure, a short call in support of this bill. I want to acknowledge the work of members of the Justice Committee that considered the public submissions to this. Members have talked about the nature of the submissions and the numbers, so I won't delve too far into that. But when we step back and have a look at what this bill is seeking to do, is it's seeking to expand the personal level of information that is provided for those who are on the register, but also the timeliness within which that information would be provided. My colleague, Dr Tracy McClellan, talked about the extension to qualifying offences, and there are a few there. The interesting point, sir, is that with the agility of technology and as times have changed, some of those qualifying offences as defined didn't exist in the current form at the time of this legislation was perhaps introduced. So I guess one of the questions moving forward is how the legislation and the register would respond to the changing dynamics that technology and a future focus might bring as well. Mr Speaker, it's interesting when one has a look at the Select Committee report into the various aspects that were covered off. What I think is quite pleasing is that the time frame or the window within which the information would be required to be provided by someone who is on the register is largely tightened. So whether it's about notification as to when they were travelling overseas, instead of that being a 48-hour window prior to leaving, it's 7 days. Likewise, when they return to New Zealand, instead of it being a 10-day window, it's 72 hours. So there are these little tweaks that I think will make a huge difference and will mitigate risks that might be posed. And of course, it's over to the agencies involved to consider those. Final point I'll make, sir, is it's interesting when one reads about a sort of retrospective approach to things, because often it's a concern where legislation is passed and it has a retrospective sort of dimension to it. And the Attorney General, I understand in her report, sort of signalled that as a concern. The difficulty, of course, is that with this bill, if a retrospective approach was not to be applied, then basically the level of information that would be provided for those who would effectively go onto the register after the date of commencement would be required to provide a more detailed level of information and to meet those timeframes than those who were already on it. So I think it's not an easy view for someone to set aside some of those concerns, but I think on this particular occasion those balanced considerations are justified to set them aside. So I join with other colleagues around the House in commending this bill to the House.
Tom Rutherford.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And as the last speaker on this bill at its second reading, it is a really good opportunity to reflect on the contributions we've heard this afternoon and previously when the House was deliberating on the legislation as well prior to it being interrupted. And it is good to hear good support from a variety of different political parties in this place, looking to see that we are rectifying an issue in our society and that we've got the support of other parties to make that happen. Credit to Mark Mitchell, the Minister of Police, leading the legislation. Credit to colleagues of every political party who sit on the Justice Select Committee for their deliberation and hard work on this legislation, and to those who submitted to the legislation and gave oral submissions to the Select Committee as well. Ultimately, Mr Speaker, the principal focus of this legislation is to reduce sexual reoffending and offending against children by establishing and maintaining a public register of child sex offenders. It's pretty basic, pretty straightforward, pretty simple thing that I can't believe in 2025 we don't have already established, and so it's a good thing to be stepping in that direction. The good thing about this is the purpose of the bill is to improve safety for children and young people in our communities. As the youngest member of the government, that's close to my heart. It's important that we make sure our next generations coming through, that we have done everything we possibly can to give them the best possible opportunity at life, and by providing them the protection they need and they deserve, and the safety from those who commit heinous crimes against the most vulnerable in our community. And this register will do exactly that. And this is part of our wider focus as a government to restore law and order in this country and ensure that everyone has the opportunity at life and can feel protected no matter their age or stage. And ultimately, Mr Speaker, the bill will improve the effectiveness of the Child Sex Offender Register and help registry staff assess and manage the risks presented by child sex offenders living in the community. And that's a good thing. And it will ensure our vulnerable and our young people coming through are protected from those who commit these terrible crimes. And therefore, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Child Protection, Child Sex Offender Government Agency Registration Amendment Bill, second reading.
I call on Government Order of the Day number 3.
Building, Overseas Building Products, Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Building, Overseas Building Products, Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill.
You're supposed to make an entrance, not an exit, aren't you?
Some of us should definitely make an exit.
Hello. Members, the House is in committee to consider the Building, Overseas Building Products, Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill. We start with the debate on Part 1, which is the debate on clauses 4 to 8, amendments to Part 1 and 2 of the Principal Act. The question is that Part 1 stand part.
Mr Chair.
The Honourable Chris Pink.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and just to acknowledge members in the committee. I'll keep my opening remarks brief, but I do just want to state for the public record I was very pleased with the debate at the second reading. Members across the House engaged in good faith in the very serious undertaking that we are making. I'm grateful for the support of the parties, not only in their comments but also their votes, of course, importantly. And I acknowledge that Aotearoa Williams was kind enough to signal a couple of the areas in which she will be asking questions. So with no further ado, I'll resume my seat and look forward to that discussion.
Mr Chair.
Aotearoa Williams.
Thank you, Mr Chair, for the opportunity to take a call on this Part 1 of Building and Overseas Building Product Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill. Part 1 deals with the regulatory making powers that will be set out for the Chief Executive and the Minister. So basically all of the opposition MPs' questions will fit into these parts because anything that the bill does will be sort of in those two clauses. So we do have, I have 6 questions to start off with the Minister around the intent of granting powers to the Chief Executive and to the Minister, whoever that Minister may be, as the Minister said in his second reading speech, about how to create the changes that the government is proposing will be made by this bill, and those changes that have sort of been advertised and well canvassed with the industry. I want to make sure that this bill is doing what it says it does on the tin. So my first question of the 6 is, the government is aiming to improve competition and lower building costs with this. What advice has the Minister had to show that these changes will actually lead to lower prices for consumers rather than just benefiting the larger importers and merchants? That's something that the committee heard a lot of evidence from various groups. I think we had 44 submitters who were interested in the bill, but because they are all from disparate parts of the industry, it's not something that any sort of one submitter could tell us, and it wasn't something that they were focused on. The next question is, how does the bill ensure that recognising groups of overseas standards will not lead to a lowering of building quality or safety standards in New Zealand? That's given effect in the next section, it's section 7 and 6. The next question is, what process will be used to determine which overseas standards and certification schemes are robust enough to be accepted? Who will oversee that decision making? And my next question is, the aim of streamlining the use of international standards is something that the committee really grappled with. And I think other members in this House have discussed in their speeches a real enthusiasm to be using international standards which are at the same standard as or much better than New Zealand's. So how do we streamline those standards by moving them into the new regulatory instrument? And how will that affect designers, builders and consent authorities in practice? The worry here is unintended delays for people who are already using products which meet those international standards but might need to do it again. Many in the South will have had representations from industry groups or importers about this particular problem, particularly about confusion over the different rules that they could be using. And some of those rules that do let them use that now in the Act seem to overlap a little bit with these changes. The next question is, the bill mandates that building consent authorities must accept certain overseas certified products. So what protections are in place to ensure that the product meet or exceed the durability and safety requirements that those building consent authorities have been using? And the last question is, given that 90% of building products are already imported for use in New Zealand, how does this bill ensure that local manufacturers remain competitive and are not disadvantaged by easier access to overseas products? I ran out of time to discuss this with the Minister in my second reading speech, but it was something that the committee is also very interested in, about how those local Kiwi businesses that are making great strides to create eco-friendly or alternative options, perhaps they're safer, perhaps they have a higher safety standard for their fire ratings because of New Zealand's track record with fire risk, or perhaps they are using waste products to turn them into plasterboard. These sorts of businesses that are doing really interesting things in the New Zealand market because of New Zealand's other challenges, like with recycling for these products, are businesses that we should be making sure they have the conditions to thrive. These are businesses that have already gone through what was a very, very rigorous set of compliance standards. So how will they be affected now by overseas products that are able to compete with them and not be at the standards that they were held to prior? And especially for those businesses that, they're absolutely not at a scale where they are looking to export overseas. They're looking for the domestic market because that is what their scale allows them to do. And now that they've met those very high standards, can they be assured that they will have some level of competitiveness in the New Zealand market, or are we just setting them adrift?
Mr. Chair, I apologise to other members of the committee, but grateful for the questions. I counted, I think, no fewer than 6 from Arana Williams. Going through those in turn, sir. First, the benefit in terms of increased competition and adding some price pressure in a positive way for the Kiwi consumer is based on the idea, of course, as in a market economy, that the greater degree of competition, the more that the the price of the product or the goods or services for that matter will tend towards the minimum at which it can be produced, including of course that with the benefit of innovation one can get to that point much more readily, and so we think that's a useful mechanism, and countries like New Zealand have believed this for many years, and it was highlighted in the 2022 Commerce Commission report on building materials on which the idea for this legislation is partly based. And I would just add, in addition to that point around competition and therefore price pressure, that of course innovation, which the member also rightly mentioned, and of course resilience are other aims of the bill in terms of opening up the availability of products from different places around the world. Second, in terms of the standards, the assurance that we have given and that we will rigorously hold ourselves to as a government, but relying on expert advice, is that the standards be equal to or higher than those that currently apply in New Zealand to the respective building material types. Third, in terms of decision making, who oversees? I actually originally wrote the word overseas incorrectly. It's overseas in the sense of oversight as opposed to non-New Zealand jurisdictions. So thank you for confusing me on that point, if not the others. In terms of the oversight then that it's provided, clearly there's a process that's set out in the legislation, and without going through it fully, I will note that of course the Minister from time to time, like the Chief Executive of MB, who have similar powers in terms of being able to approve products, are guided by the advice of MB, and in turn that is informed by expert opinion from outside MB, acknowledging there is expert opinion within MB as well, industry expertise, and of course all the users of these materials are able to contact the government and be part of that discussion. The broader the discussion is, the more helpful it will be in terms of providing the kinds of materials, products and therefore outcomes that we all seek. Fourth, in terms of how there is a streamlining effect, the member asks, and I hope that I've understood your question correctly, how we avoid the possibility that there will be unintended consequences whereby people who are already going through a different process might experience delays by seeking an approval under this mechanism. The answer is that this is an additional method by which products could be approved. So if a tradesperson or a consumer, the Kiwi battler seeking to have a home built at a reasonable price, is already in the stages of getting approval through their local building consent authority or through the code mark regime, maybe on the basis of brands testing taking place and giving some comfort or assurance there, then they'll be welcome to continue to do that. We're not taking that pathway away. We're actually increasing the range of methods by which it will be possible to have building consent or products approved. In terms of protections, in terms of the assurance, again, leaning on expertise rather than it being the Minister himself or herself in the future, as it may be, making the decisions. So the assurances, for example, by reference to the Building Advisory Panel, who are available for purposes such as this, providing that expert advice to government. Finally, for now, in terms of the point that the member rightly makes that 90% of products at the moment are sourced either wholly or in part from overseas, and thinking about the innovation that's taking place in this country, and of course she's right to reference the technique whereby waste materials are turned into boards. In fact, there's an example of that, a stone's throw away in terms of the work that's going on, as actually will be part of the new parliamentary precinct. And certainly acknowledging that point in those within New Zealand who are doing that work. A couple of points. First of all, of course it's important to consider suppliers, but from the consumer point of view, it's also worth considering the effect of competition being advantageous to them. But more importantly, from the suppliers and manufacturers' point of view in New Zealand, the fact that they can measure their work against overseas standards, have that accepted in New Zealand, and immediately be export available and export ready and export attractive, I think will be actually quite helpful for them indeed. But of course, it will always be easier for Kiwi suppliers and manufacturers because you don't have the export costs and the supply chain implications that those from overseas currently face.
Williams.
Thank you, Minister, for that very helpful answer. While he was giving me an answer, I was helpfully handed by the Chamber Attendants the Residential Building Supplies Market Study from the Commerce Commission that was published on the 6th of December 2022. And it led to some very useful work by the government of the day and then by this government on competition in the sector. And given the Minister's answers around the use of competition as a way to bring down prices of building supplies, I want to just delve into that with one question, Mr. Chair. Does the Minister envision the regulations that are to be written in line with the two powers granted under the primary legislation to the Minister and to the Chief Executive of MB? Will that regulation likely consider the impact of both large suppliers and vertically integrated companies using their market dominance to block competition, as was suggested by this study, even with the easier access to overseas building products? This is still something that may be a feature of the New Zealand market for building supplies, given that in the existing legislation there is already a power to have recognised some overseas building products. This does, we think, make it easier, but there has already been that power, and a lot of the, scepticism from the industry about whether real competition will be brought about by this legislation has to do with whether that will be able to be taken up, or whether the market dominance of the existing players in the New Zealand market will mean that new overseas products can't really establish a market for themselves here.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there will certainly be more competition, not less, as a result of the legislation. As to whether bad faith actors might in the future hypothetically attempt to act in a way that's anti-competitive, if they were to do so, that would be a matter for the Commerce Commission.
Dr. Lawrence Zunan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have two short questions, because I can see that the Honourable Kieran McNulty is also eager to ask the Minister some questions. First of all, thank you so much, Minister, for your explanations. I always find that this Minister's contributions to be particularly helpful and educational, so thank you very much. So I would like to just kind of follow on from what my colleague Arana Williams was referring to, particularly when we look at Section 4 of Part 1 of this bill on Section 7 amended. There are two things, one of which I have a question for, and the other one's on the back of something the Minister mentioned before. The first question is around sort of overseas standards organizations, and also in terms of when we're looking at the broader context of this bill, when we're looking at overseas building products, would the Minister be able to sort of elucidate around how that interacts with, for example, something like the Green Star ratings, both for commercial and also for residential, whether you will see that the way that we import some of those materials or export some of the materials potentially will have an interaction, and just in terms of consistency with that overall level of compliance. The second question I have, which is what the Minister mentioned before around trade and export, which I found particularly it's within my area of interest. And one of the things that the Minister might be aware of is that recently there has been this discussion around agreement on climate change, trade and sustainability. It was one of the things that was announced a little while ago and was ratified a little while ago as well. I was signed a little while ago, and one particular part of that was around the removal of, for example, tariffs over environmental goods. And I was just curious to know from the Minister, because the Minister mentioned about in terms of some of these and in terms of compliance, in terms of exports, and particularly when we're looking at things that are overall supposed to provide better sustainability and environmental goods, and timber being one of them, potentially being one of them, do you see any potential interactions with the ACCTS with that regard, knowing that that agreement still has reasonably few countries that are kind of signed up to it, but it might potentially, something like this, open doors to other available markets? So those are my two questions, one on Green Star rating and the other one on kind of some of the broader ideas around trade of environmental goods.
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the member for his always thoughtful questions, and again, if I may reciprocate, educational, even in the way that they're framed and put forward. Between the member himself and his colleague, the Honourable Julianne Genter, in her comments at second reading, the focus from collectively the Green Party of Aotearoa in relation to sustainable building practices that might be augmented. I think that's a really helpful conversation. In general terms, I'd observe that improving the range of products as well as the depth, I suppose, of the availability of existing products will be useful from the point of view of encouraging sustainable building practices. The innovation that's thereby encouraged, I think, will be something we can recognise in coming up with systems that relate to recognising sustainable buildings, encouraging and enabling, if not mandating. Then, and more particularly, to answer the first part of the member's question around the different rating systems, Green Star rating systems and others, for example, Neighbours, which is an Australian-based system, appropriately enough. Everyone needs good neighbours, but to the extent that these can and do already exist in New Zealand, there's a degree to which those can sort of translate already, and certainly those systems voluntarily being entered into and complied with, for want of a better phrase, in New Zealand can make the use of the known properties of overseas products to the extent that those are also used in Green Star and other sustainable certification systems overseas. So I think it's helpful in that regard. Julianne Genter mentioned the high quality / sustainable practices in the German jurisdiction that she's aware of, and certainly my layperson understanding is that in Germany and elsewhere in the EU they are probably ahead of us in many of these respects, so quite exciting to think that we'll be able to tap into that with not a specific reference to plumbing products in very short order. In terms of opening the door to international agreements and trading along these lines, I think it can only be helpful. I know that other countries in the world, of course in the world, other countries are interested in these matters, and they will want to know that New Zealand is also interested in the space, and will be able to say more about what that might look like in terms of government policy beyond the scope of this bill in due course.
The Honourable Kieran McAnulty.
Very much, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister for his answers. I want to build on a question asked by my friend and colleague Oranga Williams and the subsequent response from the Minister around competition. Now, the Minister is correct in the sense that after this passes, the Commerce Commission will be responsible for monitoring this, but now is the time to provide those reassurances. And I don't think it's satisfactory to just simply say that this will likely lead to more competition. That in itself, in isolation, is true. But we've got to recognise that the Commerce Commission has identified that part of the issue is not just supply but competition. Now the two are actually different. So yes, we're going to see as a result of this bill an increase in supply from overseas made and assessed products. But a lot of those products will be made by large multinational corporations who actually, through their size, can prevent other overseas products coming in. And we would like to know what provisions the Minister intends to include through regulation to ensure that that doesn't happen. Now, we've got to recognise that the supply chain here is incredibly complex, and it's not just a case of accessing building material that is made and assessed overseas. It's also a case of ensuring that local producers and manufacturers get a fair crack as well. Now, most members in this House will be able to point to local manufacturers in the areas that they live. I certainly can think of where I live in Wairarapa, a number of manufacturers that are producing products that are of high standard and will be able to compete with overseas produced products in terms of quality, but we need to ensure that they get fair access as well. A lot of the things that are happening in this bill is good news for local manufacturers, particularly the work around ensuring that the consenting authorities are open to different products. That's been part of the problem, and many of the things that the Minister is putting to the House today builds on the work of the previous government, and recognising that actually this House supports this bill. So these questions are in good faith. We need to ensure that this not only leads to an increase in a variety of products, but in a true competitive market. Now, what we mean by that is not just to ensure that the Commerce Commission reports on it, because we know they will, and they have. But that doesn't necessarily lead to the solutions that we ensure. My fear is that what will happen in practice is this bill comes in and the new regime is underway. A review of that doesn't happen immediately. We need to wait and see how it's working and assess that, and then reflect on that, and then look at what changes could be made to improve it. If we don't get it right now and the House isn't given the assurances it desires now, my worry is that local producers might be undercut and might go under in the meantime. And so it is important, I think, Minister, that the House gets a clear understanding of your intentions from this bill to ensure that the market is truly competitive and that doesn't undercut and undermine local producers who up until now haven't had a fair crack. The idea of this is to give them one, but we need to make sure that it'll actually happen.
Alana Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question relating to Section 6, 1 of the bill, and also 8, which amends 25B of the Principal Act. The question it's not a new issue, but I'm asking the Minister how this bill deals with it differently around overseas building standards not being comparable to New Zealand's because they verify at sort of a different level. Ours is based around the building code, which sets out minimum standards, whereas other overseas certification schemes may have different thresholds for compliance and different levels of compliance. So the question is, how does this, how will the regulations ensure that imported products are tested in the system that they are authorised under to meet not only the basic compliance standards but also long-term performance standards for durability, other standards like insulation and energy efficiency that we are trying to test for. And my other question is that given New Zealand's building code sets minimum standards and is that kind of regime, but some of those lag behind most international codes, particularly for things like warm, dry, energy efficient products in their best use. What safeguards will we have in place to ensure that the overseas building products that we are bringing in, will we have a different way of treating products from regimes where those standards have a sort of minimum compliance and then another level of compliance, or will we test sort of each level of compliance to see whether it complies with New Zealand standards rather than just sort of figuring that it meets our current minimum standards and so we don't need to go further than that?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the members for their questions and comments. Starting with the points made by the Honourable Kieran McAnulty. He's right, of course, to highlight the centrality of the Commerce Commission role in all of this, and I'll just take us back to the year 2022 and the Residential Building Supplies Market Study and the recommendations, which included exploring ways to remove impediments to product substitution and variations. And I do just want to note that as part of this broader piece of work, easing of the rules around minor variations and customisations, actually by allowing greater clarity in that space, I think is part of the way that we can assist to introduce New Zealand and smaller overseas building suppliers' products into New Zealand buildings. Notwithstanding that a designer might have initially specified a particular product that's well known to them, or perhaps is produced by a large player with a big marketing and sponsorship budget, a builder or another tradesperson, or back to the designer himself or herself, could actually have that product substituted along the way more readily as a result of that. In terms of the Commerce Commission, it's true that a review in due course might have observations about how well the new regime is working, but it's also the case that as part of the regulatory function of the Commerce Commission that they are able to undertake at any time reviews or answer questions of whether market dominance is leading to unfair results that are anti-competitive in their nature, along with individual practices that might be alleged to have occurred. So I think contemplating a review that might take place sometime in the future doesn't actually represent the gap that Mr McAnulty is suggesting, if I've understood him correctly, given that the Commerce Commission has those other functions and powers in the meantime. Second, in terms of assurances that I'm able to give about market dominance, including for the possibility of large overseas providers, well, I can't give any such assurance. I don't have a crystal ball, but I know that by increasing competition overall, it's near inevitable that the Kiwi consumer will be better off in each individual case, and to mitigate away the possibility, theoretical as it may be, that there'll be unintended consequences in any individual case, we can think about the fact that there are natural barriers in the case of overseas products, which is transporting the physical goods here. We're very remote, and so, naturally there is a cost, and there is uncertainty associated with supply chains always. And in terms of barriers being established to the acceptance of products, be they overseas or local ones, to the extent that these are more difficult for smaller players to achieve, they represent a barrier that in itself represents the antithesis of a competitive market. So I think it's reasonable or more than reasonable to assume and to expect that there will be an effect of increasing competition, and a thumb on the scale will remain in favour of New Zealand suppliers and manufacturers for that reason. Third, in terms of liability, and I think the member might have been referencing the point around building consent authorities having to take note of overseas approved products, or New Zealand products approved against overseas standards, and of course to the extent that local councils, being building consent authorities, are required to deem as approved these products under this regime, they will not be liable for any adverse consequences of doing so. In terms of the use of the product, to the extent that that's checked by inspections, yes, liability will remain on the current footprint of the scheme, but that's as you would expect. And just to be clear, we've outlined, I think, quite carefully in the legislation that liability won't attach to councils where they are simply giving effect to the policy choices made by central government through this bill. And then in terms of Arena Williams' latter contribution, how we are to measure that minimum standards have been met. Well, under the Building Act and the Building Code currently, we've got quite a flexible approach to the way that it can be demonstrated that standards have been met. There can be either quite a prescriptive following of certain ways of operating and systems, but also some flexibility can be demonstrated. And the flexibility is a trade-off, of course, with the certainty of the other method, but certainly between those at the moment we've got a couple of different ways that you can demonstrate that a product complies. We're not seeking to change that.
Tangi Utakiri.
Kia ora, Mr Chair. Thank you, and thank the Minister for his responses. I was a member of the Select Committee that listened to a number of industry participants and others who were really keen to ensure that that level of competition and price point is driven down. One of the points that was a real point of conversation, I guess, was also the role that council. I'm pleased to hear that the Minister has confirmed the inability for liability to be attached to councils, provided that councils actually are making decisions in line with the legislation, although that would sit at that sort of QA level prior to that. I have some questions for the Minister, and this really sort of lends itself to the lower cost of building. I mean, that's really a key driver behind the legislation, as the Minister has indicated. My question is around that monitoring aspect that the government intends to sort of take to ensure that that is actually happening. And I appreciate the Minister says he doesn't have a crystal ball in terms of gazing into the future. But if we're in a situation where the changes that are proposed are not leading to that price point dropping, as everyone anticipates, what provision in the legislation, and if the Minister can point to a particular aspect in the legislation that identifies a mechanism or a lever for the government to step in and do something in that space, or maybe it's not, but just interested in, this is the genesis of it, but in practice, if it's not actually sort of flowing through to consumers, then what is the approach within that? The other part of that question to the Minister, Mr Chair, is when we set aside the building products, and this sort of, talk about the cost of building products, and this is an issue that many home builders and others in the consumer space are facing all the time, a large chunk of the actual cost when it comes to building construction lies within labour, lies within GST, lies within the professional services that make up the bulk of those remaining costs. So has the Minister considered how product innovation or process innovation to capture those particular aspects can lead to more competition and the driving down of that price point? So I'd be interested to sort of get the Minister's responses in those areas.
Mr Chair. Thank you, Mr Chair. Thanks to Mr Tangi Utikiri for the thoughtful questions. On the second point, process innovations are part of the building reform work that we are doing more generally, but not within this bill, except to the extent that standards and certification systems and so on might lend themselves to improved processes. Beyond the bill, I suppose it's a matter of watch this space. But I think it's fair to say, in light of that point being raised by the member and also that conversation more generally about the liability of building consent authorities, that the liability question, as at now, joint and several for each of those councils, is something we're looking to address more broadly. So I look forward to continuing to converse with him outside the scope of this bill on those matters. And second point that I'm raising, but his first, was in relation to lowered costs more generally. He's right to observe that increasing the affordability of building, including residential homes, but not only those, is a major focus for us, and I know other members of the House are interested in that kaupapa too. I would point out, however, in answer to his question, there isn't a specific provision in this bill that would trigger some sort of particular government reaction in the event that building costs don't come down. I suppose I would be remiss not to point out that the aim is to apply downward pressure on prices. One doesn't say that they'll necessarily go down, because if they go up for other reasons, but nevertheless as a result of this legislation they're lower than they otherwise might be, then obviously I can't, again, I don't have a crystal ball, but we're doing what we can, and I think it's a useful step in the right direction in this regard.
And I just note, members, at the moment that we'll be looking for some reasonably specific questions now. The Minister's been, unlike many of his colleagues, been fulsome and actually quite direct in his replies, therefore is covering a lot of this ground. So just invite members to be now point to some specific part of the Act to accompany their question. Anna Williams.
Then my question to the Minister is, what impact will the regulations made under Section 5 and Section 6 in Part 1 have on off-site manufacturers who both purchase key building materials and supply prefabricated components or modular builds? I ask the question because Fletcher Building's Clevercore prefab house building factory in my electorate of Maririwa in Wiri will shut today, and it will be replaced next year by a placemaker's frame and truss plant. And the reason I ask that is because one of the reasons they cited for that closure was an unfavourable government policy. The building products regulations are something that could help the sector in New Zealand that creates and supplies modular builds and prefabricated components. And my second question in that is whether off-site manufacturing has the potential to improve competition and efficiency in the building sector, as this bill is aimed to do, and whether this bill will give the regulation making power required to be able to enable some of that competition being driven at that part of the supply chain.
Mr Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. The member makes a good point. Off-site manufacturing, or OSM, represents a huge opportunity for greater productivity, including by way of economy of scale and other associated benefits in terms of the way that buildings are constructed in this country, thinking worker health and safety and so on, as well as the productivity gains in their own right. And I think it's fair to say that this kind of regime will enable that purchase at scale of products, which again will have through the competition that the bill will enable to increase, will have a positive effect for the likes of the soon-to-be closed Clevercore factory. I regret its closure. I note that they've found it difficult, according to public reporting, to operate over the last few years. Clearly, the construction sector in general has taken a major hit over the last 3 or so years, but we wish its successors in that particular site, which I too have visited, all the best, along with everyone else looking to come out the other side of a difficult time for the construction sector.
Scott Willis.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I appreciate being able to take my first call on this and the Minister's excellent answers. I'm really interested in Section 8, new Section 25B, subsection 2, thinking about the list of building products, specifications, and really mindful of the decarbonisation efforts that we have as a country and the reform of our science sector towards from CRIs to pros, wondering where the bioeconomy fits into this. If we're thinking about products like hempcrete, for example, wool insulation to support our rural communities, to support the restoration of manufacturing in the country, to think about what we can do with timber that we haven't yet done, things that Scion is an excellent advocate for and has been working on, and how we might retool some of the manufacturing plants that have closed down to start building manufacturing. How do those things fit, and how do the proponents of really local systems that have had challenges in our construction sector, such as earth building, light earth, straw bale, how do they fit? Because they are, if we're thinking about the decarbonisation efforts, they are also a really important part of the construction sector, but we recognise, and we are in support of this bill, we recognise that it has been dominated by very few players. And my concern is, I guess, that we don't want to simply add on cheaper products from other jurisdictions when we also have a wealth of innovation here in Aotearoa. How are we going to ensure that we bring that to the fore and we support those, and what are the ways in which, if I can grab my colleague's document, the under 25B, if we're thinking about the physical properties, the installation, the fabrication, B, E and G, are these elements that are going to be considered by the Minister when we're thinking about how we make sure we have a construction sector that has access to materials and a cheaper, more localised way of doing things to speed up innovation in the sector? And I do have a slight follow-up. I think I've got a little bit of time, if I can, and I'd like to reflect on the Honourable Member Tangi's presentation on product innovation and process innovation. If we think about local producers like Foreman's, for example, who use structural insulated panels, which is sort of a clip and a screw and glue approach to do fast builds, what are we doing, particularly with process? And I know that the Minister's addressed this, but we already have products here that we can build so much quicker. And we've got example of that when the railways used to build all those fantastic railway homes. Are we thinking about that type of patterned build using known products that we already have, but that struggle through the building code? So this is a code question as well. I appreciate the Minister.
Chair, thank you. And I thank the member for his very thoughtful questions. I love that he's emphasised the wealth of innovation that we have already here in Aotearoa, to use his phrase. And of course he's right. And of course he's right too that there are many products, and I use that term in the broad sense of the phrase, that could be used much more extensively than they already are. Although, again, he rightly references wool, which is known to have very helpful products in terms of health and sustainability and other desirable features. So it seems strange if I put a product like wool in the same sense as innovation, because of course in a way it's back to the future. And looking at the terms of new Section 25B, and the word manufacture. I mean, he'll know the etymology. It's sort of literally making by hand, and yet obviously in the modern parlance it implies great factories with Industry 4.0 churning out of physical products that are anything but natural. However, of course this point's the right one, but I do emphasise that the legislation is agnostic as to type of material. I mean, it's my personal belief that we can and should make much better use of such products, and it seems to me there's nothing here that would preclude that. And I take the point that he's, I think, arguing for something that would be more positively moving in that direction. We're not moving away from it, put it like that. And I would just perhaps put out a more general challenge to the building sector in this country, and to say to some extent these are legal or legislative questions, but to some extent they're cultural too. I think we have a very conservative building sector, and there are good reasons to be conservative, where there are questions of quality and obviously we don't want people to be at risk of having homes or other buildings that are substandard because we're being experimental, but at the same time I think there's scope for being more innovative, and it's my hope that this will allow that from overseas, but also in terms of Kiwi manufacturers who can measure against standards that are known and accepted, for example in the likes of Germany, as referenced by the Honourable Julian Genter, and that through that we'll be better off in the way that the members described.
The Honourable David Parker.
Mr Chairman, I'm going to talk to my proposed amendment to Clause 8 of the bill, which adds a proposed Section 25B subsection 5 to the new Section 25B, which is proposed by Clause 8 of the bill. Now, Mr Speaker, I know looking around the House here that it just drives everyone in this House crazy about the rise of the administrative state, whether it's a consequence of word processors and computers or the internet. I don't know what it is. It's a combination of these factors, but the mad level of detail that is required just about across any area that has been regulated in this country drives us all spare. And I see the Honourable Andrew Bailey there. I know I've spoken to him about the biblical length of prospectuses that is now required for new capital raisings, which is so long that people never read the damn things, and the big risks are missed in the mass of detail that is there for people to wade through. And I know that the Honourable Andrew Hoggard has experienced similar frustrations with farm plans, with the inability for us to do a practical farm plan without requiring repetition for what's already been done by industry organisation plans, tweaked a little bit. And I'm completely on side with both the Honourable Andrew Hoggard with his efforts in that regard to make these things practical and cost effective, and Andrew Bailey's efforts in respect of the prospectus space. But it's even worse in the building control space. And I suspect just about everyone in this House has experienced it. Just this last week, I had an architect of over 50 years' experience, Malcolm Walker, come to see me saying he's putting together a group of architects to go to complain to the Auckland City Council about what they're doing. Because now you can have a product that is an acceptable building solution for which there is a specification, and now the council will require you to lodge the specification, not just list the product. So the specification already exists. We've already got a licensing regime for architects and for licensed building practitioners, and they've got the obligation to build these things in accordance with the specification. But these people in the Auckland Council are saying when you file the application, you've got to refile the specification. The papers that are now being filed for what used to be a very simple application, it probably would have said, I'm going to build this house in accordance with building standard NZS 4605, I think it was. I might have the wrong number. 3604. Was it 3604?
Yeah, standard.
NZS 3604. A bit of a design as to what the outline was, the distance from the boundaries. And then the building, who was going to be built by a licensed builder, they could just go and build the house.
That's right.
Now they spend $100,000 before they start building the house, in part because of the ridiculous level of detail that is required by planning departments, or building consent authorities when they are issuing the consent. Mr Chairman, I've experienced this myself. I've got friends who are architects who I know are amongst the best architects in New Zealand, and even if they're building a single-storey house, they're being put through this ridiculous level of detail, which brings me to my amendment. Mr. Minister, I think this amendment that I have could not only save the hair of most architects, male and female, that's falling out around the country as a consequence of their frustrations with building departments and their mayors and councillors who hate it too. In addition to that, this amendment will save tens of millions of dollars of wasted expense every year. And that can then be spent on either a lower cost house or a better house. But this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is very simple, and it says, clause 28B, and I might not be able to quite finish this in the 44 seconds that I've got.
I think you can. I'll probably give you more time, Mr. Parker.
And clause 25B of the bill, in respect of these new products, says that the Chief Executive may by notice issue building product specifications that may be referred to in an acceptable solution or a verification method, and the building product specification at Clause 2 of that same section says it may include specifications for the building product in relation to manufacture, fabrication, testing, quality control, physical performance, installation and maintenance. And what my amendment says, Mr. Chairman,
the Honourable David
what
Parker.
my amendment says is where a building product specification is issued under this section, the Building Control Authority is not permitted to require the refiling of that specification or method of use when an application for a building consent is applied for. That, Mr. Chairman, and I would say to the Minister, that simple sentence will save tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars every year, which is currently being passed on to consumers. And it will mean that building consent authorities can turn consents around faster than they currently do. And accordingly, Mr. Chairman, I ask that the Minister give his support to this amendment so that we can leave this House thinking that we have made a little sort of push there for the licensed building practitioner, for the architects, for the homeowner, for the builder that wants to do this work, for the subcontractors, and for us politicians who are constantly getting it in the neck, as are councillors and mayors, for the fact that building consent authorities are asking for the refiling of what is within the ambit of an existing product specification and what the licensed building practitioner and the architect are already responsible to deliver.
Mr. Chair.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I simply have to respond to that. And it's a bit unusual, but I agree with every word that the member said. How glorious. I will note that the member, before coming to this place, was a lawyer. Sounds like he could have been an architect. Having read, and a builder he claims, having read his handwritten amendment, I also wonder if he could have been a doctor. But I think I understand it well enough, including from his very impassioned speech. I suspect he's trying to provoke me into be more lengthy and loquacious than I probably should be in the Committee of the Whole House stage. But he said it all. The only flaw in the plan, so far as I can see, is that the bill actually already deals with the problem that he's identified. And to be specific, at Section 7, introducing new Clause 19, well, it'll be 2A within Section 25 of the Act. Well, to the question whether it stops the Council from doing it, I'll come back to that if I may, but it should stop the Council from doing it. First of all, an acceptable solution or a verification method may refer to building product specifications. That being so, there is no reason that a council, as a building consent authority, should be able to inquire behind the approval of a product under this regime. Now, they can inquire as to whether a product is being used correctly, whether it's been installed correctly after the fact, but they shouldn't be able to do that. And by the way, they shouldn't be able to do that already, which is why your friend who's the architect is so outraged. I share his outrage. I share your outrage. But this is part of the problem that we're having to deal with. And if I were to be generous with and fair to all concerned, I'd say that building consent authorities feel that they need to be risk averse because they've got the threat of joint and several liability hanging over them, and for that reason they want to be tick every box and then a few extra beside, but they don't need to currently. And certainly in terms of the current building code, or the requirement to comply with the building code under the Building Act at the moment, section 19, that one that I referenced and my friend has very helpfully put in front of me in terms of the current law, and I quote, "A building consent authority must accept any or all of the following as establishing compliance," end quote, etc. So the member, I finished as I started. As a lawyer by background, he'll appreciate the significance of the word must. To the extent that building consent authorities need to stay in their lane or get in their box, as some would say, I wouldn't necessarily use that language myself, but your architect friend might, that's already a problem that should not arise. We're dealing with it as clearly as we can in this legislation, and dealing with building consent authorities and the problems that they face in terms of liability is another story for another day.
The Honourable David Parker.
Mr. Chairman, the problem with that answer is that
I will invite succinctness now.
Well, it's very relevant, Mr. Speaker. I'll do this within 5 minutes. What's this 2-minute thing, Mr. Speaker?
Wishful thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not wishful thinking on the part of the chair.
Mr. Chairman, the problem with that answer is that that's not what happens in practice. Now, what happens in practice is that if you're a licensed building practitioner who can file an application for a consent, or an architect who is automatically a licensed building practitioner, you file your application and they say, give us all this information. Well, what are you to do if you're the architect or the building person? Are you to take judicial review and say, I'm sorry, you're exceeding your powers, you can't require this? Because that's effectively the only option they've got. Because otherwise, they've got to go along with what the council requires. Otherwise, they get another bill from the council for another hour's work at $300 an hour. They suffer another month's delay because they go to the back of the queue in terms of the clock running on the building consent application, and every time City Hall wins.
That's right.
Mr. Chairman, in order to change this, you don't need to just add more building product specifications in, which is part of it for alternative products coming from overseas. You've got to drag out this excessive regulatory overreach by councils. Now, I hear you, the Minister, when he says that there is a problem with risk allocation in the building system. I absolutely agree with him. My own view is you're never going to get over that until you remove liability from councils, all care, no responsibility, with compulsory insurance against major defects, with a large excess. Not insurance against, too many scratches in the woodwork, but, a failed building envelope or a failed foundation. The big things you should insure against that, and then let the insurance industry effectively regulate their premiums against Johnny-come-lately with a $100 company building with a monolithic cladding and untreated timber, compared with Fletcher's building another brick and tile single-storey house with a tantalised frame. The premium will take care of the problem. But that is no excuse for not dealing with this problem when we can now. And the status quo isn't working, and Mr. Chairman, I would say to the Minister that his amendment doesn't change this aspect of the law that isn't working. My amendment does.
We'll treat that as an interlude, shall we? Dr. Lawrence Zunard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have two very specific questions for the Minister, but I have to say that I thoroughly enjoyed that. And I also, it's nice to see them, the Honourable David Parker being so passionate and lively about something that the Minister is also in agreement with. I have a question around, first of all, Section 6, which is Section 19 amended, and I understand that under the new Section 25B, under Section 8, and particularly we're looking at subsection 3, you're looking at the Chief Executive being able to amend or revoke some of those building product specifications. But when we're looking at Section 6 with Section 19 amended, when it comes to overseas product certification scheme, that there isn't such a mechanism for there to be revoked or to be amended, understanding that that we are basing on what the overseas scheme is. However, what I don't know and are seeking the Minister's clarification is then how would the chief executive then review these overseas schemes, and how frequently they will be able to review something like this? Because looking at in the Principal Act of Section 19, it also actually doesn't specify any review mechanism when it comes to that level of consistency and compliance. So that's my first question. My second question is with regard to Section 8, so the new Section 25B, and I want to focus on the minister before mentioned the use of the word must and how must is used in legislation. And that segments very well into my question around, in subsection 2, the use of the word may. I understand once a decision is made, the reporting and public notification and availability mechanism under 25C, but I wanted to check with the minister that he doesn't clarify in 25B when the chief executive determines this, what consultation process will it go to under the specifications of subsection 2, 1 to H, as in and this could be from a perspective of complete ignorance, not understanding how a building product specification normally works, and I would defer those kind of expertise to my colleague Cameron Luxon, who is an actual builder. But I want to know, in terms of some of the like leading on, in terms of some of the consultation, what sort of confidence they have to the industry, but also to people who are interested in this, and the level of transparency of it, that things aren't going to be changed, or that they have confidence in knowing that these will always be consulted, because may means that some will be consulted, some may not. It might be very much up to the material itself, but just want a little bit of clarification around that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to respond. To the second point, a fair question is raised around the difference between may and must, such that an acceptable solution or a verification method may refer to building product specifications. That is to say, we're not precluding other acceptable solution or verification methods. But in terms of the point that I was making in response to the Honourable David Parker, certainly a building consent authority doesn't have the discretion not to allow the use of a product if it's been approved under this regime. I hope that's clearer, but if not, happy to re-engage. And in terms of the way that the process of advice and then decision making is set out, actually already provided for, is that the Chief Executive, meaning the CE of MB, may amend or revoke the building product specifications at any time, and there needs to be reasonable opportunities, I see, for consultation and comment on those. So in general terms, technical expertise, consultation requirements, and of course this is part of a broader picture of engagement that MB is constantly undertaking with the sector, and for what it's worth, I have also been engaging on these past 15 or 16 months. And in terms of the first point that he made around the ongoing review, if I've understood his question correctly, it was about the timeframes at which this might occur. There is no set timeframe. It could be as often or as infrequent a period of time as needed to ensure that we've got a suitable regime, both in terms of the introduction of standards and systems, but also the removal from time to time if that should be warranted.
Catherine Wedd.
I move that debate on this question now close.
These new points will have to be new and specific. Scott.
Mr. Chair.
Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate that, and I was heartened to hear from the Minister earlier about the concern for the building sector and the culture of the building sector, which relates to, 25C, the public notification and availability of information to, if we think about the way in which the building sector is going to adopt the new materials, I would like to hear more from the Minister about, as the Minister referred to, the building sector itself and the culture of the building sector, and I wonder whether the Minister's engaged with brands, the Building Research Association of New Zealand, on this in particular, because one thing that is particular to the building sector is that there is no requirement. Once you have finished your apprenticeship, there is no requirement for any new training. And I was made particularly aware of this when I was doing the rebuild. There's no requirement. There's the possibility, but there's no requirement. And I was made particularly aware of this when I was fixing up our old villa, and I had to reline, replace the wooden, the weatherboards, and I was determined to put mammoth insulation in rather than fiberglass insulation, which of course we know degrades over time because it's lofted with an acrylic glue, and that top 20-30 centimetres can drop in walls. So I really wanted an insulation that was going to endure over time. And the interesting thing was that the builder I had contracted had never come across it before, and the only experience he had was through working on my property, and he's subsequently adopted that material. But if we don't have a way to change the building sector, the culture of the building sector, to bring in innovation in the sector, it's not going to help that we have all kinds of new materials on offer unless we have ways in which they can be brought in, they can be understood, they can be appreciated, and we have a requirement to adopt innovation or to reskill, because this is something that we've seen in overseas jurisdictions. We've seen the retrofit of buildings, particularly in Germany and throughout Europe after the Ukraine crisis, how the building sector really stepped up to build essentially passive homes, rapid innovation. And here we've got something that we really do need. I'd be very keen to hear from the Minister about thoughts about ensuring that the building sector is equipped to adopt the new materials and to innovate, and requirements for them to do so.
Mr. Chair?
It's on the edge of scope, but the Minister may like to ask that.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chair, it's generous of you to allow me the chance. I would point out that occupational licensing and regulation is a very worthy subject of discussion for reform of the building system more generally, but there's nothing particularly within this bill that contemplates it. If I can just add, Mr. Chair, before I resume my seat, even though I know I indicated I was about to, the point the member makes, along with the dissertation of the Honourable David Parker, I think are useful, very useful discussions that are much broader than the scope of this bill. And I do note that after his first contribution, the Honourable David Parker said he needed more time. I think after his second, he needed a defibrillator, and I wish him well on his recovery.
Mr. Chair. All right, I don't know Williams, but I will indicate that this will be the last.
Well, Mr. Chair, I must use my last contribution then to encourage the Minister to adopt the amendment of my colleague, the Honourable David Parker. It is a sensible amendment that would bring a measure of control to a system that is designed to speed up these processes for the people within the system, and also would be an amendment that would ultimately lead to lower costs at the council level too. We think it's something that would be helpful for all participants in the system. But my question to the Minister is the net effect of Section 6(2) that large players that exist in the market already become the large importers of products, and has he had advice on that? Placemakers and carters are vertically integrated companies that involve manufacturing, residential development and construction. So what will the government do to ensure that independent suppliers and merchants have the opportunity to import and compete with them? This was a question that was raised by the Honourable Kieran McAnulty, and we haven't had an answer for in this section, and I want to give the Minister a chance to think about not only those players but the 5 major merchants, placemakers, carters, ITMs, Bunning and Mitre 10 that dominate the distribution of those then imported products and supplies, and whether the government will progress work to address competition concerns related to their market power.
Mr. Chair.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. I said to the Honourable Kieran McAnulty that I couldn't provide the assurance that he was after. The performance of those major 5 current players in terms of the retail outlets and any others in the system is not something I can personally guarantee or speak to. I will say, however, that a more competitive system is one in which there is a broader and deeper range of products available. And of course, in terms of vertical integration and other ways in which the economies of scale and corporate design might make a company tend towards market dominance, it's worth reflecting on the fact that economies of scale also do tend to produce products that are at least theoretically able to be offered at a lower price. So it's a balance. We think the principled but also pragmatic approach is the one set out in this bill.
Was a member looking to make a contribution?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to stand up, Mr. Chair, and ask the Minister to elaborate on a question that he just gave prior to the member Scott Willis about the way the industry is trained and skilled up. And the Minister did mention the licensing and schemes, but I wonder, regards to Section 25B, do you think that as LBPs go about their training and reskilling, that a point system which is currently in place that LBPs, depending on what class they are, need either 12 or 18 points. Do you think that schooling up on some of these new products and methods that are going to be coming into the country could be used as a way to add to those skill points for that 2-yearly renewal of licensed building practitioners?
Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to respond to that point. I was remiss perhaps previously in not mentioning that to maintain the status of a licensed building practitioner or LBP, that person must complete skills maintenance relative to their licence class every 2 years. I will say, however, that the member himself, being a licensed building practitioner, I think the only one in the House, will have an in-depth knowledge that I'd be grateful if he would continue to share with me, and thank him for his contribution.
The question is that Honourable David Parker's amendment to insert subsection 5 in new subsection 25B in clause 8 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The noes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 opposed.
New Zealand First. 8 votes opposed. Te Pāti Māori.
Oranga Pōti Whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. We come now to the debate on Part 2, debate on clauses 9 to 17, amendments to other provisions of the Principal Act. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Arana Williams.
Mr. Chair, I want to ask the Minister about the way that clauses 9 and 10 will operate. This isn't a long issue that we need to traverse really thoroughly, but it is something that the Select Committee looked into and wasn't necessarily sort of finished with as a topic of discussion and also with submitters. The issue is around the advice from the Building Advisory Panel that's created under Section 1711 of the Principal Act. And the question from the Select Committee was, is it appropriate for there not to be a provision that protects the Minister if he does not seek industry feedback on one of his decisions? Because this is a bill that's designed for a sort of back and forth with the industry. This is something that has been used by successive governments, particularly in this area of building products and the building system, to make sure that industry is very closely tied in with government decision making. But at the same time, you want to ensure that if the Minister is scheduling decisions either at the beginning of this process that are anticipated and are largely non-controversial, that that Minister could do so without a consultation requirement, but also in future where there is a particular public interest in making a allowance for overseas products very quickly, that the Minister wouldn't be in any way held up from doing that because of these what are meant to be enabling provisions for a Minister to seek advice or input from a sector. I will also ask now the question around monitoring emerging trends in building and design, etc. and reporting annually. Does that etc. include competition issues and those good things that this bill is heralded to achieve and that Labor supports?
Honourable Christopher Pegg.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair, and I thank the member for her questions. In terms of the Minister or the Chief Executive of MB taking advice, I think he or she would be well advised to seek such advice unless one is a technical expert oneself, and in fact even if that's the case, I think it's prudent to seek a wide range of views that are expert, and so the consultation that we've talked about in a couple of other contexts earlier today I think would be something that a prudent decision maker would undertake. In terms of a particular scenario in which a quick decision might be made, I suppose I should make the obvious comment that consultation that's reasonable in the prevailing circumstances would be wise. I suppose in terms of challenging these decisions, as always, a government decision maker, an executive decision maker can have their decisions challenged by way of judicial review. That's not usually very practicable, as the Honourable David Parker referenced in specific in relation to scraps over the issuing or non-issuing of building consents. I will say, however, for the sake of completeness, that the MB determinations route is available for those who are having such discussions or disputes to resolve those.
Arnold Williams.
I thank the Minister for that advice, and that is helpful to clarify his thinking. So if it is the intention that in all circumstances the Minister or the Chief Executive would be seeking consultation before making a decision to recognise a particular scheme or a particular product, then I guess the question in my mind is in a particular crisis, like the one that New Zealand experienced in the availability of plasterboard, would we be looking to, say, an expert task force to be providing that sort of quick consultation? You know, it's been well canvassed in the first part of this debate that there are competition issues at play in the New Zealand market, and so a consultation with New Zealand players on any given product might result in feedback through that consultation which wasn't conducive to increasing the market power of importers, and might not be the sort of useful advice that the Minister might be seeking at any given time. So I just wanted to clarify that. My other question is about does Section 169 and the change to the regulation making power here consider that it would be useful for the Chief Executive to report annually on competition issues in the building sector?
Madam Chair.
Call the Honourable Chris Pegg.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank the member for her latest questions and comments. I attempted to cover the scenario that she's described in the case of building supply shortage, perhaps through supply shocks as we've experienced previously in this country, by saying that the consideration of expert advice should be as reasonably necessary in the circumstances, and of course if the circumstances dictate an expedited process, then that might well be the prudent course of action for the Minister or the Chief Executive. I do note, however, that we haven't set up a specific legal requirement that itself could be a matter of unnecessary bureaucracy or time, when of course the whole purpose of the legislation in the first instance is to be more enabling in this space.
The question is that Part 2 stand part. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, we now come to the debate on clauses 1 to 3. I'll take a call. The question is that clause 1 stand part. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 2 stand part. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 stand part. All those in favour please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I will report this bill without amendment.
The House is reviewed.
Mr Speaker, the committee has considered the Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Mr Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. Call on Government Order of the Day number 4.
Plain Language Act Repeal Bill, first reading.
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Penny Simmons.
I present a legislative statement on the Plain Language Act Repeal Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website. Honourable Penny Simmons.
Thank you. I move that the Plain Language Act Repeal Bill now be read a first time. I nominate the Governance and Administration Committee to consider the bill. Mr Speaker, this bill repeals the Plain Language Act 2022. The purpose of the bill is threefold. It repeals an ineffective act, it removes an unnecessary compliance burden on public service agencies, and it ensures government resources can be used more efficiently. Madam Speaker, clear communication with the public is important, so let me be very clear. Put it in plain language, if you will. We are calling on an act implemented by the Labor government in 2022 that created a problem where there wasn't one. It is yet another example of wasteful spending on bureaucracy that Labor is so fond of, but that this government has no time for. Time is money, and at a time when many people are doing it tough, we want to make sure that taxpayer money is spent on the things that actually matter, things that grow our economy. Appointing plain language officers, as this Act requires, grows nothing but bureaucracy. It is an example, Madam Speaker, of government overreach. You cannot legislate for or against something that is subjective in nature and open to interpretation, and that's why we would never know whether the Plain Language Act resulted in a meaningful improvement in communication. The only clear outcome is that it placed an unnecessary administrative constraint on the public service, and it created a box-ticking exercise for agencies. Government agencies should always communicate in an easy-to-understand language, and it is the government's expectation that agencies always strive for and uphold the highest standards of communication. But it is a mistake to think that laws can fix every problem. Right. As much as we would like people to make good choices, it is not something you can achieve with legislation. Plain language, Madam Speaker, is achieved through clear thinking, commitment and common sense. It is the responsibility of every public servant to communicate using clear, easy to comprehend language. It doesn't take a plain language officer to know that gobbledygook and word salads mean nothing to anyone. Words are just words if no one understands them. This bill is not about abandoning high standards in clear communication. It is about freeing up our public service from an ineffective law. The government is 100% committed to communicating clearly with New Zealanders. We want government agencies to write and speak in a manner people can understand and appreciate. Public information written in plain language makes life easier for people relying on government services. It makes it easier for people to make informed decisions, and it makes it easier for people to understand their rights and responsibilities. The Plain Language Act cannot make these things happen. The Act has not fixed a problem, it has created a problem. Madam Speaker, the public service has better things to do than appointing plain language officers, producing guidance documents and reporting to someone on something that is unclear. The government is determined to spend taxpayer money more efficiently. The Plain Language Act has created unnecessary activity, unnecessary compliance, and an unnecessary use of resources. Repealing this Act cuts red tape and will allow the public service to get on with what really matters, delivering services for the people of New Zealand. Madam Speaker, I could speak for another 5 minutes, but I believe I have put the government's position clearly and concisely, and dare I say it, in plain language. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to.
Madam Speaker.
I call Camilla Ballard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well. Look where we are. A government which was elected on the promise of reducing the cost of living has set out its priorities very clearly. They put us into urgency last week, Madam Speaker, and we went through more legislation as a result. And unfortunately, it appears that the legislation has dried up. And so Chris Bishop has thought, as Leader of the House, don't worry, I'll just open my drawer entitled Pet Peeves. And this petty government has pulled out a repeal of a sensible bill and is wasting New Zealand's time and this House's time by repealing what is essentially a sensible bill that everyone agrees with. How interesting. How interesting that a government that says that it is focused on the things that New Zealanders cares about decides to bring up a grudge from the last Parliament that was particularly irksome to the Leader of the House and decide to waste Parliament's time on something that we all essentially agree with. And that is, Madam, it's not my job not to waste Parliament's time, Mr Costley. It's my job to hold the government to account. And I say, on behalf of New Zealanders, this is a waste of our time, and we wish that we had a government that would focus on the things New Zealanders really care about: jobs, health, homes, the cost of living. Instead, they are a petty, small-minded government are repealing a bill that does this, Madam Speaker. This is a good law, and I will tell the member opposite why it's a good law. It is clear that it is an important part of our democracy that government organisations and agencies communicate in a way that people can understand. This is an important democratic right. And Madam Speaker, I think we can all agree that we are at an important time in our politics, both domestically and internationally, where we should be focusing on the things that keep our democracy strong. And communicating in a way that is clear is essential to the participation in our democracy. I agree with that. Those opposite agree with that. We all agree with that. The one thing that I would take issue with is not the content of the original bill, not the intention of the original bill, but the fact that those opposite decide that it is of such importance that only this part way through the first term, not even towards the end, they have run out of legislation and they've only decided to bring a petty repeal of a member's bill to the House, a member's bill which actually strengthens our democracy and actually makes it easier for people to communicate with their government and understand the things that are essential to them. Such a waste of time, Madam Speaker, to even have this before the House. And I want to pay tribute to Rachel Boyack. She was the member that brought this member's bill originally to the House, and it turned into an act. And let me tell you, the hypocrisy of this is just extreme, because what the government says, and the reason that they're appealing this, is it's not strong enough. They say that it has no legislative teeth. And the reason that they want to repeal it is because it's going to cut red tape. Well, Madam Speaker, this is work that public agencies should already be doing. They should already be focused on making sure they communicate clearly to the public. They should already be focused on making sure that the things that they do are easily understood by people in our democracy. And if I may reflect quickly on Rachel Boyack and the reason she brought this to the House, it was because as an electorate MP she saw again and again and again issues that people had, maybe people who had recently moved to New Zealand, who had English as a second language, maybe people who were just confused by the writing that was so difficult to understand by government agencies and wanted to see something clearer. She was having to deal with that. She brought a bill to the House to make it clearer for New Zealanders so they knew what the government was doing with their taxpayer money, so they knew what the government's agenda was, so they knew what their obligations were. It was not, no matter what the other side says, it does not impose a lot of red tape. One of the criticisms is there's no legislative enforcement in a court of law. But still, this petty, small-minded government chooses to repeal it where they could easily be focusing on the things that matter.
Francisco Hernandez.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud today to rise on behalf of the Green Party to oppose this out-of-touch bill that fundamentally shows the government's lack of understanding of what's actually happening in the real world. When we talk to everyday New Zealanders, there's a sense that they're conveying to me, and that's a sense that I'm sharing, is that New Zealand seems to be unraveling at the seams. Unemployment is at record high. The cost of living is spiraling out of control, with a recent report actually that a quarter of New Zealanders sometimes or often go without meals. That's a scandal in a country as prosperous as New Zealand, that a quarter of New Zealanders sometimes or often go without meals. We know that the public services that everyday New Zealanders are relying on are getting worse thanks to the government cuts. We've all heard of doctors having to do admin work or janitorial work just to keep the lights running. We've heard, and this is a manifestation, this bill is a manifestation of how this government seems to be doubling down on their agenda of prioritizing private profit over public good. We can see it in the wider government actions, but we can also say in this bill, why is the government prioritizing repealing a bill that enabled a wider variety of New Zealanders to participate in interacting with government, that made legislation into things that the public service more accessible? Now, when the original bill was brought before the House, and I acknowledge, the member Rachel Boyack, and that this was her member's bill, the original bill was supported by a wide variety of organizations. It was supported by disabled and disability advocacy groups such as Blind and Low Vision New Zealand. It was supported by Deaf Action New Zealand, and I actually acknowledged their submission, which was a really short submission. It was a very plain language submission, and I think it said something along the lines of "we support this bill," so very in theme. And the National Disabled Students Association. Even the Free Speech Union, which is not really an ideologically bedfellow of members on this side of the House, supported it to select committee. We know that the benefits of plain language benefits all New Zealanders. Accessible language benefits New Zealanders with disabilities. Plain language benefits new New Zealanders. And look, we shouldn't get into generalizations about the English language skills of New Zealanders. My colleague to my left here, Dr. Lawrence Zunan, is demonstrating that in his skills in the Committee of the Whole House stage that New Zealanders can actually have a mastery of techniques of English language and rhetoric and oratory. So we shouldn't generalize and say that that New Zealanders necessarily have poor language skills. But this does help the New Zealanders who actually do struggle with English. And, there's going to be more of them, because one of the things that this government has done is repealed the English language requirement for overseas investors. So, this will actually help all those New Zealanders who are able to come here because they're on investment visas, and it will enable them to access the legislation, which is actually pretty important. And a plain language enables a variety of perspectives that otherwise wouldn't be heard. for my sins, I'm one of those overly educated New Zealanders. I've got an honours degree and a master's degree, and I'm working on a second one. But I don't think government should just be for people with too many university degrees. And I think using plain language enables more New Zealanders to access that. But who does this repeal actually benefit? It benefits lobbyists and private interests because New Zealanders aren't actually because this reduces the ability of New Zealanders to engage and debate every day the stuff that the wider public service and that the governments are doing. Now, one of the interesting things that I've read over the past month was an article on Newsroom, and it went into detail about how this government had slow-walked the lobbying reform that the previous government was working on. And I'll just read here a quote. "It seems like a way of killing off a reform workstream without actually getting the bad publicity for having done so, just by kind of freezing it and going to ground and ghosting everyone on it." That was said by Dr. Bryce Edwards, who was the supervisor for my dissertation. And look, I agree with what he said. It just seems like by slowing down the lobbying reform, we're actually, in repealing this bill, which never play language, we're just helping them out. Thank you.
I call the Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to stand today on behalf of ACT and support the Plain Language Act repeal bill. I actually remember when this bill was put up as a bill, and I actually thought it was satire when I first saw what the bill was trying to achieve, and this can't be for real here. We're creating a whole new layer of public servant bureaucracy to achieve asking officials and asking people working for us to write in language that everybody can understand, and to appoint officers, plain language officers, to oversee that people are writing in plain language. I mean, Camilla Bellich is right. We are a government that wants to focus on things that matter. And we are a government that is looking at how our public service works and making sure that it is efficient and making sure that we are getting value for money and making sure that we are focusing on the people that we're trying to serve, and having plain language officers sitting around making sure that someone is writing in plain language is not efficient. It's not an efficient way to be using taxpayers' money, in my opinion. So I am really glad to see the repeal of this bill so we can get back to focusing on what is important to New Zealanders, that our public service is actually there working for them. I mean, when I first became a minister, I do understand. Sometimes you get documents across your desk and you're looking at all these acronyms and words you may not understand, and you do have to have a word with them and say, hey, could you please bring this back to me in a language I can understand? And that's pretty simple. Please bring it back to me in a language I can understand. And guess what? The next time it came across my desk, it was in a language I could understand. I didn't need an officer to stand over those public servants and make sure that they wrote it in plain language for myself. It's not that difficult. And so, I mean, I think the objective of making sure that people do understand what is in front of them is important, but I don't believe adding to another layer to our public service is a way to do that. And no wonder our public service bloated and grew under the previous government with ideas like this to grow the sector with no actual objectives apart from creating a job that's pointless. Quite frankly. And so we're making sure that we're not going to do that anymore, and we're going to save that money and we're going to reinvest it back into the people that we serve, which is the public who wanted us to make sure that our public service is efficient and spending their money well, and that's what we're doing. So I commend this bill to the House.
I call Jamie Abakel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of New Zealand First to support the Plain Language Act repeal bill. And firstly, Madam Speaker, New Zealand First unfortunately was not in government when this bill was passed. So interestingly, as this goes through Select Committee will be a time, I guess, we will hear the pros and cons of what was actually achieved from this bill. But, Madam Speaker, New Zealand First is committed to streamlining bureaucracy where necessary and ensuring accountability alongside efficient use of government funds and resource. The Plain Language Act 2022 is repealed by this bill, and repealing this is a display what New Zealand First believes will be common sense. The Act added unnecessary administrative requirements, and as the Labour Party loved to do, and they did not deliver tangible outcomes, as the Labour Party also loves to do. We have long been a proponent of reducing bureaucracy, and in our 2020 manifesto committed to cutting excess regulation and red tape, and we maintain this position today. This bill will tangibly lessen time wasted in government agencies. It reduces reporting requirements and will ensure public servants focus on the basic responsibilities and are not burdened by reporting standards. Individual autonomy is maintained in this bill, and it still allows government agencies, Madam Speaker, to use plain language voluntarily, and that's something I think everyone in this House understands across the sector, where things are put into terms by officials that many of us need that opportunity for the language to be used in a way that we all understand. And it is our thinking that we don't need that to be legislated through a mandate. We are very pleased to prevent wastage of the expenditure on the measures that add no value to the public. And as I just want to go through part 5 of the original bill there, Madam Speaker, in part 5, and if you actually read part 5 of the plain language bill, I think it's something most of us would all agree with, is to have the be appropriate to the intended audience that the language being used. It's clear, concise and well organised. And I think that in itself is something that is common sense. But as we heard from the last speaker, when you get to part 11 of the bill, of the original bill, plain language officers, and this is where this bill took on its own life, and adding extra bureaucracy for something that should have been simple and common sense has not been achieved. I've also heard, Madam Speaker, talking to a number of people about this bill. They said originally it was very much like a word salad. It was very much off target in that sense. So through that, Madam Speaker, New Zealand First, willing to hear the views through the Select Committee, but for today we commend the bill to the House and support it through its passage. Thank you.
Hannah Rafferty, Maipi Clark.
Tēnā rā koe te whekaotira, tēnā rā tātou e te whare. E tu ana hau ki te waha i ngā kōrero mō te Pāti Māori te rangi nei. Mō tēnei o ngā pire ara ko te Plain Language Repeal Bill. Engari, I roto I tōku ake reo, in my first language, ka kōrero katoa te au I roto I te reo Māori. Nā runga anō I te mea, kua tino ki te au i ngā tāmitanga o tēnei kāwana ki tōku ake reo Māori, kua kite ahau I ngā mea e tāmitea I tōku ake reo, nā reira he ahua uaua ki te kite I tēnei momo mea te Plain Language Repeal Bill, nā runga anō I te mea ko tēnei momo pire, kua kite I roto I te kotahi rau rā o tēnei kāwanatanga, kua kite I ngā kupu kua whakaparahakotia, kua hāmene. Nō reira, he ahua uaua ki au, nā runga anō I te mea, anei ko taku reo, ko tōku reo tuatahi, ko te reo Māori. Nō reira, ko taku whakareanga, ko te nuinga o tō tātou reanga, ko tō mātou reo tuatahi, ko te reo Māori. Nō reira, te plain language I roto I tō koutou reo, engari pewhia mō tōku ake reo. Koira te tino pātai e pātai tia nei e au, ai mō tō koutou reo, engari pewhia mō tōku reo. Mō tōku reo, mō ngā reanga, tahi miriona o tātou kua, kei te haramoai, ko te mana ko ia, ka tai mai I tihi atu o taku reanga ki roto I tēnei whare. Engari, me te mea anō hoki, mohio ana I hare tēnei kaupapa I te kaupapa tino hohonu. Engari, ko taku whaia, karani, ko hana te hemara tērā I kawea mai te pitihana reo Māori ki tēnei ake whare, I roto te tau 1,242. Ko tāna pitihana, ko tāna pitihana, ko te whakaau I te reo Māori, hei reo tūturu mō tēnei whenua. Nō reira, koira tā maua whakaro mō tēnei pire, ai mohio pū anau I hara I te mea me tino, hea te kare, te mohio te tino kupu, engari. Hea te kupu Māori mo te bureaucrat, aua. Engari, mō ngā kupu me ki Aoma tauranga nei, ai tautupoti ana I tērā. Me mārama te katoa. Me mārama te katoa I te... me whakatairanga I te reo. I ngā kupu e mārama ana I tō mātou reanga, I tō mātou ahurea. Engari, me mana ori te ngā reo e rua. Mena ko te reo Māori, te reo tūturu o tēnei whenua, me mana orite. Kare anō ai kua tino kite I tēnei reo e kaha kite ana I roto I tēnei pire. Nō reira, koira taku a wanga ki tēnei. Kei whea te pire mana orite mo te reo Māori. Koira tā mātou whakatau me tā mātou whakaro ki tēnei pire. Plain language repeal bill, he mea e mārama ai te katoa, engari mōku ake mo tā mātou reanga. It is about that, actually, the Māori Language Act, because it's about the experiences that I have as a first language speaker and my constituents who roughly for those who want to know on the other side, yes, it is about that.
Please don't conduct a dialogue across the House.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm speaking through the whole House, is that this is who I represent. These are my constituents. My constituents are mainly first language speakers in te reo Māori. So we were not brought up at all on this. And that is, it's not really of a big deal of a bill, but for us it is, and we want to be represented in bills across the board, across all legislation. Kia ora.
Tim Costley.
Oh, Madam Speaker, this is a great bill to repeal a terrible bill. That's what's happening here. If you're following along at home, the bill did two things. The first one should have just been common sense. Someone rings up and says, hey, I don't understand how to fill in this passport form. Oh, well, I can help you with that. Problem solved. But instead what they did is said, let's create some more of the extra 18,400 bureaucrats that they created. I appreciate it's hard to find the word in te reo Māori because it's actually an invention of the Labour Party. That's what bureaucrats are. But what they did is create these plain language officers in clause 11 of the bill, plain language officers that would have to deal with these problems, and then they would report up through layers of the agency to the chief executive, and the chief executives would report to the commissioner, and the commissioner would report to the minister. All these layers of bureaucracy created to solve a problem that wasn't really there. And it wasn't just that, because this is what Rachel Boyack in her first reading wanted the bill to do. It wanted these new plain language officers that would be created both inside and outside agencies. In other words, new people. Hire some new people, please. We've only got an extra 18,000 so far. We can do better. To do things like training agency employees to deal with complaints, to manage requests from the public, and on it goes. In fact, the Greens called it a really cute, fluffy bill. It was all fluff. That's all it was. It was nothing but fluff. It's probably more like a furball, to be honest, because that's what it looks like it came from. I love it. I read some of the speeches that people wrote. This is what Rachel Boyack said. That's part of the role of plain language. That's part of the role of plain language is actually, like that sentence I read before, any sentence that's longer than 20 words is actually considered under plain language rules as being too long. What she's saying is you can't have a sentence in any document that's longer than 20 words. The problem is her sentence to explain it took 34 words. You think that's bad? Wait till you get to Nazi Chan's speech, 102 words. I don't have time to read out 2 of her sentences alone, hit 200 words. So let's go down to Glenn Bennett. He's only at 40 words. He's only at 40 words was Glenn Bennett, so only double the allowable length. Goes on about wonderful, wonderful huge spoons with in your mouth, under your tongue, that he's talking about. Finishes by, be not afraid because you can still continue with your large and big words. I mean, this is the grasp of the English language. Then on the other side, maybe we do need to think about this legislation again. I mean, the bitter irony of this must weigh heavier on the Labour Party than a full volume of Roget's Thesaurus. I mean, honestly, this stuff is terrible. We heard that there were a couple of people that supported it. They left out people like the Law Society that opposed it. But Camilla Bellich finished by saying, you know, what are the other ideas of the government? Despite the fact that they were willing to set aside a lot of time in select committees in the House to push this legislation that wasn't needed through, I'll give you some better ideas. Here's one, the Modern Slavery Reporting Bill. That was in the ballot at the time in 2022, and the House could have spent its time on that, but no, where did plain language officers? It could have been changes to the New Zealand Public Health and Disability Bill through things like bringing back national health targets or a 3-day postnatal stay. But no, Labor had better ideas. Let's bring about plain language officers and create some more people. What about parental leave and employment protection? Shared leave amendment bill under Nicola Willis's name. That was great. What about life jackets for children and young persons? Repealing the regional fuel tax, gangs-free ports, enabling restricted drivers to get to work, and I could go on. But this is about this bill, because that's what this bill was brought in against. All of those bills that could have been picked up, that could have spent time going through the House, but the House's time was consumed with a rubbish bill that we don't need. It was a furball, it was fluff, it was not required. They couldn't even stick to their own rules in speaking about it at the time, and that's why we are pleased to pass this bill now, which removes it. I commend our bill to the House.
I call the Honourable Jenny Sullies.
The opportunity to give a contribution on the Plain Language Act repeal bill. And Madam Speaker, I would like to begin with our demographics of Aotearoa, New Zealand first. So the 2023 census data, Madam Speaker, tells us that there are over 1 million people in Aotearoa, New Zealand now who are people with ethnic community background. When you look at the numbers of Pacific people, there are 450,000, over 450,000 Pacific people here. And you add the number of tangata whenua Māori to that, it's well over 900,000. That's close to 50% of the overall total population of Aotearoa, New Zealand now. So if you were to ask, is there a need for plain language for our legislations? I would say yes. When close to 50% of the total population of our country is made up of people who do not necessarily speak English. When we look at the largest city in this country, Tāmaki Makaurau, Auckland, more than 40% of the people who live in the largest city in this country were not born in Aotearoa, New Zealand. They were born overseas. So, do we need the Plain Language Act? I would say so, yes, absolutely. The Labour Party absolutely opposes this bill, the Plain Language Act repeal bill. One of the contributions that we just heard from across the floor just now said that if you were to ring a government department, then just take someone else with you if you don't really understand the English language. Have that person help you. But Madam Speaker, when you ring a government agency nowadays, most of the time you talk to a machine. You don't actually talk to a human being. And if I'm to go to my electorate office in South Auckland, in Otara, I have so many people that come to see me who don't speak very good English. They're Samoans, they're Tongans, they're Indians, they're from all over the world. A lot of the times when they do come, they actually bring a child with them who can interpret for and on their behalf because they do not speak good English. So the question again, do we need plain language for our legislations? Absolutely, yes, we do. So the aims of the bill that is being repealed were to improve effectiveness and accountability of public service agencies, to ensure documents are clear, concise, well organised and appropriate to the intended service. Now, one of the things that this Plain Language Act repeal bill says is that in order for better administrative costs, we should repeal this act. However, Madam Speaker, when we look at the transitional provisions of the original bill that's being repealed, it was very clear. They stated that plain language requirements only apply when new documents are brought in. Then plain language applies, or older documents when they're updated, but only when they're substantially revised. And so the question is there going to be a lot of administrative costs for this bill that's being repealed? I actually don't think it's going to be as much as what the government partners are saying that it would cost. And if you had to ask, is it important that close to 50% of our country understand the laws that we write? I would say yes. Madam Speaker, I would also refer not to just laws, but to government documents. And if I'm to go back to the times of COVID-19, there were so many documents that came through, and it wasn't actually written in plain language. But not only that, so we had to actually ensure that it was written in plain English, but we also needed to interpret it, to translate it into the majority languages that people would understand. Why? Because we needed them to understand the importance of why they needed to be vaccinated, the importance of why we all needed to ensure that we save each other's lives if we're to get vaccinated. So, Madam Speaker, absolutely oppose this bill.
Honourable Melissa Lee.
Madam Speaker, it's an absolute pleasure to rise to speak on this Plain Language Act repeal bill in its first reading. And I'd like to acknowledge Honourable Jenny Salisa, who just sat down. I do agree with her in terms of the struggles that many ethnic communities who now make up a large population that actually has. But in her argument, she was talking about how during the vaccination in COVID times, when the vaccination information needed to be translated in their own language, that is what was needed, not necessarily simple English. It was in the language that they understood. And the other thing that she actually talked about, how there are many people who come to her electorate office with a child to translate for them. This act has been in place since 2022. It's now 2025, and she still has people coming to her office with a child to translate for them. So obviously the Plain Language Act has not actually worked. And I think this is the very reason. This doesn't need a lot of time to debate. One of the issues that I had with this Plain Language Act, as a migrant who grew up speaking English as a second language, I could not understand a lot of things. And yes, I was that child who interpreted for my parents. But how many times do you actually see parents going through pieces of legislation? Often it is the lawyers, the accountants, the doctors who actually speak to them who they don't actually understand in their day-to-day life. It is not legislation or law that requires plain language. As long as it actually makes good language, good act, good law, I don't have a problem with it. One of the advice that I actually got from a mentor many, many years ago when I first began in Parliament, they said, members' bill should not cost taxpayers any money. This was a members' bill that is costing taxpayer because they're having to put an officer, a police to police plain language in our government and our bureaucracy. I completely support this new bill to reduce what that former government actually created I completely support this bill.
I call Helen White.
Thank you. I'm actually a little bit shocked at the amount of fluff on the other side on this bill. If a government's going to repeal a bill, it better do a good job justifying it. And what I want to do is just go plainly through what this bill did and what we will miss. Because this bill wasn't just about acts of parliament. It was about documents that are interface in terms of law between what the parliament decides and its government departments do and how they actually impact on ordinary New Zealanders. So if you have a look at clause 6 of the bill that will be repealed, you'll see that it applies to a range of documents. So that's your forms, that's your documents that make people comply. It's things like filing and registering and lodging information. It's explaining how the public can comply with a requirement. It's providing information to the public about that requirement, and it's providing information as part of a public education initiative. All of those things are really essential for people to know and to have plain words put around them so that they can be absolutely sure. If we're going to run a democracy, if we're going to run a place where people know what's required of them and have a decent chance of complying. And yes, we have to meet people as they are, not as the people that we might be ourselves. We might have been to university. We might be able to go and ask a lawyer, but not everybody can do that. And as a lawyer, I have seen the confusion that happens when people don't know how to access information like this. They are confused by the words. It happens despite people's best intentions because people bury into what they're doing and they don't know that in fact what they're doing is not comprehensible to someone else. So this put a bit of rigour around it. It said someone in the organisation is going to be responsible for making sure that when we produce a document which is going to mean that the public have to comply or it's a form that they're going to need to use, we are going to have someone in our organisation who looks at that document and actually is also responsible for getting the feedback from the public and making sure that they're correcting it when it needs to be corrected because it's not plain. Now I want to tell you a very funny little story about this because I've seen a public document. We had an act the other day that was very much this. I urge people to have a look at the data, the customer data information that came through. That is actually a really good example of where plain language is used well in an act. But in terms of forms, I went the other day on a website where I was trying to download some Warriors tickets. Now, it was almost impossible. I was tearing my hair out by the end of my interaction with this particular website because the person designing the website had not thought what it was like for somebody who'd never been on the site before. And it wasn't self-explanatory. That's the kind of thing we can tolerate if it's a Warriors ticket. We can't tolerate that if it's something where if you don't comply, you're in trouble with the government or you won't get the benefit that you need. That's where we can't actually tolerate that because once we start tolerating that, we have an us and them society, don't we? We have a society where people are frustrated and disempowered. And so that's why I say this is so important. And if the Warriors people would like to fix their website, I'd be thrilled if they'd look at it through their eyes. But this officer that's been demonised in this situation where we're talking about it, that's a person who's already likely employed. That's why it was a private member's bill that didn't have cost associated. That's a person focused on making sure that the law does what it says, that people know what it does. That is not a terrible thing. And it is not a good use of the time of this Parliament to be repealing it. But more to the point, what on earth does the government do when it has a piece of legislation like this in front of it? Who are the people who do not understand the predicament of the ordinary New Zealander, who come along and sweep this away? And as the Honourable Melissa Lee says, they simply could get a lawyer. That's what we're saying, get a lawyer. That just plays into the hands of the wealthy. That's not what the Labour Party's about, and that's why we're sad that this bill has come into House today.
I call Nancy Liu.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak to support the Plain Language Act Appeal Bill because this government stands for common sense, for efficiency and for public service that is focused on delivering outcomes for New Zealanders. New Zealanders are very sick of red tapes, things that are in front of them that are stopping them from making a progress, and this government is about cutting red tapes. I'm very glad this government has picked up this bill because and made it a government bill. I had this as my member's bill in the biscuit tin, and I acknowledge the Honourable Chris Bishop and the Honourable Judith Collins KC for picking up this work, for their leadership and their support on this bill. Now let's be very clear. We are all about supporting common sense, clear and simple communication. This is not in question. But the Plain Language Act 2022, which is exactly what we're trying to repeal, did not actually improve or make it easier for people to understand. What it did, though, is to add costs to budgets, to officers, and for very unnecessary compliance requirements, creating a solution for a problem, but not really identifying what the problem is exactly why this bill needs to be repealed. Now, this act required the public agencies to appoint a plain language officer to report on compliance, to have someone on the head count to simply go around and look for problem that didn't really exist. Now, agencies are then now forced into ticking the box and make sure that there is something that has spent time and money and trying to tick box and show that they've done something good. But to be clear, plain language is not a principle. Plain language shouldn't be a policy that forces people to follow. Plain language is actually a writing standard. Plain language isn't something that we should be trying to regulate through law. So this repeal is not about opposing plain English. It is about respecting also the judgment call of our public servants. It is about trusting their professionalism and removing the bureaucratic requirements that has actually served no practical purpose but to increase the headcount and the salary cost that we are adding to the officers. And let's not forget, many of the agencies already in New Zealand and in our public servant offices, many of the agencies are already using plain language all along before this act even existed. So this isn't about abandoning the good practice. It is actually about removing that cost, that extra layer, the extra level of legislative requirements, and let people get on with doing their jobs. And to those who have said before me that this act is symbolic, well, actually it is, because it symbolises the end of wasteful government money. It also symbolises the beginning of an approach that prioritises outcomes rather than ticking boxes. Now, Madam Speaker, I've also heard members before me who talked about how, I think the last member actually talked about how getting a lawyer to do the work, getting a lawyer. I studied law too. I was actually a bit offended by that comment because it sounded like lawyers are there just to make money. That is not true. Lawyers are there to help, to understand, to really help people who are in need. Well, that's what Labour thinks. That is what Labour thinks, and I don't know why she would put that to our audience. But repealing this act is a very small step in our legislation, but I think it is a big step for accountability, for cutting out the red tapes, for improving efficiency, and to actually have some common sense in government. So therefore, Madam Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes against.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima na poti whakahei.
Act New Zealand.
11 in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
6 opposed.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed.
Plain Language Act Repeal Bill, first reading.
The question is that the Plain Language Act Repeal Bill will be considered by the Governance and Administration Committee. Those of that opinion will say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. I call on Government Order of the Day number 5.
Oranga Tamariki, repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill, committee stage.
I declare the House in committee for consideration of the Oranga Tamariki repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill.
Members, the House is in committee on the Oranga Tamariki repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill. We begin with the debate on Part 1. This is the debate on clauses 3 to 5, amendments to the Oranga Tamariki Act 1989. The question is that Part 1 stand part. The Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Tēnā koe te manga Aotearoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to take this call on the Oranga Tamariki repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill. I have a number of questions, and also we have some amendments that we would like to speak to throughout this committee stage as well. But I want to first start my contribution by saying how extremely disappointed I am in the Minister for failing to listen to the majority of submissions that were opposed to the repeal of Section 7AA, by not listening to the evidence that Section 7AA will cause harm to tamariki Māori. The Minister's failure to present any empirical evidence that there is a problem that exists with this section. Throughout the Select Committee process, no empirical evidence was provided to the Select Committee to support the Minister's repeal of Section 7AA. I want to start by asking the Minister, where in the Act will there be an obligation on the Chief Executive which replaces Section 7AA Clause 2A? Because in the repealing of this Act, that entire section is being removed, and there is no proposed amendment by the Minister to address this issue. And Madam Speaker, this is an important clause that is being repealed, because the whole purpose of Section 7AA was to ensure that the duties of the Chief Executive set out in this section are imposed in order to recognise and provide a practical commitment to the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Now, what Section 7AA 2A says is that the Chief Executive must ensure that the policies and practices of the department that impact on the well-being of children and young persons have the objective of reducing disparities by setting measurable outcomes for Māori children and young persons who come to the attention of the department. So my question to the Minister is, why is she repealing that section? Why does the Minister not think that it is important that there be an obligation on the Chief Executive to ensure that the policies and practices of Oranga Tamariki reduce disparities for tamariki Māori? What is the point of retaining a strategic partnership if the purpose of that is not to ensure that we are reducing the disparities for tamariki Māori? So my question to the Minister is, why is the Minister doing that? Where else in the Act is that obligation placed on the CEO? And what is the point of having strategic partnerships if it isn't to do the fundamental objective of this section, which is to ensure that they are reducing disparities for tamariki Māori? And Madam Speaker, this is important because tamariki Māori make up 2/3 of the children in state care. That is why we have this section. That is why this is a very, very important debate in the House this evening.
I call Kaharangi Kata.
Today we are talking about the disparities that tamariki Māori face in care, and these are historical disparities that we still are dealing with today in 2025. I have an amendment paper 240, and the purpose of this amendment is that it elaborates on and clarifies what is meant by requiring regard for Māori culture, values and beliefs, and why that is so important for our tamariki Māori to have safety, security, stability and aroha, which is their birthright. It requires specific attention to be paid to the inherent value and dignity of tamariki Māori and their whakapapa in all actions taken and services delivered by Oranga Tamariki. A Māori worldview is one where children don't belong just to their parents. They belong and have that sense of belonging not only to their parents but to their whānau, to their hapu, to their iwi, to their maunga, to their awa. And 7AA was the bare minimum for acknowledging their rights under Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The Green Party agree with the Waitangi Tribunal, which found that repealing Section 7AA would lead to, quote, clear breaches of Article 2, guarantee to Māori of tino rangatiratanga over kāinga and of the treaty principles of partnership and active protection, end quote. This bill fundamentally misunderstands that tikanga, Māori and the role of whānau in a child's well-being. Tamariki do not just belong to their parents, they belong to their whānau, their hapu, their iwi, their river, their maunga. Māori have long understood this, and children thrive within their whakapapa. Just a few weeks ago, I attended the St. Patrick's Day event, and we're talking about the Irish people, another people who had their language, their culture tried to be stamped out of them, but their government took it seriously, and that was what they called the regalification of Ireland. And seeing those tamariki so proud of their culture, even though they live here in New Zealand and maybe had never been to Ireland before. They were so proud that they knew about St. Patrick's Day. They knew about their culture, and that made them feel so safe and stable and loved, because we know and they know that a child shouldn't be disconnected from their culture. And we know that it has only been a short time since the Royal Commission of Inquiry came out, and one of the main things that came out of that was disconnection and being pulled from their whakapapa caused actual harm to them, harm that they are still trying to heal from today. Section 7AA is the only legislative tool that comes close to addressing the failings of our government, and its repeal will not only breach te tiriti, but actively put tamariki Māori at risk. There is no conflict between tikanga and safety. Rather, they are inseparable. This amendment strengthens the obligation to uphold the dignity and whakapapa of tamariki Māori. And I know the Minister was really concerned about the interpretation of 7AA by Oranga Tamariki staff, and that was what motivated her to bring this to the House, because of that interpretation. Well, this is a way, by amending this and accepting my amendment paper 240, to put that back in. So I want to ask, will the Minister accept this amendment?
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Karen Shaw.
So first of all, Madam Chair, I'll just give an answer to Honourable Willow Jean Prime around the reporting and the obligations of assessing outcomes for Māori children. This bill does not alter those obligations in any way. There are many ways that Oranga Tamariki is assessed on outcomes being achieved for Māori children and young people and their whānau. One of those ways that it's reported is produced by the Independent Children's Monitor report. And any questions the Independent Children's Monitor request information from Oranga Tamariki on, Oranga Tamariki is obligated to provide that information. So that's one of the ways that the Chief Executive is making sure that the outcomes being achieved for Māori are going well. But what I would say is that Oranga Tamariki's focus should be that all children and outcomes of all children should be a focus of Oranga Tamariki, and all children that are in state care should be receiving the same love, care and respect. So that's the first point. The second one is speaking to amendment paper number 240. I will not be supporting this amendment. This amendment is not consistent with the policy intent of the bill to repeal Section 7AA of the Act. The suggested amendment exists in the context of the Chief Executive's responsibility to achieve the principles and purposes of the Act, to promote the wellbeing and best interests of children, young persons and their families, whānau, hapu, iwi and family groups in particular.
I call the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister, but that wasn't actually what my questions were. My questions were not about the reporting. I'll come to reporting later and the questions that I have around reporting. My questions were specifically about the legislative requirement of the CEO under the current clause 7AA2A, which is being repealed. And that puts legal responsibility on the Chief Executive to do something, not just to report on something, but to actually do it. And I'll read it again for the Minister, because this is important. This is the whole reason we have Section 7AA, to address this issue. that the policies and the practices of the department that impact on the well-being of children and young persons have the objective of reducing disparities by setting measurable outcomes for Māori children and young persons who come to the attention of the department. So this isn't about reporting what sorts of outcomes there has been. That is what the Minister answered in her question. The question I have is about the legal responsibility on the Chief Executive to have policies, practices and measurable outcomes to reduce disparities for tamariki Māori. So the Minister jumped to the reporting on something, but what are they reporting on? This section is being taken away.
Madam Chair. I call the Honourable Karen Shaw.
Madam Chair, I think I've made it very clear that I do not feel it's necessary to have separate obligations based on race. We should be treating all our children with the same level of respect and care and making sure that they are all taken care of in a way. And the Chief Executive has an obligation to the Independent Children's Monitor to report on those disparities and to have multiple reports and multiple obligations, adding more red tape to how we deal with this and writing reports rather than actually doing our job is not accomplishing that. So at the end of the day, every child deserves to be treated with the same level of care and respect and meeting their needs. And if meeting their needs means that it is a te ao Māori approach, then that should be happening. But I am not going to treat our children differently.
Point of order, Takuta Ferris.
Kia ora tēnā koe, Madam Speaker. I'm sure last year we were all told that we can't wear our party emblems and things in here. But I see the leader of the ACT Party is over there with an ACT pin on his chest.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Kia ora.
Are the ACT Party members wearing any noticeable?
Yes, indeed, Madam Chair. I forgot that I'd put it on, and I'm really pleased to see Te Pāti Māori trying to uphold the protocol of the House instead of drag it down for a change.
Madam Chair.
I call the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Minister, in that response, the Minister said that she doesn't believe that there needs to be separate or specific policies for different ethnicities or race or so on in her answer. My question to the Minister is, given that Māori make up 2/3 of the children in care, does the Minister not think that it is important to have a requirement on the Chief Executive to look at policies and practices that would reduce those disparities for tamariki Māori? That doesn't exist for everybody else because they do not make up 2/3 of the care system. The Minister referred in her answer, Madam Chair, to reporting on all of these things. But what is the point of having a report if there is no legal obligation on the Chief Executive to actually do something about it? Let's be very clear, the Minister in repealing this section 7AA is very clearly removing the obligation on the Chief Executive to reduce disparities for tamariki Māori. I want to understand from the Minister why she doesn't think it is important to have that legal obligation on the CEO for tamariki Māori who make up 2/3 of the care system.
I call Kaharangi Carter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to speak to my amendment 241, which talks about the obligations of the Chief Executive. Now, responsibilities pay attention to what that means for tamariki Māori. What is focused on is what is addressed. And this needs to be enshrined in law because we know that tamariki Māori are not treated equally. We know that because history has shown us over and over that tamariki Māori have been let down by the system. And I'm sure the Minister has been party to far more documents and information and empirical evidence than we have. And I really implore the Minister to look at that empirical evidence, because I believe in all of our ability to decipher between empirical evidence and evidence, and that is what we're talking about here. When it is not good enough to just expect something to be reported on and to leave it up to the Independent Children's Monitor. When something is enshrined in law, it happens. And with the CE being responsible for the disparities that tamariki Māori face, that means that those disparities can actually lessen. And that's the goal, right? You know, wouldn't it be amazing if we didn't have to have it? If in fact that would be the ideal. But at the moment, what the Minister is asking us is to walk around in a pitch black shed with a torch, all shining at these issues, shining a light on the darkness which happens with in-state care. But what we need to do is have that Chief Executive turn on the lights so we can see the whole picture of what is happening and shine a light on all of the darkness so that our tamariki Māori can have everything that they deserve. All of the safety that I know the Minister has said that she's really, really focused on, to have the stability that all of our tamariki deserve and need, and that aroha, because when we boil it down, that is what all tamariki need: safety, stability, and aroha. And when we look at the evidence, we can see that when we have reported on these things, when we have reported on the disparities of tamariki Māori, actually the proportion of Māori tamariki in care has reduced. It is working. So the concerns that the Minister has about 7AA, well, let's keep the really cool stuff that's in 7AA. The stuff that means that tamariki Māori are connected to their whānau, are connected to their culture, and that the CE is responsible for making sure that those disparities continue to decrease. I want to know about why this proposed repeal of Section 7AA, which the Minister has raised concerns about, particularly around those statutory duties of the Chief Executive to ensure that the policies and practices of the department being the regional offices of Oranga Tamariki, and any services and outsourcing for community providers and partnerships actually have the objective of reducing disparities of tamariki Māori, because isn't that what we're here for? To make sure that all tamariki are treated with that safety, stability and aroha. But by having the lights off and just pretending that that doesn't happen and ignoring that 7AA actually has helped reduce those disparities is doing a disservice to our tamariki.
Time has expired. The time has come for me to leave the chair. The committee will resume at 7:30. Thank you. Thank you.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. Until then, some of today's earlier proceedings will be repeated.
Mr. Speaker.
Almighty God, we give thanks for the blessings which have been bestowed on us. Laying aside all personal interests, we acknowledge the King and pray for guidance in our deliberations, that we may conduct the affairs of this House with wisdom, justice, mercy and humility for the welfare and peace of New Zealand. Amen.
Members, I've received a letter from Irina Williams seeking to debate under Standing Order 399, the Government's response to the lack of competition in the supermarket sector. This is a particular case of recent occurrence for which there is ministerial responsibility. An application for an urgent debate on this issue was sought and declined last year because the matter had not reached the level of urgency required to set aside the business of the House to debate it. The most recent government announcement was that it would make a request for information to support a supermarket competitor. While the issue is an important one, the government's announcements to date also do not reach the threshold for an urgent debate. The application is declined. Lawrence Sunan.
Leave to move a motion without notice and without debate to express our condolences to those affected by the Myanmar earthquake.
Is there any objection to that course of action being followed? There appears to be none.
I move that this House sends its condolences to all those who have lost loved ones and livelihoods in Myanmar, Thailand and other adjacent nations as a result of the Myanmar earthquake on the 28th of March. And note that the Government of New Zealand stands ready to consider and respond to any requests for assistance from affected countries to aid recovery efforts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. A petition has been delivered to the clerk for presentation.
Petition of Free Fares NZ, requesting that the House urge the Government to not implement the new private share funding targets for public transport. That petition stands referred to the Petitions Committee. Ministers have delivered two papers. 2025 to 29 Statement of Intent for National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Limited. Amendment to the 2024-25 Statement of Performance Expectations for National Infrastructure Funding and Financing Limited. Those papers are published under the authority of the House. 37 Select Committee reports have been delivered for presentation. Reports of the Economic Development, Science and Innovation Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of New Zealand Post Limited and the Annual Review of the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. Reports of the Education and Workforce Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Reviews of the Accident Compensation Corporation and WorkSafe New Zealand Limited and on the education sector. Reports of the Environment Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Climate Change Commission, of Predator Free 2050 Limited, of the Climate Change Chief Executives Board, the Department of Conservation, Energy Efficiency and Conservation Authority, Environmental Protection Authority, Ministry for the Environment and Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment. Report of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Reports of the Justice Committee on the Disputes Tribunal Amendment Bill and the Police Vetting Amendment Bill. Reports of the Primary Production Committee on the 2023-24 Annual Review of the Animal Control Products Limited, Assure Quality Limited, Crown Irrigation Investments Limited, Land Information New Zealand Limited, Landcorp Farming Limited, Quotable Value Limited, the Ministry for Primary Industries and New Zealand Walking Access Commission. Report of the Regulations Review Committee on the complaint about Electricity Safety Regulations 2010. Reports of the Social Services and Community Committee on the 2023-24 annual review of the Arts Council of New Zealand, Toi Aotearoa, and the 2023-24 annual review of the Broadcasting Commission. Reports of the Transport and Infrastructure Committee on the 2023-24 annual reviews of Air New Zealand Limited, City Rail Link Limited, Crown Infrastructure Partners Limited, Kiwi Rail Holdings Limited, Te Manatu Waka, Ministry of Transport, Airways Corporation of New Zealand Limited, Civil Aviation Authority of New Zealand, New Zealand Infrastructure Commission, Transpower New Zealand Limited, Waka Kotahi, New Zealand Transport Agency, and annual reviews of the energy sector.
The bills are set down for second reading. The report of the Regulation Review Committee is set down for consideration. The clerk has been informed of the introduction of 4 bills.
Medicines Amendment Bill, introduction. Financial Markets Conduct Amendment Bill, introduction. Financial Service Providers Registration and Disputes Resolution Amendment Bill, introduction. And Credit Contracts and Consumer Finance Amendment Bill, introduction.
Those bills are set down for first reading. The House comes now to questions for oral answer. The first in the name of the Right Honourable Chris Hipkins.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Prime Minister, does he stand by all of his government's statements and actions?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. Supplementary question. Does he agree with Christopher Luxon, quote, "What's mattering most to New Zealanders out there is what we are doing to reduce the cost of living," end quote. If so, why is his government increasing Kiwi household power bills by up to $25 a month through increased transmission charges during a cost of living crisis?
Just a reminder that questions are heard in silence. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'm very proud of the efforts of our government to help New Zealanders with the cost of living. That's why we're getting control of government spending. That's why inflation's coming down. That's why interest rates are coming down. I just note that member didn't support tax relief for the first time in 14 years for low and middle income workers. We're doing everything we can to put money back in Kiwis' pockets.
Supplementary question. Is his government's decision to increase car registration fees by $50 a year, increase taxes on parking fines, and more than double the insurance levies on motor vehicles increasing or decreasing cost of living for Kiwi households?
What is improving the situation for Kiwis households is making sure that inflation is coming down, interest rates are coming down, the economy is starting to grow. It was fantastic to see the economy grow at 0.7% in Q4 last year. And importantly, Labor didn't vote for tax relief, Labor didn't vote for working for families credits, Labor didn't vote for family boost.
Thank you.
Supplementary. Will his government's plan to increase annual household insurance bills by between $400 and $948 a year increase or decrease the cost of living for Kiwi households?
We don't set insurance premiums, but what we can control is the environment, which is an economy that's incredibly well managed, to make sure that we're bringing spending down, to make sure that we're bringing inflation down, interest rates down, the economy's growing, so people have more money in their pocket, they can access higher income jobs.
Point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order, the Right Honourable Chris.
Prime Minister might have misheard the question when he said the government doesn't set insurance levies, given that the question was specifically about the part of household insurance that the government does set. The government is currently consulting on a proposal to increase household insurance costs by $400 to $948 per year per household.
The question is it the government or a government agency?
It's a government agency. Well, that is the government.
Well, if it has a separate board, then the board would make a decision. But Prime Minister might want to make that distinction.
It's a government agency. They have a separate board. They can make their own decision.
Supplementary question. Did his government's decision to reintroduce charges for pharmacy prescriptions, slash public transport subsidies, and increase the cost of rubbish disposal increase or decrease the cost of living for New Zealand families?
I'll just say to that member, I am incredibly proud of what this government is doing to help New Zealanders with the cost of living crisis. That member and his party did not vote for tax relief. They did not support the things that are helping New Zealanders improve their cost of living.
Supplementary question. Does his government's decision to increase the minimum wage by less than inflation for 2 years in a row, meaning those earning the minimum wage earn less now in real terms than 2 years ago, increase or decrease the cost of living crisis for low-income New Zealanders?
I'm proud of the fact that we are increasing entitlements by roughly the amount of inflation. But what I'm also proud about is the fact that real wage growth has grown for 5 quarters in a row, after declining for 13 quarters in a row under that government.
Supplementary question.
Supplementary, the Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Prime Minister confirm that levies issued by NHC, formerly EQC, are driven by risk and global reinsurance costs? And if indeed the levy does have to increase, it will be because Labor left them at an unsustainable rate.
He can't speculate on that. He can answer the question, the body of the question. Right Honourable Prime Minister. The body of the question.
Oh, right. I agree. Insurance levies are set based off risk profiles of New Zealand.
Supplementary question. Does he stand by his statement that, quote, there might be just regular annual increments in some fees and levies across the piece, but that's not a major focus, end quote? And if so, does he acknowledge that increased costs for prescription charges, electricity lines charges, car registrations, car insurance levies, survey and title fees, insurance levies, and in fact fuel excise indicate that his priority isn't fees and levies that impact everyday New Zealanders, but rather delivering tax cuts for landlords and tobacco companies?
I don't talk crap.
My focus, in answering part of that question, my focus is on making sure we run a great economy so New Zealanders can get ahead. We inherited a situation where the economy was run into the ground. We are making sure that we do everything we can to get growth back into New Zealand, so we get money back into Kiwis' pockets, so they can get out of the mess that we've inherited thanks to that last government.
Question 2, Joseph Mooney.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Economic Growth. What recent announcements has she made regarding supermarket competition?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, on Sunday I outlined the Government's next steps to drive more competition in the supermarket sector and deliver better grocery prices for Kiwi shoppers. I announced two things. First, a formal request for information process to identify what is needed to support a significant national-scale competitor to enter our grocery market. Second, I announced that I have commissioned specialist external advice on ways in which the existing supermarket duopoly could be restructured to improve competition. Mr Speaker, I would note that this approach is similar to that recommended by the last Cabinet in June 2023, when Minister Duncan Webb said that it would make sense to consider the need for more detailed policy work on divestment to occur after the Commission makes its first report into the state of the grocery sector. Mr Speaker, that report was delivered in September.
Supplementary. What response has she seen to the announcement?
Well, Mr Speaker, there have been a range of responses welcoming the Government's announcement, including from Grocery Action Group's Chair Sue Chetwin, who said the announcements were, quote, terrific news for Kiwi shoppers. Ms Chetwin said that, quote, while the many recent regulatory reforms of the supermarket sector have been worthwhile, none has effectively curbed the duopoly's market power. Well-known grocery commentator Ernie Newman said the announcements were, quote, a significant move and, quote, the good news is the sense of urgency. He added, that said, this is necessarily a long-term project. I hope that all parties in Parliament will endorse the direction of travel. Mr Speaker, of course, the Government's announcement build on our coalition commitment with New Zealand First to ensure that there is greater competition in the supermarket sector, and there are many other responses which reinforce the sentiment that change is needed, and I agree with them.
Supplementary. What other work is underway to address supermarket competition?
Mr Speaker, the Commerce Commission is working to complete its wholesale inquiry, its analysis into land banking issues and its second grocery report. My officials are also working to get as much involvement as possible in the RFI from market players, potential entrants and investors. On that note, I was pleased to see on Sunday that Foodstuffs said in response to my announcements that it will, quote, constructively participate in the Government's RFI process. I welcome their involvement.
Supplementary. When will we see the next steps towards better competition in the grocery market?
Well, Mr Speaker, the RFI is proceeding at pace and will close after 6 weeks. In mid-2025, once I've considered the evidence from the RFI and the Commerce Commission's additional work, I will bring further recommendations to Cabinet. Depending on what I hear, I may seek Cabinet's mandate to progress further design work on structural options to improve competition in the grocery sector. If legislation is needed, I would want to introduce it before the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, we need to move fast and also with due care to ensure Kiwi shoppers get the benefits of stronger competition in our supermarket sector.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
I wonder if I could ask the Minister the origin of this brilliant, thoughtful, considerate policy.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the number one driver of this is the fact that all the evidence points to a lack of competition in the New Zealand supermarket sector, and in particular the fact that New Zealanders are paying more for their groceries than counterparts in other countries. This was recognised in the coalition agreement between the National Party and the New Zealand First Party, which identified this as a priority area for work. Mr. Speaker, the attempts by the last government have, in the review of the Grocery Commissioner, not improved competition in this area.
The Honourable Marama Davidson, question 3.
Ki te Premier, e tautoko ana ia I ngā kōrero me ngā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does he stand by the statement of the Minister of Housing who, when asked whether his government's emergency housing policies were a success, replied, "Yes, we're very proud of it." And if so, what is he more proud of? Homelessness services across the country reporting increased homelessness, or siphoning money out of services that our most vulnerable people in Aotearoa need to survive?
What did you do?
Well, I'm incredibly proud that in a very short period of time, this government has ended what I think is one of a blight on New Zealand's social policies. The fact that we have taken 2,000 children out of squalid motel rooms and we have put them into proper, dry homes. The fact that we have taken 5,000 people off the social state housing wait list who are desperate to get a home. That is fantastic. And so we should be very proud about that, and I think the House would want to join with me on that.
Will he accept that it is his government's decisions that are resulting in reports of increasing homelessness, with less people being able to access basic supports that were available even this time last year?
No, government support is still available to people who need housing assistance and will continue to be so. But what I'm incredibly proud about is emergency motel, emergency housing. Has been a major challenge in New Zealand for a decade or so. We've talked about it all the time, and this government has finally done something about it through good, active management and getting the job done.
Does he understand that being denied housing support from MSD, resulting in even just one night sleeping on the street, can have lifelong consequences for our rangatahi?
There will always be government support for people in need of housing. That has not changed.
So does he stand by the statement of his Minister of Housing that, quote, "there is always support available for people who are sleeping on the streets"? And if so, why are community-based homelessness organisations saying that they are unable to get support for people who urgently need housing?
In answer to the first part of the question, yes.
Will he commit to properly resourcing community-based providers who are already supporting those doing it tough, or will our rangatahi continue to be abandoned to sleep on our streets?
I just, the member's line of questioning is not acknowledging that we had 3,141 families and households in motel accommodation in New Zealand. Completely, utterly unacceptable. This government, a government that cares about outcomes, cares about people, making sure they find housing, has reduced that to 591 families. We now have 2,000 kids out of motels in proper houses, whether that is state housing, social housing, transition housing, or the private rental market. That is a great outcome, and we're very, very proud of it.
There were at least 5 people on my right, my left, who were talking almost constantly through that answer. That is a barrage that has to stop. And the people who were part of that group of 5 will know who they are. The Honourable Barbara Edmonds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
4.
To the Minister of Finance, does she stand by her statement, quote,
The government is focusing on the things that make a difference to the quality of people's lives, unquote. If so, do the changes coming in today reflect that?
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Mr Speaker, yes and yes, because the annual general adjustment changes coming into effect today help New Zealanders who are with greater increases to payments, including those who are receiving superannuation, veterans' pensions and benefits, which will help them with the cost of living. Mr Speaker, I note that for those that are adjusted according to after-tax average wage, the increases are larger than they would have been otherwise because of the tax adjustments delivered by this government in its first budget.
Supplementary. Does a 35 cent per hour increase in the minimum wage, less than the rate of inflation, make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Well, Mr Speaker, the first thing I would note is that our Cabinet is mindful of the fact that the minimum wage is paid by employers, small businesses, medium businesses up and down the country. And we are conscious that in recent years they have undertaken a very difficult period in which they have faced significant inflation and rising interest rates. And we want to ensure they are now in a context where, given the choice between letting a worker go or hiring a new worker, we minimise the costs that they face and ensure that we do not put New Zealanders' jobs at risk.
Supplementary. How does the planned removal of the living wage for government contracted cleaners, caterers and security guards make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Mr Speaker, the member is referring to the procurement changes which the government is consulting on, which intend to improve the quality of New Zealanders' lives by ensuring that when government is choosing who to contract with, instead of ticking a lot of boxes, small businesses and medium businesses in New Zealand are invited to submit on the impact their business will have on New Zealand as a whole, including the jobs they create, the training they create and the positive impact they have in their community. We think this New Zealand interest test, this economic impact test is an important way to ensure we make the most of government procurement.
Supplementary. Does removing free public transport fares for under 25s and reducing public transport subsidies make a difference to the quality of people's lives?
Well, Mr Speaker, in our first budget, what we did was we ensured that we were able to offer tax relief to millions of New Zealanders, fully funded by savings across government. And what we can say is that that has allowed many New Zealanders to have more money in their bank accounts than would otherwise be the case. At the same time, we have ensured that inflation is back in the target range, minimising the price increases that New Zealanders face across the general economy, which has allowed interest rates to reduce, again improving the cost of living for many families.
Supplementary. How can she stand by her statement she is focusing on the things that make a difference to the quality of people's lives when public transport costs and car registration fees are up, power prices, insurance levies and rates are up, but our lowest paid workers only get 35 cents an hour raise or won't receive the living wage?
Well, Mr Speaker, picking up on the last part of that question, it's important to note that minimum wage workers are in families with a range of different household circumstances, and what we have been advised is that in many cases those workers will be eligible for additional working for families and accommodation supplement support, such that in some cases a minimum wage increase will actually be eroded by the abatement in those payments that would occur otherwise. The significance of this, Mr Speaker, is that actually what New Zealand families want is pretty simple. They actually want jobs, and we're ensuring our policies support that. They want a cost of living that's under control, and we've ensured that a lower inflation rate delivers that. And they want to be part of an economy that's growing, so there are more and better paid jobs, and so that their cost of living is controlled in the medium term. The alternative approach, Mr Speaker, is that of the last government, where they sprayed the money hose around, crossed their fingers and hoped, and what it delivered was a cost of living crisis that made many New Zealanders worse off.
Question 5, Andy Foster.
Mr Speaker, thank you. My question is to the Minister for Rail and asks, is the Cook Strait ferry replacement program on track?
The Right Honourable Winston.
Yes, by Christmas 2029, 2 brand new ferries will have rail on them,
and it will save the taxpayer billions. This is met with positive reactions. Carl Findlay, Maritime Union, said, and I quote, particularly happy for the workers, quotes, who now know that they have a future. Nadine Taylor, Marlborough Mayor, said this, it's the certainty that Port needs to move forward. Anthony Delaney, Centre Port, said this gives surely to all the people who rely on the provision of a safe, reliable and affordable ferry service. And Don Braid of Main Freight said this, it's a pragmatic, logical, sensible decision. And we want to say this very important note. There's a good number of people, politicians included, who are a little naive as to how much freight actually moves by rail. And then this self-appointed economist said this, rail-enabled ferries are a no-brainer. That's Julie Ann Genter.
Supplementary, Mr. Speaker. How does this government's plan compare to previous plans?
Well, the greatest maritime fiction since Moby Dick was delivered by Chris Hipkins, and he said this, quotes, mega ferries wasn't the wisest decision, end of quotes. How was that? It landed big time. That's how it was.
That's enough. You can't use a question to abuse the opposition. You can talk about factual matters. Well, you didn't present it that way. Started out like we were reading a novel.
He said, how did, no, the question, excuse me, point of order. Yeah. The question, how does the government's plan compare to 2020?
Yeah.
That's them in power, that's their decision.
That's good.
You didn't stop that, did you? So here comes the answer.
I said, the question's in order, the answer has to be as well. And so,
okay. Right.
Let's see how you go. You're a very experienced man.
He need only ask Todd Vassler from the Rail Union for an education. He said this, well, he used to work for MC. He said, it was the infrastructure and the terminals that blew out and just kept blowing out.
Supplementary. How will the road and rail marshalling yards be different compared to Project IREX?
Well, under IREX, both yards were proposed to lift by a metre at huge expense. There's a lot of stone and concrete with new buildings, roads and a rail on top. It was far beyond the modest alterations we had planned in 2020. They said lifting yards would mean extreme weather events would not disturb the ferry operations. That would have cost hundreds and billions of dollars alone. Here's the point. Why build a halo around a car yard when you could increase the culverts to stop the build-up of water in the first place? This can be done at a fraction of the cost and means we can keep using existing yards. It's blindingly obvious to some of us, but not to those in charge between 21 and 2023. Or Mr. Hipkins.
Yeah. Supplementary. How have the terminal buildings been considered in the Minister's thinking?
We are retaining the existing terminal buildings. They are simple structures that can battle weather and earthquakes. Petition as a new concrete foundation, a steel structure, and we have been told it has a long future. Wellington's building is in the right location beside the wharf, and so certain was KiwiRail and Centre Port about the terminal's future that they started building a new baggage area months ago. The previous government's plan included unbelievably multi-storey new terminals with concrete so thick there was barely any room for the passengers and fixtures so flash even Louis XIV would have been embarrassed. While some may regret the absence of a Taj Mahal in Picton and the Sydney Opera House in Wellington, the people paying their taxes will not, and that's why over there it hurts so much. It hurts.
Labor terminal. Question 6. Question 6, Rauri Waititi.
Kia ora, te pika. Does the Prime Minister stand by all of his government statements and actions?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes. What is he doing to address systemic violence against Māori by the police in light of 3 incidents in the past months alone where an 11-year-old autistic child was misidentified by police and forcibly medicated at the Henry Bennett Centre, a 15-year-old boy had his jaw broken by police in Napier, and Sam Matue, who was tasered, pepper sprayed by police, then died on the scene while being arrested at Oranga Point?
I won't comment on individual cases, as that member will understand, given investigations that are ongoing, but I just say that I am very, very proud of the police and I back our police.
Will he support the Māori Party policy requiring police officers to wear mandatory body cameras for their own safety and for the safety of the public? And if not, why not?
Well, I'll take my advice from the police, and if that is a tool that they wish to have, I back them with any tools that they need to do their job. But I'm very proud that our police are out there on the beat. They've increased the beat police by 30%, and the public are feeling safer in their businesses, in their homes, in their community, and that's a good thing.
Will his government implement the recommendations of the Understanding Police Delivery Report, in which the New Zealand Police found that structural racism within the policies is the reason Māori are more likely to be stopped, tasered and prosecuted than any other group? If not, why not?
I back our police. Our police are out there making sure that they catch criminals, that they keep the community safe. They do a great job. There are obviously processes where that people can have investigations or can make complaints around. But our police, each and every day, are out there protecting and serving this community, and I'm proud of them.
Does he accept any discrimination in the police?
I don't agree with statements that I have said that there is structural racial discrimination in the police at all.
Why is his government considering giving a further $1.2 billion in corporate tax cuts on top of the $3 billion he has already given to landlords, when 46% of retail trade companies paid no income tax at all in the last year?
Sorry, I don't understand the question that the member is asking. Can you repeat it?
Why is his government considering giving a further $1.2 billion in corporate tax cuts on top of the $3 billion he has already given to landlords, when 46% of retail trade companies paid no income tax at all in the last year?
Yeah. Look, well, there's no decisions that have been made, but I just say to that member, we want to make sure we get our tax and regulatory settings as good and as competitive as they can be, so that we can unleash growth in this economy. We want growth, growth, growth. We want that above everything else. It's so important. It's how Kiwis get ahead, and that's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Shane Jones.
Point of order, sir.
Point of order.
The first portion of that question, why did you not intervene? It's a long-established tradition in this House, consistent with the standing orders. Any police matter that may involve investigations should not be traversed in question time.
Well, that was that's a good point. I'll have to take that on board and consider it further. I think the question was satisfactorily answered, though, in that regard. The Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the Minister of Social Development, are her policies working, and if not, why not?
Mr Speaker.
The Honourable Louise Upson.
Mr Speaker, yes, we have been working hard to create a more proactive welfare system to support more job seekers into work. In the year to February 2025, there were 67,281 exits from the job seeker benefit into work, an increase of 11% from the year before, despite the challenging economic conditions. We also know our policies are working because 98.1% are green under the traffic light system, which means they are meeting their work obligations. Mr Speaker, our government is relentlessly focused on growing the economy, because when businesses have the confidence to grow and succeed, it's good for jobs, it's good for people, and it's good for the incomes of New Zealand families.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, does she agree with the Salvation Army that, quote, says benefit sections had little to nothing to do with them finding a job? And if so, why is she pursuing a program that doesn't work?
Well, Mr Speaker, I disagree with that member because, as I said, 98.1% of those who are on benefit are complying with their work obligations. They're taking the steps they need to. The economic conditions we inherited mean it's a very challenging labour market, but despite that, there's been an 11% increase on last year of people leaving the job seeker benefit and going to a job.
Mr Speaker, point of order, Mr Speaker.
Point of order.
Mr Speaker, the question was about the Salvation Army, not about myself, so I can put the question again if you like, there's no problem.
We'll change the answer.
Yeah, okay.
Put it again?
Yeah.
Okay. To the Minister, does she agree with the Salvation Army that, quote, said benefit sanctions had little to nothing to do with them finding a job? And if so, why is she pursuing a program that doesn't work?
Mr Speaker, I disagree with the Salvation Army, just like I disagree with that member.
Speaker, Mr Speaker, is the Minister comfortable with 22,000 more people on a job seeker benefit, a jump of 12% in 12 months, who are potentially made homeless as a result of her punitive sanction policies?
Mr Speaker, I'm proud of the result that our government has in terms of an 11% increase in the number of people leaving the job seeker benefit into a job. I'd love to be in a position where we didn't inherit the economic environment that we have, where high levels of inflation and interest rates mean that we're now dealing with higher levels of unemployment than we'd like. But we're dealing with the problem. We're getting people into work. We're taking the steps that are necessary. And our government is ensuring that more New Zealanders have the opportunities to be in a job.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, does she expect that more students will be arrested at the border as a result of her policy to increase interest rates on overseas borrowers?
Well, Mr Speaker, that is an operational matter, but what we are focused on our side of the government, whether it's in welfare or student loans, we want to see people fulfil their obligations. There are rights and responsibilities that they owe to other taxpayers. We expect them to fulfil them.
Mr Speaker, to the Minister, how can the community have confidence in her policies when under her leadership there are 22,000 more people on the job seekers benefit? She said that she would support the workers of Kinleith. It shut down and more people are unemployed than compared to this time last year.
Well, Mr Speaker, as I said, it would be great for this side of the House if we didn't inherit the unfortunate economic climate that we did. We always knew, and Treasury forecasts from the previous government as well as from our government expected unemployment rates to rise. That is indisputable. What is on record, though, is our success in actually getting people off the job seeker benefit into work. We're still ambitious. We have a target. 50,000 fewer people on the job seeker is a target that's worth working for.
Question 8, Mike Butterick.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Police and asks, what recent reports has he seen on trust and confidence in the police?
The Honourable Mark Mitchell.
The New Zealand Crime and Victims Survey Cycle 7, taken from October 2023 to October 2024, showed that for the first time since the introduction of the police module to the survey, the proportion of people with high trust and confidence in police increased from 67 to 69%. This coincided with the proportion of people with no trust and confidence in police dropping to its lowest level at 2%. This research confirms that a visible presence of police and community engagement, such as the community beat teams, impact positively on trust and confidence in the police and reverse a trend of declining confidence in police.
Supplementary. What other good results for police were reported in the survey?
In Cycle 7, 74% of people who had contact with police were satisfied with that contact. The number of people who were dissatisfied decreased significantly from 16% the year prior to 12% last year.
Supplementary. Why does he think trust and confidence in police went up?
The initiative of the community beat teams has played an important role in having police visible in cities, reassuring the public. I know that police are doing outstanding work to respond to crime. The targeting of boy racers in the Hawke's Bay and Wairarapa over the last month that resulted in infringements, impoundments, or responding quickly to reports of a sighting of a person holding a firearm outside an Auckland address yesterday and seizing 2 pistols, a shotgun and a rifle. It's critical in letting communities know that police have their backs.
Supplementary. How have communities responded to the increased presence of police out and about?
Mr Speaker, I've seen a recent media query to police that asked them to comment on a poll run by the Star newspaper in Christchurch, which shows 82% of respondents feel safer as a result of beat patrols. The Canterbury Metro Area Commander responded, noting that the poll aligned with the feedback that police have been receiving and a 5.8% reduction in victimisations in his area. On this side of the House, we back our police. That stands in stark contrast to some people who now think that the Green Party has raised some legitimate issues with regards to our police.
Question 9, the Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Question is to the Minister of Education. Does she stand by all her statements and actions?
Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Erica Stanford.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, in the context they were given. In particular, my commitment to delivering a knowledge-rich year-by-year, world-leading and internationally comparable curriculum. Yesterday, the Ministry of Education released the draft Year 7 to 13 English curriculum for consultation. It is underpinned by the science of learning and designed to support teaching the basics brilliantly. It can be found there are clear progression outcomes in spelling, grammar, sentence structure, oral language, reading, writing, comprehension and oral language. The draft also proposes a new requirement for Year 12 and 13 students to consider at least one work by Shakespeare, one 19th century text and text by New Zealand authors as part of their studies. Mr. Speaker, we believe in setting all Kiwi kids up for success, and this is just another step we're taking to do just that.
Supplementary. Why did she tell the House that she is, quote, kept up to date, unquote, about school lunches when she wasn't informed by Labelle's liquidation by David Seymour when he knew a week earlier and had told the Prime Minister?
Mr. Speaker, because the Associate Minister and I had a conversation twice around these issues where he kept me up to date with their supply issues.
Supplementary. Why was she, as the Minister of Education, the last to know about Labelle's liquidation?
Mr. Speaker, my expectation of the Associate Minister is that he was solely focused on the continuation of supply of school lunches during that period, which he was.
Stuff there, didn't he?
Does she have confidence in her Associate Minister, given he did not inform her about Labelle's liquidation when he knew 5 days earlier?
Mr. Speaker, I have confidence in the Associate Minister to ensure continuation of supply during that time, which he did.
Supplementary.
Willow Jean Prime.
Why won't she step in and fix the school lunches program when research shows students are getting meals that fail nutrition standards and give them around half the energy they used to get under the old model, given the overwhelming evidence that underfed kids fall behind at school?
Mr. Speaker, this delegation for school lunches is the responsibility of the Associate Minister, and any decisions around that are the decision for the Prime Minister.
True. The Honourable David Seymour.
Can the Minister confirm that the school lunch program has been contracted to deliver meals at the same nutritional level as last year and the years prior, when nonetheless up to 40% of meals were found not to meet the contracted standard? And can she confirm, or at least tell the House, what yesterday's on-time delivery numbers were?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the second part of the question, I understand that yesterday I think around 112,000 meals were delivered and the on-time delivery rate was 99.5%.
Question 10, Chloe Swarbrick.
Prime Minister, e tautoko ana ia e nā kōrero me nā mahi katoa a tōna kāwanatanga.
The Honourable Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Yes.
Does the Prime Minister think, quote, profit is a good thing, as he said in question time last week, in the context of supermarkets making $1 million in excess profits a day?
We think profit is a good thing, excessive profits is a bad thing.
Does the Prime Minister accept that a fixation on profit at all costs leads to a rising cost of living for New Zealanders, as found in analysis through the COVID period, that rising profits contributed to more than half of domestic inflationary pressure?
Well, the member seems to have a challenge or a problem with organisations making a profit. My point is that that is a good thing. They are investing, they're taking risk, they're investing capital in order to drive growth, and we support that.
Does the Prime Minister accept that the prioritisation of profit at all costs, without any government intervention, results in concentration of market power and higher costs of living for New Zealanders?
What I accept is that we want to tap into as much investment from overseas, domestically, in order to get more roads built, to do more mining, to do more housing, to do more schools, so that we can actually get the economy growing with great infrastructure.
Supplementary. Are there any circumstances, such as in, say, healthcare, education, or when we see it so clearly driving the cost of living, where the Prime Minister might agree that corporate profiteering is not, quote, a good thing?
Well, I just reject totally the way the member is characterising profits. The reality is that corporates and businesses, people out there, 97% of our businesses in New Zealand are small businesses. They're people who take a risk, they invest their capital, they build a business, they employ people, they grow an economy, they create opportunity and choices for families. They should be celebrated, and it's right that they make a return.
Supplementary.
The Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Could the Prime Minister please explain that if a business does not make a profit, it goes broke, and the employer and the employee, the staff and everybody loses their work?
That is exactly right. That's how it works. If you don't make money, as we saw because of a short-sighted energy policy that led to mills laying off workers because they couldn't be profitable, they couldn't make a return to cover the investments that they've got in their capital and their assets, that's exactly what happens. If you care about low and middle income working New Zealanders, you run and manage the economy as a fiscal conservative. That's what we're doing on this government.
Supplementary.
The close book.
Can the Prime Minister see, understand and articulate a difference between excessive corporate profiteering and the profits of the likes of small New Zealand-owned businesses?
Oh, changing your tune now.
We're like your one.
The member... Wait on, sorry. Once you've asked the question, let someone answer it. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, could you repeat the question? I want this on the record.
When the House is
To the Prime Minister, can the Prime Minister understand and articulate for the public of this country the difference between excessive corporate profiteering and the likes of profits from small New Zealand-owned businesses?
I understand business and commerce well, and I just say to that member that businesses making profits is a good thing. Where there are market failures, where there is excessive profits, why we have a Commerce Commission, some guidelines, some rules around all of that, that's what that continues under this government. But I just reject the member's degrowth mindset from her party. Yeah, that is not what New Zealand needs right now. If you are a working New Zealander and you want to create a future for your kids or your grandkids, you need growth. And for that to happen, we need free enterprise and we need companies and businesses to be able to make profits. That's not a bad thing.
Poverty mentality.
The Honourable Nicola Willis.
Well, does the Prime Minister agree that the profit motive is a key principle of a capitalist market economy? And would he advocate other forms of economic philosophy, such as, for example, Marxism?
I don't know. I'm sorry. That was asking the Prime Minister. Was asking the Prime Minister to answer a question for which he has no responsibility. He may have an opinion, but not as a Prime Minister. Those sort of questions are going to be dealt with very severely from this point.
Supplementary question.
Right Honourable Winston Peters.
Does the Prime Minister or any member of his cabinet intend to take the views of someone who started a small business which went bust in about 5 weeks and then come to this Parliament and start preaching to the rest of us?
I doubt he has any particular responsibility for that. The Honourable Shane Jones.
Supplementary question. Can the Prime Minister confirm there is not only great value in Shakespeare, but there's value in a book called The Wealth of Nations, although the former has a famous saying, "We are the stuff upon which dreams are made of"?
I think there's a lot of merits in Adam Smith, yep.
Question 11. Tangi Utakiri. I tell you what, just wait. There's a whole lot of people seem to want to have a bit of a say while you're about to speak.
Kia ora, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Rail. When will New Zealanders know the cost of their new Interislander ferries and how the requisite portside infrastructure will be funded?
Later this year, we will not approach this like Wellington Water, by which we mean revealing our budget while negotiating the price. That turns a buyer's market into a seller's market. When this ship and port agreements, when they are signed, the member will know the total cost and the shares between the government and the ports.
Supplementary. Is he then simply kicking the costs for required portside infrastructure upgrades onto ratepayers?
Could you repeat that? Too much noise.
Repeat the question.
Is he simply then kicking the costs for required portside infrastructure upgrades onto ratepayers?
The reality is that the landside infrastructure costs and funding will be included in our ferries update, and this was the ferries update which was sent to Cabinet. As we said yesterday, today, and no doubt again tomorrow, until the lesson sinks in, we do not show the budget to the contractor. We have set aside sufficient funding, and it is in billions less than the previous government planned on spending, and Ferry Holdings will now negotiate with shipyards and ports on those matters.
Supplementary. How much disruption will New Zealanders face with fewer Interislander sailings over the next 4.5 years until his ferries arrive, given operating the Aotearoa until 2029 is, quote, simply not possible, end quote?
Speculation.
All the advice that we have had from KiwiRail is that the requisite cargo and passenger movements will be up to scratch, and that was support by somebody from Main Freight who would know more about this than anybody in this House when he said it was just plain common sense to go forward in this way. We are going to be ahead of the market when we get these new ships as well.
Supplementary. Is the plan that he has announced after 3 months better than the deal Nicola Willis couldn't deliver in 1 year?
The reality was that Nicola Willis, as Minister of Finance, inherited a nightmare. She was facing a blowout which Treasury forecast to go to $4 billion and beyond when she was meant to be... I know it's rubbish, that's your specialty. That's why I'm talking about it. It's total rubbish. And we stopped that rubbish, and the Minister then had to make a decision which became a decision weighed against other options. Was not the right decision, but she did make the right decision to look at other options. That's two right decisions, which is two right decisions unique to a Minister of Finance in the last 9 years.
Supplementary. Why is his government willing to spend more than 15 months and over $1 billion only to leave Kiwis adrift, waiting 3 years longer for new Interislander ferries and still with no idea of how much they will cost?
Because the option was to buy two massive ferries for which there was no infrastructure, and repeat what's happening in Tasmania right now. They've got two new ferries and no infrastructure. They can't even use the ships. What's wrong with that? Well, it's not moron time over here.
Just before I call on question 12, in response to the point of order raised by the Honourable Shane Jones, police inquiries are not sub judice, and members can raise matters relating to those cases. The prohibitions through Standing Orders 116, where a prosecution or where a court is hearing a case, or if there's a question of an independent prosecution, which is Speaker's ruling 1824. Now, while members can't always know whether or not a matter is before the courts, but ministers most certainly would be expected to know that and respond accordingly. So the question, in short, was in order. Question 12, Nancy Liu.
Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Building and Construction. What is the government doing for lower building costs and make it easier to build?
Mr Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. As I've commented before in this House in response to a similarly searching line of question previously, we want to make it more affordable and also to enable people to build more on time. So for that reason, we are working on the building costs, which have increased by 40% since 2019, and we're taking decisive action this week with what we anticipate will, with all going well, the passage of the Overseas Building Products legislation.
Supplementary. What does the Overseas Building Products Standards and Certification Schemes Amendment Bill do?
Mr Speaker, this bill will make it easier to use high-quality building products in construction sites all across New Zealand. Currently, each of the 67 different building consent authorities approves building products, and because the councils currently have joint and several liability, they can be on the hook for as much as 100% of the total cost of a failure, and therefore they're extremely risk-averse and only approve familiar products. For this reason, sir, there's often little competition, and we see the establishment of effective near monopolies. We're determined to do something about that and improve competition.
Supplementary. Will this mean a drop in building standards?
Mr Speaker, thanks for the opportunity to address this question. The answer is, of course, absolutely not. We have designed the legislation in such a way as will ensure that only equal or higher standards from overseas are to be met in New Zealand in order for the scheme to qualify. In passing, I note that I'm pleased that across the House this point has been recognised, and we've enjoyed the support of various different political parties so far in the passage of the legislation. And I commit that we will continue to consider whether the jurisdictions overseas that we will be leaning into are comparable and credible.
Supplementary. What else is the government doing to lower building prices?
Mr Speaker, last month we published the first annual set of data across the nation for building consent processing timeframes that takes into account the real time involved in issuing of consents. In other words, sir, we were able to highlight that in 2 out of every 3 cases, councils have been pausing the issuing of building consents. Now, whatever the reason for those pauses having been made, nevertheless, the effect is that the real-world productivity gap has not been highlighted so clearly before, and for this reason, in terms of the overseas building products, but also the other major work that we're taking on, sir, streamlining inspections, making trusted builders accountable for their work, and structural reform of the building consent authorities will continue.
That concludes oral questions.
Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz. Live coverage from the House of Representatives will resume at 7:30 p.m. An uncorrected transcript of today's oral questions is available at www.parliament.nz.
Members, the committee is resumed on the Oranga Tamariki repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill. When we suspended for the dinner break, we were debating Part 1. Once again, the question is that Part 1 stand part. Honourable Karen Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wish to stand to speak to the member on an amendment paper number 241 set down by Kaharangi Carter from the Greens. I appreciate the questions that were asked in regards to this amendment. I will not be supporting this amendment. The Social Services and Community Committee considered the reporting obligations imposed on the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki by Section 7AA. These include an obligation to report on the impact of measures taken to reduce disparities for Māori. By majority, the committee was satisfied that there are sufficient mechanisms outside of Section 7AA for reporting outcomes for tamariki and rangatahi Māori produced by both Oranga Tamariki and the Independent Children's Monitor. The majority recommended that no amendments to the provisions in the bill around reporting duties. I'd like to also include that there are other ways that this is reported upon. These include the annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young people in their whānau, the State of Oranga Tamariki System report to be released at least once every 3 years, which requires an assessment of outcomes being achieved for Māori children, young people and their whānau, and the annual compliance report against the National Care Standards and Related Matters Regulations 2018. These standards set the standard of care for all children in the care, and achieving these is a priority for Oranga Tamariki. We also have several reports from Oranga Tamariki, including its annual report, which refers to measures performance against standards agreed as part of the annual appropriations, its quarterly report providing regular updates on progress towards ministerial priorities as strategic direction, a key appropriation performance measures, among other matters. This report is publicly sets out how the ministry is making a difference for children and young people and their families. We also have the annual Safety of Children in Care report, which publicly reviews and measures the findings of harm for Māori children and young people in care. Now, in one of the questions or speeches prior to the dinner break, there was a comment made that we didn't listen to the submitters. I would like to just push back against that, because I actually went away and I did listen to the submissions in regards to the reporting. And I asked Oranga Tamariki questions around what do we report on, how many reports are made, and there were multiple reports that reported on just this. I also asked what kind of resources does it take to do the report that the Chief Executive is obligated to do right now. And the resources were around 4 FTEs to get this report put together. I believe that those resources are better allocated elsewhere. We're actually putting the services in front of the young people rather than writing about it.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
I thank the Minister for her questions on that, and I will come to that point shortly myself. But I do want to note that the questions that I had earlier haven't been answered yet, and that is right back at the beginning around Section 7AA2A. I was not asking about reporting, I was asking about the statutory obligations on the Chief Executive that are now being removed with the repeal of Section 7AA. To come to the reporting, the Minister just then said, Madam Chair, that she has listened to the submissions and has come to the conclusion, based on what she had heard, her satisfaction that there were other reporting obligations and requirements in the Act, and basically that it is a waste of money to spend it on 4 FTE to properly report against what is in this section. That's essentially what I was hearing, is that she doesn't think it's justified having 4 full-time equivalent positions to do this reporting, because the Minister doesn't believe that this reporting is important. But the point I would like to make and to ask the Minister is, I'm pleased to hear that you said that you listened to the submissions and read the advice and asked your officials for further advice on this, because what you would have then seen is that in the report, some of us consider that Clause 10 of the bill should require the monitor to carry out the reporting that Oranga Tamariki itself would have done under the Principal Act. Some of us also note that following submissions from the public, advisors recommended the committee consider 2 prospective amendments to the bill to move both strategic partnerships and all the reporting requirements contained in Section 7AA to other sections of the Principal Act. Now, the Minister, Madam Chair, said that she listened to the submissions, sought the advice, and then was satisfied with the advice that it wasn't necessary to do this. Now, the point I want to make to the Minister and to the House is that what is there is not exactly what is being taken out. It is not like for like. It is not a complete replacement of that. So for the Minister to stand up here and give us a big, long answer of all the sorts of reporting that Oranga Tamariki is required to do, and it sounds like a lot, and it is a lot, and it should be a lot, but the point is it is not what Section 7AA required them to do. That is being lost. Now, after the submissions, the advisors recommended that the reporting requirements as they originally were be continued. It was the choice of the majority, and for anybody listening in tonight, the code for majority is the government, not the opposition. So the government members who make up the majority of the committee recommended that they were satisfied that some reporting was fine and you didn't need this actual reporting required in the legislation. That's right. No. What are you talking about? Are they the same, Joseph? What is the point in having, Madam Chair, what is the point of having a strategic partnership?
Please call Joseph by both names.
Mr. Mooney, Chair of the Select Committee, what is the point of having a strategic partnership if there is no obligation, no responsibility, nothing in statute on the Chief Executive to actually achieve anything in terms of that? So let's just window dress this. Let's just have a partnership for partnership's sake, but not actually say we're committed to reducing disparities, not actually say that we are committed to reporting on what was in Section 7AA. No, we're going to cherry pick one of the recommendations, Madam Chair. That's what the committee did, and said we just recommend this within this limited scope of what we want strategic partnerships to do. Be under no illusion, this House, Madam Chair, that replacement that they have got in there, that retention of that one section, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'm just going to take a call from the Minister. Thank you. Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the member for that, and I believe that addresses some of the members' amendment papers that have been tabled. So the member's paper that was tabled at 6 p.m. In regards to including outcomes for Māori and young children, Māori children and young persons in Section 2, and in Section 7.2, after paragraph G, insert report annually on the impact of the Chief Executive's duties on the outcomes for children and young people, including Māori children and young persons, and the reduction of disparities. I believe I have answered already my reasons as to why I would not be supporting that. To the members' amendment tabled at 5:31, requesting that Clause 5, Section 7AA be repealed and replaced with Section 7AA. I believe I will answer to that saying the whole reason I'm repealing this Act is I believe that it brings a conflict when it comes to the Chief Executive actually actually making good decisions when it comes to the care and protection of our young people. And this is the main reason why I'm repealing the bill, so I won't be supporting that. And the members, the SOP tabled at 5:32 p.m. Clause 4A1, Section 72H. In Section 272H, after subparagraph V, insert annually report on progress made to reduce disparities, improve outcomes for Māori children and young persons who come to the attention of the department. I believe I've already answered to why I won't be supporting that. Madam Chair, I think we need to also have a conversation about what we do expect to be the obligations for the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki. And this is part of why I brought this bill to the House, to make it very clear that the expectations on the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki is to get back to the core purpose of what Oranga Tamariki is there for. It is there to protect our children. And yes, I do agree that there are some disparities for Māori children, but we need to get out of this idea that these children come to us in one piece, all whole, with no trauma. Oranga Tamariki is the last line of defence for these young children. They have come here when everybody else has let them down. Everybody who's supposed to love for them, care for them and treat them with love and respect has not done that. Now Oranga Tamariki is having to step in and pick up the pieces. And as far as I'm concerned, their main obligation on the Chief Executive is to make sure that that child is safe, that child has a roof over their head, that child is fed, that child is loved, and that child has every chance to grow up to be the best that they can be. They are not to be seen just as only a certain colour or a certain race or from a certain background. They're to be seen as a child, and we need to assess their real needs, which could be medical, which could be disabilities, which could be all kinds of issues. And if we address those issues, we address the disparities.
I'm going to call Kaharangi Carter. I just want to make a point that this committee, while things that happen in select committee are part of the discussion, we don't have any intention, or I don't have any intention of us relitigating what happened in the select committee process, but it can be mentioned, but not to re-debate it. And also just to make the point that this is a very tense and emotional bill, and we are looking for questions from the Minister. And I did notice that when the Minister was talking, we had several people who were having their own discussions and not listening to the answers. So I think perhaps if we be a little respectful across the House, we'll get a lot further, because this is something that does upset people, and we're not going to come to a decision tonight that everybody's going to like. So if we can just follow good process. I was going to call Kaharangi. Is this a point of order? Yes, a point of order. Marumira Kapakingi.
Thank you. I hear it. I hear the direction from the chair, Madam Speaker. But I just the point about it being very emotional. I get that too. But we're talking about Māori children, and there's only very few Māori in here. They can actually relate and understand that single fundamental issue. So my colleague, these two on the side here, think that they can discuss it up like white men often do, because they come at it like it's a white man talking to a Māori woman about Māori children. So that's the point of order. I'm speaking to no one else but the Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that point of order. I was just going to make a statement on that point of order. Do understand, actually, the very point that people are wanting to make points from their different perspectives, and I'm trying to make sure that we're not attacking each other through this. It's always going to be a little difficult. I think I had someone else who wanted to speak to the point of order first.
Just to point out, I think that's actually highly insulting to be calling race into question in that point of order. Plus, we're actually discussing the welfare of all children.
Posterous.
Quiet during, excuse me, the members speaking to the point of order. Can we please have silence?
in that regard, it is as preposterous as thinking that any man can talk about what is best for women. And every woman in this house right now will understand exactly what I'm talking about. So when the two on my left think that they can tell me as a Māori woman what is best for Māori children, they will always be wrong and outruled as such. Thank you, Minister.
So what I'm asking for in terms of this debate, given that we're not going to agree, I'm asking for respect across the House, understand it's emotional, just let's not beat each other up through this process. We're going to get to a place that we're not going to agree on, but the point of this is actually to ask the Minister questions, not to beat each other up as a Parliament. Ka haringi kata.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm speaking to Clause 4A, bracket 1AAA, which is part of my amendment 241, and I do ask again whether the Minister will accept this, because I want to talk in response to a few things that the Minister has talked about in her answers. So the Minister outlined the reporting that is required of Oranga Tamariki, the independent children's monitors and other bodies, none of which are enshrined in legislation. None. And we know that our laws have to reflect the country that we want. And the Minister has said that she wants our tamariki to be safe and to have stability and to have everything that they need to thrive. And when we're talking about reporting annually or reporting quarterly, it really ignores the everyday, day-to-day operations that are going on, the everyday care that we have for tamariki and the need for the CE to be responsive to that. So, for example, the Independent Children's Monitor brought out a scathing report just a few weeks ago. So naturally, what will happen at Oranga Tamariki and other bodies will be that there will be changes to processes and policy. And what's really important is that the CE has a legal obligation under our law to actually respond to those discrepancies that happen for tamariki Māori, which were outlined clearly in that report. And by saying no, we don't need to have that law in there for reporting, it takes away that real opportunity to have the CE have an overall view of what happens for these tamariki, because that report showed us that these tamariki aren't getting educated. They're not enrolled with a GP. There are so many things that are happening that really need us to take seriously that what is reported is what is addressed. And by only doing that annually or in these quarterly reports really takes away from the importance of the CE having it in there. Now, I want to respond also to the Minister talking about the 4 FTEs. Now, we know that about 600 jobs have been cut from Oranga Tamariki under the Minister's watch, and that's leaving us with about 419 less people working at Oranga Tamariki. So it feels ingenuine that you're saying that that the Minister is saying that 4 FTEs is a really big deal when over 400 jobs have been lost at Oranga Tamariki. So if we really are serious about providing safety, stability, and that being paramount here, then let's enshrine it in law. Let's make sure that the CE is reporting on those disparities that tamariki Māori, that even the Minister herself has just said and accepted that there are disparities for tamariki Māori. And I just want to go to Dr. Luke Fitzmaurice-Brown's Select Committee submission. Now, Dr. Luke is a lecturer at the law facility at Te Herenga Waka and Victoria University of Wellington with expertise in child protection and Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and completed their PhD on the topic of decolonising child protection in 2022. Now, part of his submission, he stated, "The stated purpose of this bill to ensure that safety and well-being of children in care is paramount. Overall, as I'm sure my submission makes clear, this misconstrues how the law operates, as Section 7AA in no way undermines safety and well-being." And he adds, "I oppose this repeal." So I ask the Minister again to please reconsider my Amendment 241, because we've worked really hard to listen to what the Minister wants from this bill, and this amendment will go a long way to achieving the purpose. Thank you.
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be the last time I answer to this question, because I've answered it multiple times. But what I will say is that ICM reports are a statutory obligation. The ICM has the power to require, the power for the ICM to require the information from Oranga Tamariki is a statutory obligation, and the CE has a legislative obligation to respond to the ICM, and the ICM reports on these issues. The other area around the standards, when I talk about Māori having disparities within Oranga Tamariki, we know we have a high level of Māori children that come to the attention of Oranga Tamariki. What happens before they become to the attention of Oranga Tamariki is the responsibility of not just government, society and multiple agencies to get involved before they get to the point where they end up in Oranga Tamariki. But when they do, we need to make sure that we are meeting the standards for these young children, and we know we're not. And that needs to be the focus for all children within Oranga Tamariki. Now, Oranga Tamariki has an obligation in many places to report on multiple things, and the national care standards are one of them. They have a legal obligation to report on the national care standards, and there's around 80 of these national care standards to make sure that we are meeting them. What I want to do is focus on making sure we are assessing these children for what they need, and when they have those needs, that we're meeting them. And Oranga Tamariki needs to get that focus back. And this is the intention of this bill. Get back to the core purpose of Oranga Tamariki, which is to make sure that we have the care and protection in place for these children, and also making sure that we are getting young people who come to our attention in front of the right people. And that's what these strategic partnerships and enabling community programs are about. They are about making sure that we are putting these young people in front of the right people who can meet their needs. And I take the point of the chair of the Select Committee pointing out that the one thing that the submitters really did want to keep was those partnership and enabling community programs, and the very party that's supposed to be fighting for that voted against it, which I really can't understand why a party that wants things done for Māori would vote against the strategic partnerships for Māori and the enabling communities for Māori staying within the bill. I mean, that's where we listened to what the submitters were saying and what they wanted, and we agreed to those changes. So I think we need to be very careful with accusing people of nitpicking at little bits and pieces, because honestly, for the party that talks about wanting to do things for Māori to vote against one of the biggest things that they asked for is actually quite disappointing.
Honourable Pene Henare.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister's contribution just then what's the point of throwing the baby out with the bathwater? If the Minister is prepared to sit there and accuse members, in particular of the opposition, of cherry-picking matters within the bill that we choose to support, then we've raised this from the start of this government's plan with regard to 7AA about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But I'm going to leave that there, Madam Chair, and I want to bring the attention of the House and the Minister to a number of questions that I have with respect to 4A, Section 7, amended duties of the Chief Executive. And I want to touch on two key points here. One there, it says there in the proposal of the bill, it says partnerships with iwi and Māori organisations, and then it says including iwi authorities, as if to differentiate between an iwi authority and an iwi. So this begs the question that I have for the Minister and the officials here to support her, or who support her, is the definition of iwi. What does that mean for those who are, if the definition is what I suspect it will be with respect to settlements, for those that are yet to settle, for those that who present, whether it be through resource management and other matters, to be representative of iwi. Just a little bit of guidance there from the Minister on that particular matter. It is a broad term, and the Minister's that committed to making sure she gets it right. We want to make sure that in her working with others in this most important sector, that she's working with the right people. Madam Chair, then I come down to the third point there. Enable the robust, regular and genuine exchange of information between Department and those organisations. Madam Chair, I wonder if the Minister is of a mind to extend the definition of information to include clear data. And there have been a number of challenges to this government about, and previous governments to be fair, about what data sets are shared, the protection of data, how crucial that data is to make informed decisions and to make sure that they're able to support the people that they're there to support. And the term in this particular bill says information. I wonder if the Minister has considered, or if the advisors have given her any advice about making that far more explicit in saying and making clear data sets. Or is this just a broad sweep information for information that the department is willing to share and has the discretion of doing so? That's of huge concern. If you're entering into a strategic partnership, you want to make sure that they've got the information, they've got the data, they've got all the things to make sure that this is a successful strategic partnership and not one still simply run by the department, which continues and has continued over many years to let communities down, whānau down, tamariki down. So just two clearer points for the Minister is one is around iwi, the other one is around the expression of information and whether or not that extends into data. And I think those are two important questions that the Minister can help us to understand the broader aspect of the plan that she's tried to describe in her contributions, not just in this particular Committee of the Whole, but throughout the whole passage of this entire bill, Madam Chair. So I'll leave those questions on the table for the Minister's consideration.
Maria Mino Kapakingi.
Ngā tātou te whare. Just to start with this context. I worked in children and young persons and their families, which was called SIFs back then in 1989-1990. Registered as one of the first family group conference coordinators, was a care and protection social worker and youth justice social worker. So all of what we're discussing now, probably there's very few in the House that understand it like I do. So when I'm running this line and when I'm talking the way I'm talking, it's not because I'm talking through a hole in my head, it's because I'm smart and experienced. And I've been a Māori for a while, so I can talk to those things with clarity. And I'm not traumatised by it. I'm not traumatised by it. All right? So I want to put that context there. I want to follow up on also, just in support of some of the questions that have already been placed to the Minister, because I am curious to understand when you're benefiting from Māori organisations or iwi, and you love all that Māori kōrero, those kupu, but you won't treat and acknowledge a mokopuna as tapu. And you won't because you can't understand. Well, actually, let me just ask you, if you understand what te tapu or te mokopuna, I'd really be interested to know what you understand and how you can articulate that in the context of this bill? Because if you can do that, that might be really useful for me to understand and, well, fathom where this is at. These are important questions because the core of this is about mokopuna, their tapu, their whakapapa and their whanaungatanga, despite the fact, Minister, that you yourself might not recognise it in you. Therefore,
I don't think this is actually a government bill, so let's not make personal attacks on the Minister.
It is a government bill.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do get that, but it is held tightly by a minister who at times has borrowed her whakapapa and nearly held it up with a flag, and then suddenly
Stop. I'm not going to wait for the point of order. I think, can we please go back to the piece of legislation and not focus on the Minister?
You know what, Madam Speaker, it's just, see, that's the missing piece that is completely misunderstood, or the huge gap of knowledge on the other side of the House. You cannot separate those things. You cannot separate them. So that's why when I'm standing up to be this and talk like this, it's not because I'm still talking, so I'm going to keep
I have a point of order from Laura McKillua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to seek some relevance on the previous member. If we could just stick back to the bill, I believe she's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm watching for the questions and I'm just waiting for some answers, but I am concerned we're going back to where we were about 15 minutes ago, where we're starting to actually point the finger at each other and move away from the legislation. So I would like this to move clearly to questions to the Minister, not comments about the Minister, because actually this is a government bill. And the government is totally responsible for the fact that this bill is in front of the House today. So can we please focus on the piece of legislation, and can we please focus on questions? I know it's hard, it's very narrow, but Maria Mino Kapakingi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for clapping. I would like the Minister to respond to my question on her work with iwi and how that will occur. I'll be interested to hear that, particularly iwi o Ngāpuhi, because of course there are far too many people in state care, Ngāpuhi people. So I'm interested to hear what her response might be to that. Ngāpuhi, yeah, that's a big one for us. Madam Speaker, I'll just sit there for now and see what else I can come up with in the next minute.
Honourable Karen Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to take a moment to respond to Honourable Pine Henare around the Section C, which will be maintained within the Act, and around the wording regarding iwi authorities and data. The wording will stay exactly the same. The wording is not changing within that section, and it will stay the same as in the current Act. The interpretation developing over time in the normal way. But what I would say is that when it comes to data, I hear that everywhere I go around New Zealand, and when I'm visiting the strategic partners and the people with the enabling communities, that is something that has been a real problem for a very long time. So we are running pilots at the moment around how we can share that data in a more open way and be a bit more transparent. I have set my expectations that Oranga Tamariki make sure that we are making those connections, and with those connections should come the data. That has been something that I've been very passionate about, and making sure that we can do that in a safe way and work together with iwi and hapu to make sure that they know where the children are, so that they can step in and help and do what's needed. So I appreciate that question, and we're working on it.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to start my questions in response to the Minister's statement. She said that the one thing, or the main thing, that submitters wanted was to keep strategic partnerships. the Minister should be careful with the words that she chooses to use, because that mischaracterises what the submitters were actually asking for. To be very, very clear, many of the submitters were asking to stop entirely the repeal of Section 7AA. They also asked to retain the requirement on the CEO to ensure that the policies and practices are to reduce disparities for tamariki Māori. They also asked for the reporting requirements to remain. So no, they didn't only ask for strategic partnerships. They asked to keep Te Tiriti, they asked to keep the entire Section 7AA, they asked to keep strategic partnerships, they asked to keep the reporting. So to say that was the one thing, and then the Labour Party, who purports to represent this, that and the other thing, vote against it like we are the bad guys and letting these submitters down, Madam Chair, is not a reflection of what actually happened in the committee and what was made, the submissions made by the submitters. Now, my question is to the Minister, because I see that she really wanted to dismiss my proposed amendments, move past them really quickly, say that they have been addressed. I don't believe they have been addressed, Madam Speaker, because what I need the Minister to confirm for me is they cannot be addressed because they are not like for like. So the big long list that she ran off about the reporting requirements of Oranga Tamariki, I need to understand from the Minister whether she agrees and acknowledges that what she has listed in response to my proposed amendments around reporting, and just to remind everybody what those are, that the annual report on progress made to reduce disparities and improve outcomes for Māori children and young persons who come to the attention of the department has not been addressed by her answer. Those things she listed do not do that. Now, if the Minister read the departmental report on page 20, the officials said there are no other provisions in the Act that provide for mandatory, this is a key word, mandatory public reporting on measures taken to reduce disparities for Māori children and young people in state care. And on the basis of that conclusion that officials came to, they recommended on page 21 and 22 that the clauses equivalent to subsection 7AA5 and 7AA6 regarding reporting duties of the Chief Executive in the other parts of the Act be inserted. So it wasn't just strategic partnerships. The officials also recommended these reporting requirements. Why? Because nowhere else in the Act is it mandatory for anybody, the monitor, Oranga Tamariki themselves, Children's Commissioner, nobody, to do what has been taken out today. So can the Minister please confirm for me that that is in fact the case, that with the repeal of this legislation, there will not be a replacement for this, that this monitoring, this reporting function is not in fact being done in those other reports that she has spoken to this evening.
Joseph Mooney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I just want to go through a couple of points with the Minister on this, just in terms of the reporting. Can the Minister confirm that Oranga Tamariki regularly prepares and releases a number of reports, including its annual report, quarterly report, which is an overview of progress scores, its strategic directions, and the safety of children in care annual report, another one, reporting on findings of harm for young people in care, and under section 448B of the Oranga Tamariki Act, the Minister for Children is required to report to Parliament in addition every 3 years on whether legislation and government policy meets the needs of children and young people. In addition to that, the monitor must prepare annual reports on compliance with national care standard regulations and outcomes for Māori children and young people and their whānau. And the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki must prepare a written response to any report produced by the monitor in relation to Oranga Tamariki, and the monitor can request any information that it deems relevant, which the Chief Executive must provide. And can the Minister confirm that all of those reports remain in place? Now, the next thing I want to ask is around strategic partnerships. So the original, can the Minister confirm the original bill was repealing 7AA in its entirety? Concerns were raised by a number of submitters. The Waitangi Tribunal also recommended that the requirements in Section 7AA to develop strategic partnerships with iwi and Māori organisations be retained. And can the Minister confirm that there's been an amendment following the Select Committee process to retain that aspect of Section 7AA to develop strategic partnerships with iwi and Māori organisations, including iwi authorities, noting that those were still going to be available, but now it's been specifically retained in the legislation, and includes things like providing opportunities to and invite innovative proposals from those organisations to improve outcomes for Māori children, young persons and their whānau who come to the attention of the department, and to set expectations and targets to improve outcomes for Māori children and young persons who come to the attention of the department, to enable the robust, regular and genuine exchange of information between the department and those organisations, and provide opportunities for the Chief Executive to delegate functions under this Act or regulations to appropriately qualified people within those organisations. And just to clarity, those are iwi and Māori organisations, including iwi authorities. So there's concerns that were raised around strategic partnerships, and the Minister confirmed that those has been specifically addressed and are now being retained in the legislation to address those concerns that were raised. And just one other final point, can the Minister confirm that the purposes section of Oranga Tamariki has not been changed, was never going to be changed, and includes things such as the purpose of this Act is to promote the wellbeing of children, young persons and their families, whānau, hapu, iwi and family groups by establishing, promoting or coordinating services that are designed to affirm mana tamariki, centred on children's and young persons' rights, promote their best interests, advance their wellbeing, address their needs and provide for their participation in decision-making that affects them, are culturally appropriate and competently provided, and go on to assisting families and whānau, hapu, iwi and family groups at the earliest opportunity to fulfil their responsibilities to meet the needs of their children and young persons, including their developmental needs and a need for a safe, stable and loving home. Recognising mana tamariki, whakapapa and the practice of whanaongatanga for children and young persons who come to the attention of the department. Maintaining and strengthening a relationship between children and young persons who come to the attention of the department and their family, whānau, hapu, iwi and family group and siblings. And responding to alleged offending and offending by children and young persons in a way that promotes their rights and best interests and acknowledges their needs. And can the Minister confirm that all of these purposes, which are specifically spelled out in Section 4 of the Oranga Tamariki Act, have never changed, were never going to change, and are being retained in the bill?
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Yes, Madam Chair. I can confirm that all of those things are within the Act and they will not change. We have, the Act already has provisions which protect the rights of whānau, hapu and iwi. There is Section 41G, Section 51B, and another part of Section 51B and 51C, 13.2b, all have protections for whānau, hapu and iwi within the legislation. My point, Madam Chair, which I will repeat again, if we are taking care of the real assessed needs of these young people that come to the attention of Oranga Tamariki, and we put them in front of the right things that they need at that time, through a proper assessment process across multiple agencies who have a role to play with these young people, we will address those disparities because we will have Māori children that don't have a GP. But we will also have non-Māori children that don't have a GP. We will have non-Māori children that don't go to school. We will also have Māori children that don't go to school. These children do not come to Oranga Tamariki for no reason. Oranga Tamariki is the last line of defence for these children. They have been let down by everybody who is supposed to love and care for them, and now Oranga Tamariki, a government organisation, is having to take care of these young people and take care of their needs that are often caused by the very people that are supposed to love and care for them. Sometimes we need to listen to the voice of the children too, not just all the adults in the organisations trying to make decisions for them. What if a young person doesn't want a Māori approach? What if a young person wants a different approach? We need to create the options so that if they do want that, they can, but we are not going to be forcing young people to do anything. We need to listen to their voices.
David McLeod.
Madam Chair.
The question is that debate on this question. Excuse me, I'm taking a vote. I have not heard any new questions. This question is that debate on this question now closed. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. A party vote is being called for. Please, Clerk, conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e kaha whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. And I will remind members that we will have silence during voting. Thank you. I did hear some comments. I'm not going to make anything of it right now, but we've got a few votes to go through and we'll take those in silence. Thank you. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 240 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 241 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
Ono ngā poti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Kaharangi Carter's amendment to Part 1 set out on AP number 242 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. Question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 4A, inserting new subclauses 1AA and 1AB, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. The question is that Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 4A, inserting new subparagraph 7 into Section 7(2)H, be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Party vote has been called for. Please, Clerk.
New Zealand National.
49 votes opposed.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes in favour.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes in favour.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes opposed.
New Zealand First.
8 votes opposed.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakai.
The ayes are 55, the noes are 68. The question is not agreed. Honourable Willow Jean Prime's tabled amendment to Clause 5, inserting Section 7AA, is out of order as being contrary to the objects and principles of the bill. The question is that Part 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote has been called for. Clerk, please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we now come to Part 2. Part 2 is the debate on Clauses 6 to 11, consequential amendments to other legislation. The question is that Part 2 stand part. Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Chair, so I want to ask the Minister questions specifically about Clause 7, which says Section 24 amended annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young people and their whānau, that section be replaced with these words: when preparing the report, the monitor must consider and be informed by any information obtained in accordance with this Act. My question to the Minister is it correct that information will no longer be any reports that were published under Section 7AA5 of the Oranga Tamariki Act 1989? Oh, no answer.
Honourable Willow Jean Prime.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I ask that question, Madam Chair, is because as we were debating earlier, the point is that what the list that was read out from the other side of the House, the things that the Minister referred to, what they were referring to is not the same as what is being taken out of the legislation. And to tell the public, to tell this House, it's okay, there's all sorts of other reporting that Oranga Tamariki and the Independent Children's Monitor and others are still required to do. The point is that none of them are required to report on the things that Section 7AA reported on. So is it correct, Minister, that there will no longer be provided to the Independent Children's Monitor, who does the oversight of Oranga Tamariki, any reports published under Section 7AA5 of the Oranga Tamariki Act 1989, and which of all of those reports that she has listed in her previous answers is going to replace the information that the Monitor would have been required by law to receive? So this is the issue. It was mandatory reporting before, and now there is no mandatory requirement for that. There is nothing to require Oranga Tamariki to give that same information to the Independent Children's Monitor. So can the Minister please tell us exactly which reports, which information, which part of the section of any of the pieces of legislation is going to require Oranga Tamariki to give exactly that information to the Independent Children's Monitor, so that we can get accurate reports on what Oranga Tamariki are doing in terms of their policies, their practices and their strategic partnerships to reduce disparities for Tamariki Māori.
Honourable Karen Chua.
Sorry. I will repeat this one last time. This amendment removes references to 7AA but retains the requirement to report on outcomes for Māori children, young people, whānau, especially improving outcomes for these children through the ICM annual report.
Kahurangi Carter.
Chair, I am sick and tired of being an angry Māori wahine. But I am an angry Māori wahine, and the repeal of Section 7AA is cause for anger. It is also cause for deep sadness and talks to the intergenerational trauma and pain that this Parliament has inflicted on Tamariki Māori. And it was actually the National Party who brought in Section 7AA because they saw the outcry of New Zealanders when it came out that newborn Māori Tamariki were being taken, ripped from their mother's arms without due cause. This was happening just a few years ago. And when we brought in Section 7AA, when the National Party brought in Section 7AA, it was a part of helping heal that intergenerational trauma. And since that has come in, there has been an improvement with less Tamariki Māori in state care because there was a focus on reducing the disparities. Now, Dr. Lutz Fitzsimons, Fitzmaurice Brown, said the decision to repeal Section 7AA is one of several recent actions which ignore, diminish or directly breach te tiriti. These includes the decisions to disestablish Te Aka Whai Order, the removal of treaty provisions in the Corrections Amendment Bill, government directives relating to Te Reo Māori, the planned introduction of the treaty principles bills and many others. We cannot look at this in isolation. We have to look at this as a bigger picture of what is happening to Tamariki Māori. And I want to talk to Part 2, Clause 8, which replaces Section 7(1)(e)(i). And my amendment 242 replaces 57(1)(e)(i) to include direct reference to Section 7(1)(c)(2), BAA, GA, H and I. And the purpose of this amendment is to ensure that earlier changes related to Te Tiriti o Waitangi measurable outcomes and public reporting are fully integrated and operational throughout the entire Oranga Tamariki Act. We cannot remove Te Tiriti o Waitangi from the Oranga Tamariki Act when 2/3 of tamariki in care are tamariki Māori. By referencing sections 7(1)(c), 2, BAA, GAH and I, it ensures that the oversight system consistently upholds these key principles and requirements, providing a cohesive framework for accountability and transparency across the Act. I am asking the Minister to please listen to the people who are experts in this field, to the people with lived experience, to the tamariki who came to Select Committee and poured their hearts out, the tamariki with experience of having the state as a parent, a state who is supposed to fill that gap when, as you say, they haven't been shown that love in their life and how it failed miserably. And they asked you, Minister, they asked you to listen to them and to keep 7AA. And I understand that it is your belief that 7AA is not being operationalised correctly. But this is your opportunity to listen to those tamariki and to make sure that we as the government are accountable to them and to all of the tamariki and every future generation after, so that this generational trauma that has been inflicted by the state can have some healing. Please consider my Amendment 242.
Honourable Karen Chua.
Madam Chair, I wholeheartedly agree. I stand here sick of being an angry Māori too. I get sick of seeing an organisation making the wrong decisions because they're not putting the safety and the well-being of our children first. I have no evidence of that. Okay, I'll read you some evidence that came through the Select Committee. Caregivers shared experiences of having a child being removed from their care to be placed with whānau or Oranga Tamariki attempting to remove the child from their care. They submitted that in their experience, the best interests were not prioritised. One caregiver shared that in order to keep a child in their long-term care, they had to seek legal support. They raised practice concerns, including about a formal social worker and a supervisor who prioritised placing the child with whānau and, by the site's own admission, was set on sticking to 7AA that they failed to look at the child's best interests. A second caregiver spoke of their experience with providing emergency placements for children, while more long-term placement arrangements were being sought. The submitted shared one case where a child was moved from their emergency care to live with whānau, which had ended with the child being harmed by another member of the whānau. The submitter also shared that in their direct experience with 3 other placements, the focus by social workers on whānau placement had meant the children were moved between placement several times when whānau placements fell through, sometimes in a matter of weeks or within matters of months. A third caregiver shared that when Section 7AA came into place, they were told that tamariki Māori in their permanent care would no longer remain with them because they were Pākehā and he was Māori. Now, I do not expect that Oranga Tamariki would have been able to say that Section 7AA had resulted in poor practice decisions. It's not like a social worker is going to record a case note saying, I'm removing this child from a safe, stable home because 7AA tells me to do so. I refer to paragraph 48 of the regulatory impact statement, which states, there have been examples of decisions where the safety and stability of children was compromised. While the regulatory impact statement notes that these cases appear to be the result of poor practice decisions rather than Section 7AA, I would contend that it is a legislation which drives the culture and the practice, and 7AA created a conflict for social workers between safety and liability on one hand and cultural considerations on the other. This bill removes the conflict and makes it clear that the well-being and best interests of the child is a paramount consideration. I can quote from the initial advice I received from officials regarding the repeal. I will quote from the initial advice I received from officials regarding the repeal of Section 7AA, saying we acknowledge that there have been times where social workers may have used Section 7AA to justify decision-making in relation to care arrangements for Māori children, which may not have been safe or in their best interests.
I'm going to call Glenn Bennett. I'm just going to remind the committee that we are on part 2. We are not relitigating part 1, so clearly on part 2.
Kia ora, Madam Chair, and I rise as a bit of a grumpy Pākehā actually, and just looking at what is going on in this place this evening. I don't know if it's a debate, but it's, I don't even know if it's contest of ideas, Madam Chair, but I want to look at Section 11. And I hear it's from our side, but I completely disagree with that in terms of what has been coming from the Minister Chair. But what I want to ask about is in Section 11, the Regulation 8, where it amends and it says that in the new part, A and B, is an assessment of the assessment of the outcomes being achieved by the Chief Executive of Oranga Tamariki for Māori children and young people and their whānau. And it goes on, I'll talk about Section B shortly. But my question to the Minister is, the Minister has made it very clear throughout the whole debate that the Minister doesn't believe that decisions should be based on race. And so therefore my question to the Minister is, why has the Minister allowed it to continue to be in this legislation? And obviously from her perspective, is this not race that we're talking about here, or do you have a different opinion on that, Madam Chair? So the question to the Minister is Section 11, the new Part A and B, are they decisions based on race, or are they decisions based on responsibility, which I believe is what it is all about?
Hana Rafferty Maipi Clark.
E te pika, o tira tēnā rā tātou e te whare. This is my first opportunity speaking to this whole kaupapa around 7AA, so I'm going to tread really lightly and make sure I don't. I'm just coming to part 2, Section 27, around amended annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young...
Could we just clarify part 2?
Part 2, Section 7?
Section 7. Sorry, I thought you said 27. I was struggling to find it. Sorry.
It's okay. Part 2, Section 7, and then Section... Oh my God, so many numbers. But anyways, you get my drift. 24. Amended annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young people and their whānau. I also just want to note that I did want to have an opportunity, but I didn't get called in Part 1, 4A, Section 7, 2G, but I wasn't called. So there may be some references that I'll still intertwine into the Part 2 clause that I will talk about, because I wasn't...
You can refer to it, but make sure that your question is related to
the question.
Thank you.
Ka pai. So my question is around an annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young people and their whānau. One of those relates to the PhDEs that we have in Mairohe of Hauraki Waikato, and them having a whānau-based approach in their reporting and the way that they work with their tamariki. And that is because we are a post-settlement iwi under the treaty settlement. We're coming up to our 30 year this year post-settled. And that is with Waikato Tainui, and that kaupapa is moko puna ora. Moko puna ora, if I just get out my phone and reference, in 2020 to 2021, Mokopuna ora successfully improved the wellbeing outcomes for 94 whānau, Waikato whānau, with reports of concern for 260 mokopuna, an overwhelming majority of 99% of those cases had their... Laura, it's not your time. Or 99% of cases had their care and protections concerned addressed with solutions informed by whānau-led processes, of which 70 whānau and 203 mokopuna successfully exited the Oranga Tamariki system completely. Completely. This was one of our King's last kaupapa and projects that he ran, and I will make sure that I'll bring this into the House and put it on the Hansard, that this was a successful outcome that was brought in, not by whānau, not just by whānau, but PSGEs, post-settlement iwis, and I think of my other iwi like Ngāpuhi who haven't had the opportunity to settle yet, and what will those relationships be like? Because when we put the overall blanket name of iwi, that can mean many different things. Is that PSGEs? Is that iwi? Is that whānau? Is that hapu? That's a blanket name approach. So I want to find the differentiation. What's that, sorry? That's a differentiation between PSGEs and iwis. And some of their strategies that they used were attending pokai, rugby clubs, communities, kapahaka, reo programs, taiao programs, waka ama, mara kai, whakapapa sessions. These heavy loads shouldn't just be put on Oranga Tamariki themselves, because you know what, they don't have the capabilities to, they shouldn't have that pressure or responsibility to go into those sections that PSGs and whānau are already doing in the communities. Now, I stand here having from a privileged position, because I have had all of this. I am the antithesis of this bill. My upbringing has been the antithesis of this bill. And this shouldn't be a privilege. This should be a right for every tamariki Māori across this nation. And this, I don't know why people over there are huffing and puffing, because this, you don't... Sorry, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, please. I didn't get to speak on the other time.
I'm just going to call Hannah Rafferty-Clark for her question. Thank you.
This dangerous bill, the whole thing, the fact that there isn't anything liable or holding to account for this Oranga Tamariki to have engagement. There's nothing holding them to account. And I'm just really sorry. Actually, I'm really aroha for the minister that she never got these opportunities, and that actually this should have been a basic right. So I want to use this time to actually also talk to...
I've got a point of order from the minister.
This is not about me personally, and I actually take objection to you mentioning that I never received that. How would you know? So keep me out of the debate.
Point taken. I'm just referencing her as a minister. We've had different experiences.
That is a fair point of order, and we have actually transferred, we've gone through that in the House already.
I'm still yet to finish my 4:24 minutes.
No, not necessarily. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I will, Laura.
I'm waiting for the question. Stop. I am, it is Hannah Rafferty Maipi Clark's time to talk, but I am specifically asking for a question.
Yep, noted.
Why are you doing this?
So I'm specifically, why are you doing this?
What's going on in your head?
Ko te pātai hi ana au ki te minita. Hea te take, kei te whakaparaha ia, kei te hāmenetia, kei te kohurutia, e ngōku whakapapa, i tōku reo, i ngā ahurea Māori, ki roto tonu i tēnei whenua. Hea te take? Hea te take? Ara tō koutou pātai? Ara ngā pātai? Kōrero hia i nāia nei.
Could you repeat that, please?
Hea te take?
For the monolingual bunch in the room.
Hea te take? Nā runga anō i te mea? Kua kite au. I roto I tōku rohe ake o Hauraki Waikato, e tehi o ngā tamariki, te taia te whai, te taia te rapu, te taia te tiki enei momo āhuatanga e whai whiakoranga I roto I te ao Māori. Koira taku pātai, why would you take it out? Why would you take these amendments out? Because the cases that the Minister referred to before, those 3 cases, my reference, weren't actually 7AA. They weren't 7AA, those 3 cases. So let's be really clear out there for the constituents listening and for everyone listening. And yeah, this may sound a little bit cliche. However, I have 300,000 followers on my platform, and I want to make sure that they know when we put this out that those 3 cases weren't 7AA, and to make referencing, stop criminalising my culture. Stop villainalising my culture. Yes, obviously there are whānau who aren't looking after tamariki. We know that. We know that, and we're intervening. That's why Mokopuna Ora was established. That's why our PhDs intervened. That's why our King made those different projects. So I don't understand why you would take them out if they aren't causing any harm.
Your voters told us.
I mean, there's so much evidence in that.
Your voters told us.
What's that got to do with what, sorry? Because it's the whānau. How are they supposed to report back? How are they supposed to report back on the PhDs, on the whānau interventions, on the programs I've just talked about? How are they supposed to have any accountability with the organisations themselves, with Oranga Tamariki themselves, to the Minister? There's no evidence. There's no, those cases weren't 7AA. Those weren't, I'm telling you, you have no evidence. And it's actually really sad. And to talk to the tamariki, I answered heaps of questions in that actually. To talk to the tamariki and to use my platform, I'm not going to waste my time and my energy into the state issues that these have happened and occurred for centuries. Centuries. And this isn't just a business case for us to be talking about different clauses or parts. These are real lived experiences that no one probably knows on that side, that we have to bring in for our constituents and represent them.
Some do, they sit silent, shameful.
So, with my 30 seconds left,
Shameful.
Ki ngā tamariki o te ao e noho e whakarongo nei mai ki au, from Aboriginal to Kanaka Māori, to Native American, to Māori. You may not know your whakapapa, but your whakapapa knows you. You may not know your reo, but your reo knows you. You may not know your whānau or your heritage, but your heritage and whakapapa knows you. And I just wish that, I'm honestly aroha for the Minister, and I don't want this to happen to any other tamariki.
Honourable Karen Shaw.
Thank you for that, but I don't think I've actually asked for you to sympathise for myself. I would say to most of that conversation, in regards to Mokopuna Ora, Waikato Tainui, they are a strategic partner with Oranga Tamariki. They will continue to be a strategic partner with Oranga Tamariki. None of that will change. Nothing within this legislation will change that fact, and those wonderful things that the member spoke about will continue.
Paolo Garcia.
Let's now close.
I'm going to take a question from Steve Abel, but I want to stress we are on a very small part of the bill, and in the speeches that we've had so far, I am not hearing as many questions as I would like to in terms of this being a committee stage. So can we please focus on the questions? Thank you. Steve Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I assure you I have questions specifically relating to Part 2, Clause 7, Section 24. I first of all want to recognise on the part of the Green Party the critical importance of cultural competency, whānau-led solutions and the genuine partnerships with iwi Māori organisations that are necessary for improving outcomes for tamariki Māori. The intent behind the original introduction of 7AA, of course, was to address the deep-rooted issues with the Oranga Tamariki system, particularly the disproportionate number of tamarika Māori in state care. Now, in terms of addressing, for the purpose of improving outcomes for Māori children and their whānau, requiring a deeper level of engagement and consultation with Māori communities, that is the key to it. That is why we obviously reject these changes, but what I'm seeking clarity on, Madam Chair, is that an assurance that Māori rights, perspectives and experiences are actually going to be integral to the system's design and operation.
Sorry, Mr Abel, can you tell me what part of Part 2 you're speaking to?
Part 2, Clause 7, Section 24, specifically at Section 24, which amends the reporting requirements related to outcomes for Māori children and whānau.
Thank you.
I have several concerns. These amendments appear to fall short in ensuring that Oranga Tamariki is truly responsive to the needs of Māori children, young people and their whānau. So my question to the Minister, the replacement of Section 24(2) states that the Monitor must consider any information obtained in accordance with this Act. Can the Minister clarify how this new wording ensures that information specific to Māori children and their whānau, particularly data relating to Māori outcomes, is meaningfully integrated into the annual report? Secondly, in Section 242, it also mentions that the Monitor must be informed by the information obtained under this Act. Can the Minister provide assurances that this will include direct consultation with iwi Māori organisations and Māori communities, rather than relying solely on data collected by Oranga Tamariki? And I just want to point out, Mr Chair, that earlier, when the previous chair was in the seat, the Minister referenced some specific examples of issues that the Minister used to justify the legislative change and the amendment in the first place. And given the Minister spoke to them, I want to briefly point out, though it has been pointed out in this House before, but not necessarily in this debate, that the regulatory impact statement made it very clear that the problem definition had constrained the assessment of the legislation, and it outlined the cause of various instances of poor practice. The regulatory impact statement said there is a lack of robust empirical evidence to support the problem definition. Departmental evidence demonstrates that the problem more likely stems from flaws in the practice of individual staff. I just want to remind the Minister of that, lest they were to go on to make further anecdotal examples. But those are my two questions. Section 242, can the Minister clarify that information specific to Māori children and their whānau, particularly data relating to Māori outcomes, is meaningfully integrated in the annual report? And can the Minister provide assurances that this will include direct consultation with iwi Māori organisations and Māori communities, rather than relying solely on data collected by Oranga Tamariki? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I believe that those questions that you've just asked have been asked multiple times and have been answered.
And I can just remind members, I have been watching this debate since the start, so I'm well aware of what has taken place. I will take one more speaker at this stage, but whoever speaks will actually speak to a section of the bill. They'll identify it and they'll come back to it continually I understand the reference to it. So, Scott Willis.
And I appreciate the opportunity to take a call on this, the first of the evening. My question is really about measurable outcomes. Part 2, Clause 10. Mr Chair, the amendment to Regulation 6(1)(d) requires the inclusion of an assessment of outcomes being achieved for Māori children and young people in their whānau. And while we support the inclusion of an assessment, could the Minister clarify what specific metrics or frameworks will be used in this assessment to ensure that it is both meaningful and genuinely reflects the outcomes for Tamariki Māori? My additional question is, will the Minister ensure that this assessment is made publicly available in a transparent and accessible way so that iwi, Māori organisations and the public can hold the department accountable for the outcomes being reported? So my question, part 2, clause 10, relates to the Oranga Tamariki Act 1989, which has long been a cornerstone of child welfare in Aotearoa. I'm not really interested in anecdotes. I'm really dressed up like Christmas turkeys. I'd rather have some evidence, and I want to understand how the Minister is going to provide that so that we can have some measure, because what we know is that the application of the Oranga Tamariki Act has fallen short when it comes to Māori tamariki and their whānau, when we have 7 out of 10 tamariki in care as Māori. My question, part 2, clause 10, is to the Minister. Will the Minister ensure that this assessment is made publicly available in a transparent and accessible way so that iwi, Māori organisations and the public can hold the department accountable for the outcomes being reported? And I'm very interested in what the Minister is going to say, because we can't afford to have things falling through the gaps, and we do not want to hear more anecdotes. We want to understand where the evidence base is going to be. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. The Honourable Willie Jackson, and you will have heard my previous...
Oh yes, quite right too, Mr. Chair. Quite right. And but I do want to just follow up on the last speaker, and I note Helen Lay here today, Mr. Speaker, who's been involved in so much of this work, and I wanted to acknowledge her work. Because she worked, Mr. Chair, with Tariana Turia, who would be very concerned in terms of Section 7 and the Section 24 annual report on outcomes for Māori children and young people in their whānau, which is in part 2. What I need to know, and I haven't heard from the Minister as yet, is the level of consultation, Mr. Speaker, with pan-tribal organisations. I have not heard that from the Minister tonight, particularly given the work at ground level from pan-tribal organisations that has gone on in the last, over the last 20 years, Mr. Chair, and it's an important question for me, given there's been a major concentration on iwi, which is fine, but so much work done at ground level, as the Minister will know, by pan-tribal organisations, Mr. Chair, who do not have the benefit of treaty settlements, who do not have the base and foundation that many of the big iwi have. But what they do have is they have a workforce who are committed, who will get out there and support the kaupapa, who are particularly proud and happy with the former national government run by people like Bill English and with leaders like Ann Tolley, who would never have gone along with this rubbish that we're rolling out today, who absolutely saw the benefits of having legislation where a priority was given in terms of whakapapa for our tamariki, and what we've missed in the debate, and sadly what they miss out on the other side, is the uniqueness of that decision, and that you would have a national party, Mr. Chair and Minister, a national party who actually agreed with Te Pāti Māori at the time who were driving it, that and even some of the fools and acts actually agreed with it at the time, Mr. Chair. They actually understood the benefits of why that had to happen. They were not dissuaded by the nonsense that we've heard, sadly, from the Minister and some of her members that, this is about we are the world, we are one, and all this sort of bloody nonsense, with respect, Mr. Chair. They knew that an emphasis on whakapapa was incredibly important in tying our babies back to their people and getting them right for what was happening in the future. So I asked this question tonight because incredibly important when, as I said, I acknowledge Helen Lay up there, but I think about June Mariu, I think about my mother June Jackson, June Mariu from Waipareda who died recently, my mother Te Tawhai Harawera. These were the champions at ground level who the ACT Party wouldn't know who they were if they fell over them. And they would be concerned today to know that we've got this being passed and we're deviating, Mr. Chair. So I asked what was Nada Glavich. I would ask the Minister, was Dame Nada Glavich part of this consultation? Plays an incredible role in terms of our tamariki at ground level. It has the ability to traverse between the urban environment and the iwi environment, and one of the real mana wahine in terms of te ao Māori today. So what sort of involvement did she have? I've heard the Minister talk about the consultation process, but I'm still yet to hear about where did that occur? Was that with Waipareda? Was that with Muma? Was that with Wellington? Was that with our organisations in Hamilton? It is a worry at the moment. So we need to know what sort of comprehensive consultation occurred, who were the key leaders for the Minister. And I'm sure she probably spoke to some of them, but is she able to give me some assurances that at ground level, in terms of mātāwaka and in terms of urban Māori authorities, that a respectable consultation took place, because it's incredibly important going forward?
Minister.
Mr. Chair, I'll just answer in regards to the member Scott Willis. In regards to his question around Part 2, Clause 7, Section 24 Oversight Act. The annual report must address outcomes for Māori and improvements of outcomes. This is in regulations and is supported in this bill. And yes, the ICM reporting is published. And the ICM consultation with Māori, the Oversight Act requires in Section 7 appointment of a Māori advisory group for the ICM. Section 18, collaboration with that group. Section 19, the ICM must try to develop arrangements with iwi, hapu and Māori organisations.
Joseph Mooney.
Question now closed.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT, New Zealand.
In favour. 11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti e hakahe ana.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Kaharangi Carter's amendments to Part 2 set out on AP number 242 are ruled out of order as being inconsistent with a previous decision of the committee. The question is that Part 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
A pōti e he ana.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. Members, we come now to our final debate. This is a debate on clauses 1 and 2, the title and commencement. Kaharangi Kata.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to talk about clause 1, the title. We have heard in this debate about the Waitangi Tribunal findings that repealing section 7AA will cause actual harm to tamariki Māori because repealing 7AA does not honour Article 2 of Te Tiriti o Waitangi and the intrinsic rights that tamariki Māori have to be connected to their culture and everything that that has to offer. And I wonder if the Minister would consider changing the title of this bill to the Oranga Tamariki We Will Hurt Our Tamariki Amendment Bill. We have also heard in this debate that removing the reporting on disparities that tamariki Māori face, and we know that there are huge disparities. 7 out of every 10 children in Oranga Tamariki care, that means that the state is their effective parent, is Māori. And we've heard from those tamariki, from tamariki who are still in state care, that they want to be connected to their culture. And in fact, those tamariki, when they do surveys, what comes out of those surveys is really telling, and we need to listen to our tamariki. They're saying that those activities that are provided to them that connect them with their culture, like carving, like kapahaka, like seeing their siblings, like seeing their whānau, contribute to their well-being and are some of their favourite parts of their lives. And I wonder if the Minister would consider changing the title to the Oranga Tamariki No Accountability Amendment Bill. We have also heard about the difference between empirical evidence and anecdotal evidence, and I believe in everyone's ability here to understand the difference between some really poor practice that goes on and the actual empirical evidence which shows the bigger picture, which shows what really happens at a system level. And unfortunately, the Minister and the Minister's officials have not been able to provide any empirical evidence to show that this repeal is necessary. And I wonder if the Minister would consider changing the title to the Oranga Tamariki Lack of Empirical Evidence Amendment Bill. We have heard through the Select Committee process from the Voice Whakarongo Mai, we've heard from those tamariki Māori who had the state as a parent, and they told us that being disconnected from their culture, sometimes being given a Pākehā name and being told to change their Māori name, some of them being told that they are not allowed to perform in kapahaka. I see you shaking your head, Minister, but these came out of the mouths of these tamariki. Are you saying that they're not being honest? Is that what you're saying? And I wonder if the Minister would consider changing the title of this bill to the Oranga Tamariki Trauma for Generations to Come Amendment Bill. And we have heard in this debate about people in select committee who had experience of abuse in care. Tamariki and adults who were abused in state care and who told us how being disconnected from their culture, that they are still searching for that healing. And I implore the Minister to listen to the experiences of these people and to listen to the evidence, the empirical evidence, not the anecdotal evidence that has been cherry-picked, but that the real evidence. And I wonder if the Minister would consider changing the title of this bill to the Oranga Tamariki, another Royal Commission Inquiry Amendment Bill.
The Honourable Willie Jackson.
I just want to congratulate the previous speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, the Minister should look at changing the title, but I think there's only one name for it. It should be the Oranga Tamariki Kick the Maori Families in the Guts Bill, Mr. Speaker. There's just no doubt about it. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Kick the Maori families in the guts bill. That's what, yeah, you are very sad, actually, being part of that stupid party you're part of. But this is, in fact, all offended, are we? We're all upset.
A point of order.
Unparliamentary language.
I'll be the sole judge of that. Thank you.
Yeah. But Mr. Chair, I should say, very sensitive over there. But Mr. Chair, I want to say this to this ACT party, because this is about kicking whānau Māori in the guts. So that should be the title of this bill. Oranga Tamariki, kick whānau Māori in the guts bill. That's what it should be. And you should be ashamed of yourselves, because, as the previous speaker said so eloquently, so many of our kids, and we saw them all here in the House, didn't we? We saw them all here in the House. Beautiful day, and we saw tears from that useless ACT party lot over there. We love you, and all this sort of thing. And then they go and kick them in the guts with this sort of bill. It's just a shocker. And you have our people. And when I say our people, I'm talking young Māori.
I don't, Mr. Jackson.
Sorry?
I don't.
My apologies. Sorry, we have people, New Zealanders, with experiences of trauma, because for years they didn't know who they were, where they were from, didn't know their language. But Mr. Chair, it's like their words mean nothing, and we hear them in the House, we mihi to them outside, and then we insult them with this sort of rubbish that we're rolling out today. And that's why I want to thank our previous speaker for all those beautiful titles there. Kahurangi, beautiful. But there's only one title. Kick the whānau Māori in the guts bill. That has to be the title for this. Why? Because you keep putting the boot into whānau Māori. That's a reality. And there are so many statistics, Mr. Chair, so many statistics when we look out there. And I'm proud of so many of our people who've come through the system, but all they have ever said is, I wish we had that opportunity. Well, that opportunity was presented by the National Party, who have betrayed, Mr. Chair, people like Bill English and Ann Tolley and John Key. These are people who supported what we're talking about today. All those National Party people should hang their heads in shame, including the guy who's looking for the new leadership, James Miga over there. We know he's lining up. They're putting him for. We know he's, including Mr. Miga, he should hang his head in shame, because he's going against the Englishes, the Keys, and some of the real legends of the National Party who said, yes, we get it, Tariana Turia, we get it. You know, that's how they work. Bill said to Tariana, this is it, just for the morons on the other side, Mr. Chair. Bill says to Tariana, I get it, Pāti Māori, I get it. Oh, another one's upset. Oh, okay.
Is that a point of order?
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, point of order.
Don't like the name calling, Mr. Chair. Take offence at being called a moron.
Yeah, no, there's been a very emotional debate, and we're just...
Mr. Speaker, I've just been called Mrs. Moron.
Yeah, or if that was a personal debate, if that member, did that member use that term?
I don't know whether she's Mrs. or Miss.
No,
Sorry.
well, no, the member will stand, withdraw. The member will stand, withdraw and apologise.
It was not directed.
The member will
directly.
stand, withdraw and apologise.
I withdraw and apologise.
Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Jackson.
Chair. God, it's being disrupted. Tonight I want to acknowledge our former Minister, Willow Jean Prime, who's been absolutely terrific on this and put a challenge. Well, it's part of the title. She agrees with me that this title should be called the Kick the Whānau Māori in the Guts Bill. So that's why it's about that. But the former minister knows how terrible this is, because we have seen firsthand the consequences, what has happened to some of these young ones who've become older people who did not know their whakapapa, who did not know their reo. And this legislation gave them an opportunity. So I want to me to those former members of National Party, Māori Party, Helen Lay's crew up there. Helen Lay was inspirational and pivotal in this sort of stuff. And I me to you tonight, Helen, for all that work. Tariana would be ashamed of this lot because to get a national party, Mr. Chair, that's the point. To actually get on, I suppose, get on board in terms of whakaaro Māori, in terms of a strategy going forward, I think was a wonderful thing. So well done to Bill English and Tolly. And this is a grave, grave mistake. So I urge the House tonight to support my earnest plea to you all that the title be changed to Kick Whānau Māori in the Guts. That's a good title, Mr. Chair. And I can continue if you like, Mr. I can see the Minister quite likes the title too. I can carry on if you like.
Mariamino Kapakingi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I remind the member we're on title and commencement.
No names.
And I'll suggest continual referral to same.
Kapai, thank you. I appreciate some of the ideas that already come up about the names, and I like all of them. I think they've got a particular truth to them. But the one that I would proffer, if I may, is the Oranga Tamariki self-serving the minister bill. And the reason I say that is because all of what we've heard, which is the bulk of it, lacks the evidence, the actual empirical evidence. There's a bit of story, quite a bit of story and anecdote. So I like the idea of Oranga Tamariki self-serving the minister bill. So if I'd like to put that, and part of it, if I may, I do want to also acknowledge Helen, who is in the gallery, Helen Leahy, who most of us on this side will know, but I doubt if anyone on the other side knows. And that is because ignorance is rife, it seems to me. The idea, what we're challenging tonight, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the name and in terms of all the other pieces that are part of this bill, it all comes back to the oppression of mokopuna Māori and their whānau. But it is used as a convenient statement, like, oh no, mana tamaiti. And it's said like that because the bulk can't pronounce the words properly. So we get mana tamaiti and whānau or wānau and hapu. And just the murderous way in which our language is used is a very clear indicator that we are not understood and not appreciated, not from our reo, because of the amount of poorly spoken te reo Māori in this House on a daily, minute-by-minute basis. So how do I know that this is part of that? Because it reads that way and it feels that way and it is that way. Deculturation, Mr. Speaker, is a key element to this, and I maybe wanted to ask the Minister if she understands what deculturation has meant to many, many of our whānau when in this instance, and if I don't know, she might need me to use another word, or the Minister might need me to use other words. I'm not sure.
No, the word the Minister will need is something relating to the title of the bill.
Right.
You'll note the other two speakers did at least once every minute refer to a title of a bill, and I would expect the member to do the same.
Okay, so here's another offering then in terms of that, is the Oranga Tamariki deculturation bill. And deculturation is key and true. And unless, you know, I don't know, you've got to understand what that word actually breaks down to. But deculturation is key to the reduction and the taking away, the ripping away and the reduction of whakapapa, of reo, of tikanga and all the things that Māori mokopuna are made up of. And if I'm interested whether the Minister can understand that name, Oranga Tamariki Deculturation Bill, and I'd be keen to know what our understanding is in that regard. All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll go there.
The Honourable Nicole McKee.
Thank you, Mr.
Apologies, it's getting later at night.
Well, then I move that the debate on this question now close.
Glenn Bennett.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. It is getting late, and it is important that we continue to prosecute the title and commencement because this is legislation, and I want to. My contribution around, I guess, a question to the Minister is the title that could be considered by the Minister is around some of the comments actually made throughout this debate this evening. One of the comments made was that the Minister mentioned that yes, there are some disparities for Māori young people, just some, and I was quite shocked, actually offended by that, because I would say that is a horrific understatement, and we in this House should be very careful with our language and the fact to minimise the fact that our rangatahi and our tamariki Māori are impacted hugely by the Oranga Tamariki system. I would like the Minister to consider that this should be called, the Act is the Oranga Tamariki and even more disparities amendment bill, because this is what this bill will cause, Mr. Chair. This bill will cause even more disparities. The Minister spoke of, there's just some disparities within Māori, but this is serious, and this is important for us to actually name it for what it is. And it's about serious disparities for our young Māori in this community. The second concept of a title I have, and then I'll get to the actual commencement, is around the Minister spoke many a time about the fact that there are checks and balances. Oh, well, okay, don't panic, people, it's fine. We've got this covered. We'll repeal Section 7AA, but we've got it covered. But then, of course, I look at the regulatory impact statement, which has been thrown around this House all afternoon and evening. But there is right near the end, there is a piece that says, currently, Section 7AA plays some crucial roles. And it goes on to say that it provides transparency and builds trust and confidence with ministers and with the public. So, Mr. Chair, I want the Minister to consider the fact that if the regulatory impact statement is saying that Section 7AA and what it does provides transparency, that it builds trust for ministers and for the community, that she could consider that this Act is the Oranga Tamariki the repeal of Transparency and Trust Amendment Act. Because the evidence is here, the regulatory impact statement is here, is saying that's what 7AA does. Creates transparency, creates trust for ministers, but also for the public. So that needs to be considered this evening. I want to come to my second question, which is around the commencement of the Act, which currently as it stands, it says this Act comes into force on the day after royal assent. Now we know as we sit in this House week after week, these dates change and move. They can be 3 months, they can be 6 months, they can be a year after that the bill has passed into law. And I would like the Minister to consider this evening, because of what we've heard, not only through the Select Committee, through submissions, which rightfully so the Minister has told us that she has read them. She has even quoted some of them this evening in this House, that for the sake of transparency, for the sake of iwi, hapu, Māori organisations, for the sake of Oranga Tamariki, for the sake of community groups involved in this system, that there be time for them to get it right so that transparency, that trust can actually be implemented to make sure that if she is convinced that taking 7AA out of law, out of legislation for this bill, that why not, if she's so confident it'll make things better and fix things, that allow time for different agencies, Māori groups to actually spend time to prepare so that when it comes into force, let's say 1 year from royal assent, that we can have more faith that it is transparent, that we can trust, and we can actually see the disparities that aren't just some, as the Minister said, but they are major and they are systemic, and we need to consider it. So 2 questions around what the title should be, and then secondly around let's get serious and consider the commencement date so that all can be on board with this.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr Chair, I just want to finish off this debate with my last statement on this debate. This has been full of quite personal statements made about myself throughout this debate, so I do think I should have a right of reply to some of the statements that were just made in Glenn Bennett's speech just then. To make out like I would minimise the thought around Māori that are impacted by being in care, to think that I'm minimising the disparities of Māori in care. Now, many people have stood in this House on that side of the House and stated they have a right to speak about Māori because they're Māori. They have a right to do this because they are part of a specific group. Many in this House over time since I've been here have spoken to wanting someone who has had lived experience to sit at the decision-making table. But the minute you have someone sitting in the seat at the decision-making table that does have lived experience, no, it's not good enough. If they don't think exactly the same as the people on the other side of the House. I would never minimise the disparities of Māori within care. I was one of those Māori in care. I would never minimise Māori who are impacted by the care system because I was a Māori in the care system. Every decision I make is based on what I am hearing from my community, what I have dealt with myself going through the state system, from family members who have dealt with the state system, and making sure that our children are safe, loved and cared for. How do you think they got to OT care in the first place? Because they weren't looked after, they weren't loved, and we won't have the difficult conversations of the fact that OT didn't put them there. And so we need to make sure when we're making those decisions about placing them back with whānau that they are safe. It should not be whānau at all costs. And that is the last statements I will make.
The Honourable Willow-Jean Prime.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd just like to talk about the commencement, Mr Chair. And the question that I have for the Minister, and it is a genuine question. Please consider this suggestion. There is a mechanism, an existing mechanism within the Oranga Tamariki Act which allows for a full analysis of Section 7AA. Section 448B requires the Minister to undertake a periodic review of the legislation, government policy and other arrangements to ensure the needs of children and young people with whom Oranga Tamariki is concerned are met, including specific focus on the needs of Māori children and young people. This review is required no later than the 1st of July 2025. A prudent and responsible way forward would be to stop the repeal of Section 7AA and wait for this review to provide the evidence required for good public decision-making and governance. This option has been available to the Minister all along. If the Minister had genuine concerns and wanted to know what the policy problem was with Section 7AA and these perceived conflicts between the best interests of the children, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, Section 7AA, practice decisions that may have been made using Section 7AA, the responsible way forward would have been to use the very section already in the Act to do that review. But the Minister does not appear genuinely interested in this. The decision was already made to repeal Section 7AA. There was no consultation with the strategic Māori partners prior to introducing this to Parliament. There was no negotiation that could take place. In fact, the Minister herself said, in terms of consultation, make a submission to the Select Committee. How offensive. That is not consultation under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. What a disrespectful way to treat your partners, strategic Māori partners. You are relegated to making a submission to a Select Committee in a process that is open to every member of the public. That is consultation. No opportunity to review how 7AA works alongside of strategic partners. The suggestion that I have for the Minister is to delay the commencement of this repeal. Once done, the devastation it will cause, the damage you know it will cause to the relationship, because it was pointed out in the regulatory impact statement, the harm that the tribunal, that your own officials and others have said will be done to children if this is passed. Will the Minister pause this, delay the commencement until after the periodic review is done, as already provided for in the legislation? Because if the Minister is not prepared to do that, it tells us that she never cared in the first place, and that it is true. This is all just about political ideology ahead of what is actually in the best interests of our tamariki.
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I want to speak on the title. I was thinking that I might have been a bit harsh earlier on when I was talking about the Oranga Tamariki kick whānau in the guts bill, Mr. Chair. So, and I could see I upset a few members on the other side, and some of the ACT members. So, you know, I had a good think. I sat down and I thought maybe I was just going a bit too extreme there. So I don't want to be extreme. And so rather than call the, in terms of the title, kick whānau in the guts bill, I just thought the Oranga Tamariki rotten amendment bill might be, I thought that was a bit more subtle and a bit more sensitive to some of the New Zealand First and ACT members. I just thought, so if we just insert rotten, Mr. Chair, Oranga Tamariki rotten amendment bill, I think that does the trick. But I want to address the Minister, Mr. Chair, because I did hear some of her kōrero earlier, and I listened respectfully to what she was saying. Never once, I think, on this side did anyone say that they were a more better Māori than her or whatever, and I actually respect what she's been through, understand it completely. So, and I think many of us do. But I just asked the Minister tonight to think about what my colleague Willow Jean Prime has been saying. And with respect that you're not listening to what our experts are saying. You're not listening, with respect, Minister, to what our community leaders are saying. When you talk about lived experience, Mr. Chair, I used to uplift babies, Mr. Chair, in my former role. We used to go in as where we had abuse happening in houses. We would go in and take the babies, Mr. Chair. Take the babies. Didn't care what the story was. We would go in, a team of us. So first and foremost, those babies were safe. And we did not care where those babies went to, as long as they went to safe. In those times, 25, 30 years ago, as long as those babies were safe, Minister, didn't mind at all if they went to Pākehā families, Asian families, as long as they were safe. That was our thinking at the time. But as the years went by and we were working for our urban organisations, we were told by our people, by our kaumātua, that these babies would benefit hugely if they went to some whānau who knew their background, who knew their whakapapa, who knew their language. And don't get me wrong, Mr. Chair, Māori families didn't get it right all the time at all. At all, there were failures in terms of... Yeah, that's right, but we're not saying every Māori family had it right. Of course not. But the principle of tying these kids back, these babies back to that whakapapa was without doubt successful. And that's what we're saying tonight, is that should have been the driver. I had doubts myself 25 years ago, Minister. I had doubts myself because first and foremost, I wanted those babies to be safe. I wanted them to be safe. We used to have to go in terms of abuse and gangs, people, abuse in terms of what was happening within partners. The main thing was to get the babies right. But as our kaumātua came through, as our leadership came through, they talked about the benefits of learning the language, of tying the whakapapa together. And then we were won over. And then, so from a community level, we progressed to a political level, and we started pushing those types of lines with people like Tariana Turia, John Tamahere, others who through the years were always pushing the whānau ora message all the way through. And then we had different people from the Labour Party picking this up. Parekura Horamea, he was a big supporter of this type of thing. And then in the ACT Party, Mr. Chair, Rodney Hyde and them were supporting it, and National and Tolly and Bill English were supporting it, because they knew that the benefits of tying kids back to their whakapapa would be really good for the communities and good for iwi. So I say to the Minister tonight, in all seriousness, I hear your kōrero, we hear your kōrero, but the problem is you're not listening to our kōrero. You're not listening to our iwi. You're not listening to our community. And we know you've been hurt, but our community is hurting. Our people are hurting, and this is very, very dangerous going forward, and our fear is that we're going to be put in the same type of position that we were 25 years ago, Mr. Chair. Kia ora.
Sue's Redmayne.
This question now close.
The question is that debate on this question now close. All those in favour say aye. The contrary, no. The ayes have it. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Poti I whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Clause 1 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
ACT, New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti I whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. The question is that Clause 2 stand part. All those in favour say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Party vote is called for. Please conduct a party vote.
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand.
Te kaumarima ngā poti whakahe.
At New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
E ono ngā poti I whakahe.
The ayes are 68, the noes are 55. The question is agreed. I'll report this bill without amendment.
The House is resumed.
Madam Speaker, the committee has considered the Oranga Tamariki repeal of Section 7AA Amendment Bill and reports it without amendment. Madam Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Are we sure on a process? It's the report back from the chair reporting on... I'll repeat the question. The question is that the report be adopted. Those of that opinion will say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. This bill is set down for further consideration in committee next sitting day. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong line. This bill is set down for third reading next sitting day. Apologies for that. Okay, I call on Government Order of the Day number 6.
Regulatory Systems Primary Industries Amendment Bill, second reading.
Honourable Todd McClay.
Madam Speaker, I present a legislative statement on the Regulatory Systems Primary Industries Amendment Bill.
That legislative statement is published under the authority of the House and can be found on the Parliament website.
Madam
Honourable
Speaker,
Todd McClay.
I move that the Regulatory Systems Primary Industries Amendment Bill be now read a second time. I'm pleased to bring the bill back to the House today, and as I said in the first reading, this is all about good regulatory practice and reducing red tape and necessary compliance. Let me briefly remind the House of what's in the bill, and then I'd like to touch on some of the changes that have been recommended by the Primary Production Select Committee. The bill has introduced amends 14 acts and repeals 5, which are all administered by the Ministry for Primary Industries. Changes range from fixing typos in small areas that have crept into legislation over years. I recall an energetic discussion at first reading of the misplaced bracket in the National Animal Identification and Tracing Act. It goes on to minor policy shifts that will make the regulatory systems work more efficiently. There are 4 key themes to the amendments that the bill makes, Mr. Speaker. These are reducing administrative burden and cutting red tape. For example, allowing for renewals of registration under the Agricultural Compounds and Veterinary Medicines Act rather than requiring people to submit a whole new application when their registration expires. The second is clarifying and updating the statute book to better reflect the policy intent. For example, in the Animal Welfare Act, adding that MPI can take any history of past breaches of export conditions into account when considering an application for an animal welfare export certificate. Thirdly, addressing errors, gaps, inconsistencies within and between different pieces of legislation, and I mentioned the misplaced bracket earlier, and finally ensuring that the regulatory systems remain up to date. For example, changing overly specific consultation methods to become a list of options so that most appropriate method can be chosen to fit the circumstances. This reflects a changing way that people receive information, especially through the internet. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Primary Production Committee for its work on this bill. I'd also like to thank the Business Committee for its indulgence in agreeing for me to recommend 2 rounds of additional amendments to be added to the bill. The Primary Production Committee worked through these very well with the support of officials, and I'd like to recognise their hard work and understanding. These additional amendments were proposed because of the kinds of changes that could be suitable for the Regulatory Assistance Bill being identified all the time. And I want to make the most of the opportunity this bill presented to fix errors, reduce red tape, and of course improve the quality of regulation. Let me give an example of an additional amendment added during the Select Committee phase. Under the New Zealand Horticulture Export Authority Act, the Horticulture Export Authority charges fees for monitoring horticultural exports. In some circumstances, it would be appropriate for the authority to provide an exemption, waiver or refund of these fees if a fee payer has not been able to use the authority's services because of an adverse event, as an example. This is what happened following Cyclone Gabrielle. The authority wanted to refund those fee payers who had not been able to export any product that year and had been unable to use the authority's services, but the Act doesn't allow for that. So we're making that change to provide the flexibility that's needed. One other example of this is quite a technical one. When setting a levy under the Commodities Levies Act, an industry body will hold a weighted referendum where the vote is counted by the amount that the commodity produced, or the amount of land under production, or some other appropriate criteria dependent upon the commodity in question. To calculate that amount, the Act says that the industry must use the previous 12 months before the referendum was held. This doesn't always line up with the seasons or industries where it would make more sense to pick a date and say all animals owned as of this date as an example. So the bill will amend the Commodity Levies Act to provide more flexibility in how weighted referendum is calculated so that it is the most appropriate method for each industry. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the consideration of the bill, the Primary Production Committee added 3 acts to it. So these, for those who might be keeping count, it now amends 17 acts and repeals 5. And I've talked about the Horticulture Export Authority Act already. I'd like to turn now to the 2 other, the Forestry Legal Harvest Assurance Amendment Act and the Organic Products and Production Act. Given that these are fairly recent pieces of legislation, members may wonder why there was a need for changes to it. These 2 acts were still before the House at the time this bill was being drafted, and because they were adapted from existing legislation, for instance, parts of the Organic Products and Production Act were adapted from the Animal Products Act, they contain some of the same issues. So all the changes to these 2 acts replicate existing amendments already in the bill. They're just applying them in different legislation. This will improve consistency across legislation. It means that there won't be different regulatory regimes with different requirements for the same thing. Mr. Speaker, during the Select Committee process, some submitters raised points of concern with some amendments. For example, there was a proposed change to the National Animal Identification and Tracing Act that would have enabled information to be shared more easily with police in the case of stolen livestock or in emergencies. However, submitters were concerned that this would weaken privacy protection in the Act and allow for farmers' personal information to be used inappropriately. That amendment has come out of the bill. MPI will continue to work on improving information sharing while maintaining privacy protections separately. Again, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the Primary Production Committee for their work on this bill and thank those who took the time to make submissions to the bill or to be heard. This bill is going to reduce red tape, improve regulatory quality, and it backs our farmers and our food producers by helping to simplify and get costs down. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. The Honourable Jo Luxton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in support of this piece of legislation. Just want to acknowledge the Minister who has just resumed his seat or just finished speaking. And I want to acknowledge the members of the Select Committee who worked on this piece of legislation. I think I refer to these regulatory systems amendment bills as somewhat more of housekeeping type bills where a general look is done across the system and different things are picked out. For example, minor errors, duplications, gaps, inconsistencies, and perhaps something that was once put in place that is now no longer relevant in more modern times. Mr. Speaker, the bill was referred to our Select Committee on the 27th of March. And we only had a few submitters, but nonetheless they were very important and valuable submissions for us to have. The Select Committee did make some changes to the piece to this legislation, and there's heaps and heaps of lots of little bits and pieces of legislation. So I'll just touch on a couple of those changes that have been made, Mr. Speaker. One of them being, for example, just making a change to clause 34 where currently laboratories that are exporting samples of animal material or product overseas for tests that can't be performed in New Zealand have to meet relevant export requirements, and this is definitely deemed unnecessary because actually these products aren't being exported for trade or any sort of reward, and so one of the changes has been to make an exemption on goods such as this that are just being sent overseas for testing, Mr. Speaker. One of the other things that I wanted to point out, and the Minister also mentioned this, was in particular to the setting of fees or waivering of fees for those involved in hawk export. And the Minister, he has mentioned it too, but I do think it's really important that we've made this change to the legislation, particularly in highlight of events, extreme weather events such as what we saw with Cyclone Gabrielle, where people were unable to export their goods and would have, prior to something like this being set in place, have to still paid their fees. And so what this does is allows for a waiver or an exemption, and I think that's only right, Mr. Speaker, and it is only fair. One of the other things that the Select Committee looked at was, one of the changes was proposed that some of the wording with regard to the milk price panel, and the proposal was to amend section 150E to see to one vacancy rather than any vacancy, and Fonterra's submission opposed this, and upon hearing their argument whereby they discussed the members that are on that milk price panel, and they are independent, and they felt that even if there was more than one vacancy on that panel, there would still be enough members remaining to be able to continue with the appropriate duties of that panel. And they were also concerned that if we continued with the original proposal in this piece of legislation, that they wouldn't be able to carry out their functions for a certain period of time should there be a vacancy that came about due to unforeseen circumstances, and it would actually be quite dire, Mr. Speaker, because it could force the base milk price calculation process to come to an absolute halt, which would undermine DERA's base milk price oversight regime, and we certainly don't want to see something like that happen, Mr. Speaker. The other thing that we looked at and considered, and the Minister also mentioned this in his contribution, was around the National Animal Identification and Tracing Act 2012, or we refer to it as NATE, and part of that was to allow for the sharing of information in certain situations, and it was, as the Minister alluded to deal with things such as issues around perhaps stealing of livestock or what have you. And listening to the submissions on this, it was quite interesting. There was some genuine anxiety out there in what that information could be potentially used for. What if it got into the wrong hands, etc. And so the Ministry proposed to delete this provision to enable further work separate to the bill to be able to address the submitters' concerns around the scope of the information sharing. And so as a select committee, we were quite happy and agreed to that position that the officials took, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and one of the final things that I just thought I would mention is around the Walking Access Act of 2008. And this is pretty much just modernising that. So the Act established the New Zealand Walking Access Commission, but times have changed, and the Walking Access, well, as it was, it now has a broad role relating to access, and so it's not limited to just walking, and so it's since rebranded itself as the Outdoor Access Commission, and in this Act the Minister proposed amending the Act to reflect this change, and we also recommended changing the name of the Act to the Outdoor Access Act, which makes perfect sense. So without further ado, Mr. Speaker, I commend this bill to the House.
Mr. Speaker.
Steve Abel.
Be off the hook tonight with 1 minute to go. There's a fantastic speech, Joe, and I appreciate it. It's been pretty clearly outlined, Mr. Speaker, that this is one of those sort of omnibus bills that makes a lot of inconsequential changes to pieces of legislation to make them more functional, clarifies and updates statutory provisions, to give effect to the purpose of various acts and their provisions, addresses regulatory duplication, gaps, errors, inconsistencies within and between different pieces of legislation. It's all right, guys, we'll get out of here about 5 past. Ensure the regulatory systems remain up to date and relevant, and reduces administrative burden for regulators and regulated parties. The bill is a vehicle for smaller regulatory fixes to be made in a timely and cost-effective way. By their nature, regulatory systems bills are designed to make many necessary and varied amendments across a sector and in multiple acts, as long as there is broad support for them. Now, one thing that I am struck by, Mr. Speaker, is it just happens to be by dint of circumstance and history that this bill is repealing the Forest West Coast Accord Act 2000. In terms of the impact of that, I will be asking the Minister more to clarify that in the committee stage. But I have a particular association with that piece of legislation. For those who don't remember, the West Coast Accord originally, 1986 I believe, was an agreement, perhaps it was 1987, between foresters on the West Coast and the conservation movement to ensure the protection of a certain segment of forests while permitting the logging of other sections of native forests on the West Coast. Now, that was seen to be a necessary deal, if you like, made by conservationists to ensure that some of the finest lowland remaining native rainforests were not logged. As time went by, Mr. Speaker, and through the 1990s, it became clear that given that we only had 7% of our lowland rainforests left, that the loss of any of those exceptional remaining West Coast forests was a significant biodiversity loss and a significant impact on conservation and risk to the survival of a number of species, but also to some of the most extraordinary remnant forests such as Okarito, the podocarp forests that are an example of what used to occur throughout the entire country, which is these amazing podocarp forests that went from mountain to the sea. And we all know how spectacular that West Coast landscape is, but the loss of that connected forest ecosystem was a big loss for the natural heritage of our nation. I happened to be part of the campaign in the 90s to see those forests that had been allocated in the West Coast Accord for logging, to see them returned to protection. And that campaign in the 1990s, which was, hard fought, and some of us ended up getting arrested for various reasons, for blockading logging roads or locking ourselves to helicopters, led to, in the change of government in 1999 to the Clark Labor government, which was in part through a coalition agreement with the then Green Party that had first entered Parliament as the Green Party in 1999, it led to the creation of the Forest West Coast Accord Act 2000, which had the effect of gazetting 137,000 hectares of native forest as conservation estate. That was the effect of that legislation. And it became probably the most significant gazetting of very high value biodiversity forests that has occurred since that time. Nothing is comparable. And it meant an end to the logging of native forests by the state on Crown land. So whereas other countries, including our nearest neighbours, Australia, are still logging magnificent ancient rainforests, the likes of Tasmania, New Zealand took the very wise decision 25 years ago now to stop logging our native forests on Crown land. And that is an example of where we have done the right thing in terms of conservation. I am very keen to understand what the consequences of the repeal of that legislation are and how it works in terms of the relevance of our protection of those forests in an ongoing manner. So I intend, Mr Speaker, to be asking those questions of the Minister and the Committee as a whole. For the meantime, that's me for the night. Thank you very much.
The time has come for me to leave the chair. The House will resume at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Good night.